Section 1 of Richelieu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, MD. Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. Chapter 1, Early Days, The French Court, Part 1. Armand Jean du Plessis de Richelieu was the son of François du Plessis de Richelieu and of Suzanne de la Porte. Born at the family mansion in Poitou, September 5, 1586, he seemed destined to follow the military profession, and like most cadets de famille to say, "The world's mine oyster, which I with sword will open." It so happened, however, that one of his brothers, Bishop of Luçon, having become a Carthusian friar, young Armand felt in a manner obliged to take orders, so that the episcopal see, which was a kind of heirloom, might not pass into another house, together with the income and other advantages resulting from it. Henry IV, then King of France, nominated him accordingly, and the ambassador at Rome was directed to negotiate the affair with the authorities at the Vatican. Richelieu was only 20 years and a few months old at the time, and the appointment of so young a prelate met with no small difficulties. The candidate had to enter an appearance at the papal court, and a Latin sermon which he pronounced before Paul V was so striking that the necessary bulls of institution were granted at last. The ceremony of consecration took place April 17, 1607. On his return to the diocese of Luçon, Richelieu gave up his whole attention to the reformation of disorders which had reached a deplorable pitch in the Gallican Church, and which were the sad result of a long series of civil wars. The clergy were as scandalous in their way of living as they were remiss in the discharge of their duties. If they happened to be rich, they spent most of their time in hunting, whilst the poorer curates took to drinking, and were often seen standing at the entrance door of the dilapidated churches, dressed in their surplices and carousing with the parishioners. Misdemeanours of the grossest kind were of daily occurrence. The name of priest had become the synonym of ignorance and dissoluteness, and the well-known Abbé Bourdoise might say without exaggeration, "All the worst deeds in this world are those which are done by clergymen." How could such a state of things be remedied, when the bishops themselves set the example of carelessness and indifference to their responsibilities? A few amongst them indeed merited and obtained the respect and affection of the flock over which they had been appointed, but they formed a very small minority. The biography of Cardinal de Bérulle names 9. Simony was rampant, belonging for the greater part to the nobility, compelled to enter the Church because they were the younger sons of illustrious families, or for the reason that they suffered from some infirmity which disqualified them for the engagements of active life. The future spiritual guides of the nation took orders as a pis-aller, and with the firm intention of looking as little clerical as they possibly could. Passing on without the slightest transition from the pleasures of the court to the severe duties of the priesthood, they were as little inclined to asceticism or even to decency as can be imagined. Duelling was with them a favourite recreation, and as for pluralism, they were so accustomed to regard it as a matter of course that Cardinal de Joyeuse, one of the most respectable of the prelates of those days, blameless as to his morals and of exemplary piety, left at his death in 1615 6 vacant abbeys, namely Fécamp, Saint-Martin de Poitoise, Mont-Saint-Michel, Notre-Dame de Chambre, Laulne, and Juilly. Whilst the Huguenots had separated themselves entirely from a religious establishment apparently too thoroughly eaten up by abuses to stand the process of mere reformation, the most thoughtful and influential representatives of the old ecclesiastical system, endeavoured by prompt and intelligent action to take away from the dissenters all excuses for what they deemed their schismatic course. In his life of Pierre de Bérulle, the late Abbé Houssaye has given us an appalling picture of the Church of France about the beginning of the 17th century, and of the efforts made by men such as Vincent de Paul, Ollier, Saint-Cyren, and Bérulle himself to put down the crying evils which were threatening to bring about its destruction. Richelieu, we may suppose, was not actuated by the same Christian motives, but he had a strong notion of justice, and especially that sense of order and propriety which feels irritated and annoyed by the slightest appearance of irregularity. He knew both his rights and his duties. He was determined to maintain the former and to carry out the latter to the best of his abilities. The first political act in which Richelieu had to play a part was on the occasion of the meeting of the States General in 1614, where he took his seat as deputy of the clergy of Poitou. His eloquence and talent must have been, even at that early time, a matter of notoriety, for he was selected as the spokesman of the ecclesiastical deputies, and in that capacity he delivered in the presence of the Queen Regent, Mary de Medici, on the 23rd of February, 1615, the usual address on submitting to her the cahiers of the clergy. The chief points he had to dwell upon in his speech were, first, the question whether the decisions of the Council of Trent should be accepted or not, within the limits of the realm, and secondly, the restitution of certain church lands in the province of Béarn. Richelieu cleverly managed to give to his address a general character. He showed with much eloquence the desirability of calling ecclesiastics of high rank to take a part in the councils of the crown, thus writing, as M. de Rémusat wittily observes, the preface to his own history. From the point of view of mere style, Richelieu's discourse deserves the closest study, and its beauty as a piece of writing is apparent if we simply compare it with specimens of the eloquence which was deemed so fashionable at that time. Read the orations which secured such reputation to Lemaitre, Arnauld, and Marion. See these gentlemen invoking the philosopher Grantor, and calling Apollo to witness in the case of a pastry cook accused of murder, and then turn to the Bishop of Luçon's address. Clear, sensible, to the point, without metaphors or other figures of speech. The contrast is perfectly wonderful. Although he was even at this time thinking of the future, he did not sacrifice to paltry ambitious views the interests which had been committed to him by the clergy of France. Careful not to give offence to anyone, he dexterously appealed to the Queen Mother, as the person naturally the best qualified to give to the States General the satisfactions they required. We shall quote an extract from his speech. "We believe, madam, that you will forget nothing to contrive that this assembly, called together by your counsel, may result in our advantage. The evils which weigh down upon us invite you so to do. Your affection for us urges you to it. Your honour and that of the king, which is so dear to you, require it, and the interest of your consciences compel you both. That is why, sire, we entreat all the more boldly your majesty not to dismiss us from your presence, without allowing us to take away with us to our provinces wherewith to satisfy their expectation, and relieve them in their misery. But what am I doing? I ask what we are perfectly sure of, since you have oftentimes promised it to us, and we know that your words are, as they should be, equally sacred and inviolable as your person. You have promised it to us, nay more, you allow us, with that view, to delegate some of our own body to assist those who, as early as tomorrow, without any further loss of time, shall work by your sanction to draw up the answers which are to be given to our statements of grievances, cahiers. This harangue, containing besides as it did the most flattering allusions to the regent, soon procured to him his appointment as her chaplain, and the notorious Marshal d'Ancre, who together with his wife Leonora Galigai ruled the destinies of France, named him 1616 to the important post of Secretary of State for War and Foreign Affairs. Thus invested with an amount of authority which was quite wonderful considering his age, Richelieu did not allow himself to be dazzled by the new position he occupied. He saw how precarious was the power of the Marshal, whose qualities were only those of a low, commonplace adventurer, greedy for money, and he had determined upon returning to Luçon and biding his time, when the murder of his protectors suddenly changed the course of affairs and seemed to place the power into the hands of the nobles, who hoped to revive the feudal system. Concini had been shot down by Vitry on the drawbridge of the Louvre. His wife was burned to death as a witch. Mary de Medici received an order of banishment to Blois, and Richelieu was directed not to leave his diocese. While first at Luçon and subsequently at Avignon, the future quote-unquote King of France, busily engaged on the composition of theological treatises and controversial writings, seemed to have entirely abandoned politics. The government had fallen into the hands of Charles d'Albert de Luynes, whose skill in training sparrowhawks and other birds of prey had recommended him to the notice of Louis XIII. It was at the instigation of de Luynes that Concini had been murdered. Delivered from a dangerous rival, the new favourite rose to power as speedily as he whose ruin he had contrived, and whose spoils he had appropriated. Named successively First Gentleman of the King's Chamber, Captain of the Bastille, Lieutenant General of Normandy, he obtained the hand of Marie de Rohan, daughter of the Duc de Montbazon, who afterwards, as Duchesse de Chevreuse, made herself so notorious by her opposition first to Richelieu and then to Mazarin. Finally, on the 2nd of April, 1621, the dignity of Constable of France was bestowed upon him. His two brothers, Cadenet and Brant, shared his wonderful good fortune. They were both promoted to the dignity of Marshal of France. Cadenet took as his wife Charlotte d'Ailly, Countess de Chaulnes. Brant married one of the richest heiresses of the kingdom, Marguerite, Duchesse de Luxembourg-Pinet. It is not within the scope of the present volume to describe the political character of the Duc de Luynes, or to appreciate his merits as a statesman. We shall only say here that he has hitherto been judged from the evidence of pamphlet writers, either badly informed or consciously endorsing Cardinal de Richelieu's animosity. We do not mean to represent him as a man of genius, but he possessed undoubted abilities, was perfectly competent to perform his task, and moved freely amidst the difficulties and intrigues by which he was surrounded. Whatever may have been the talents and qualities of the new favourite, he soon managed to make himself extremely unpopular, and Mary de Medici, whose government had excited so much dissatisfaction when she was at the head of affairs, became an object of interest, of sympathy, nay, of enthusiastic effusion on the part of those even who had previously appeared as her strongest political adversaries. The Duc de Bouillon, the Guises, the Duc de Mayenne pledged themselves to support her in her attempt to regain her liberty, and d'Epernon, who certainly had no reason to wish her well, taking the command of a numerous retinue, marched in 30 days, first from Metz to Angoulême, and then from Angoulême to Blois, with the avowed purpose of setting the Queen Mother free. She managed to escape February 22nd, 1619, and after a short rest at Loches, she retired into Angoumois under the protection of d'Epernon. If any fact was needed to prove how strong the feudal element was still in France, and what obstacles a powerful landed aristocracy could throw in the way of the king, surely we need only quote this extraordinary coup de main, carried out despite the general indifference of the whole nation. It is perfectly true, nevertheless, that public opinion was decidedly against this war, and Luynes saw the desirability of not making too much of his advantages. Instead of crushing the unfortunate Mary de Medici, he resolved upon bringing about a reconciliation between her and her son, and a committee of ecclesiastics, including the Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld, Father de Bérulle, founder of the French Oratory, and Father Joseph du Tremblay, a Capuchin friar, famous afterwards under the sobriquet of l'Éminence Grise, settled the conditions of the agreement, which was definitively made at Angoulême, April 30th. Marie de Medici was obliged to give up the government of Normandy, but as a compensation she received that of Anjou, together with 600,000 livres, and the restoration of all her property. If d'Epernon lost Boulogne, he obtained in exchange an indemnity of 50,000 crowns. The reconciliation was not of long continuance. The Queen Mother had never regarded it in any other light but that of a truce, and no sooner had she settled down at Angers than she listened to the imprudent advice of the discontented nobleman, instead of adopting the wiser plan recommended by the Bishop of Luçon. He pressed her to go to the Louvre, state openly her grievances to the king, and obtain the dismissal of de Luynes. They were unanimously in favour of a fresh appeal to arms. Her small forces, however, were defeated in a skirmish at the Pont de Seine near Angers, and the disappointed queen saw the necessity of yielding for a time at least, and of accepting all the consequences of her disgrace. The treaty concluded at Angers was merely a fresh ratification of the one made at Angoulême. A general amnesty was granted, and the king went even so far as to declare that in doing what they had done, the queen and her friends had never had anything in view except the interests of his service and the benefit of the state. The power of de Luynes seemed more firmly settled than ever. He felt it to his advantage to keep on good terms with Richelieu, but at the same time contrived secretly to defeat at Rome the official application for the cardinal's hat which the Bishop of Luçon had made. France was in a state of confusion which it would be difficult to describe, and the Huguenots endeavoured to take advantage of the weakness of the government for the purpose of establishing an independent Protestant republic formed on the pattern of the United Netherlands. The occupation of Béarn by the royal troops and its annexation to the crown did not discourage them. In January 1621 they called at La Rochelle a general assembly of the Calvinist churches, proclaimed the necessity of an insurrection, and applied for help to the Netherlands, England, and the German Lutherans. Their commander was the famous Duc de Rohan, of whom Voltaire has said, "Avec tous les talents de ciel l'avait fait naître. Il agit en héros, en sage il écrivit. Il fut même grand homme en combattant son maître, et plus grand lorsqu'il le servit." Vainly did that illustrious captain attempt to persuade his fellow religionists that their grievances could not justify an act of open rebellion against the king. Vainly did he urge the necessity of the assembly to separate. All his efforts, all his entreaties proved useless, and if we feel inclined to regret that he did not abide by his opinions, we cannot help admiring the generosity which prompted him to sacrifice his personal safety and his happiness to the cause of his persecuted brethren. The important town of Montauban became the centre of the Huguenot rising. The royal army, 20,000 men strong, soon made its appearance under the walls. The siege continued for the space of nearly 3 months without the slightest success. Despairing at last of carrying Montauban, de Luynes attacked and captured Nègrepelisse and Monheurt, 2 small places in the neighbourhood of Toulouse, But during the course of this short campaign he was seized with a fever which carried him off after a very tedious illness, December 14th, 1621. The most astonishing circumstance, says Fontenay-Mareuil, is that this man, so great and powerful, was nevertheless so despised and forsaken, that during the 2 days when he was in agony, hardly one of his servants consented to remain in the room, and when his body was carried away to be buried, instead of priests offering up prayers on his behalf, I saw his valets playing a game of piquet on the coffin, whilst their horses were being fed. End of section 1. Section 2 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1, Early Days, the French Court, Part 2. The death of the Duc de Luynes restored to Mary de Medici part of her influence and brought about her reconciliation with her son. She took advantage of the circumstance to obtain for the Bishop of Luçon that long-coveted prize, the cardinal's hat, and toward the beginning of 1624 he was appointed to a seat at the council board. The war against the Huguenots had not ceased with the death of de Luynes, and Louis XIII was carrying it on with a considerable amount of vigour. Finally the Duc de Rohan managed to conclude with the king a peace which renewed the Edict of Nantes, but prohibited the meeting of political assemblies, and left to the Protestants as places of safety only La Rochelle and Montauban. The condition of France had become deplorable. The aristocracy, taking advantage of the weakness of the young king, held him, so to say, under their tutelage, and ruled with absolute authority in the large and important provinces of which they had the command. The Huguenots, although crushed for a season, had skill, energy, and resources enough to carry on a civil war. The foreign policy of Francis I and Henry IV was abandoned. Finally, the House of Austria, inaugurating the 30 Years' War by a series of victories, seemed destined to enslave Europe, after having crushed the Protestants in Germany. With the accession of Richelieu to office, all these causes of uneasiness speedily vanished away. In the course of 2 months he had renewed the ministry, expelled a worthless favourite, La Vieuville, subdued Louis XIII by the vigour of a superior mind, and sketched out a plan of the political system he meant to follow. Experience, says Fontenay-Mareuil, has shown how right he was when he felt himself qualified for the discharge of public business, and yet in his youth he appeared very far from such thoughts, talking as he did of hardly anything but the affairs of his diocese. Nevertheless, he was always preparing for the eventualities of political life, thinking sometimes of what he would do if he was called to it. He would not plaster up things as so many had done before him, but bring efficient remedy wherever it was wanted, and work for the future, not for the present alone. Voiture's testimony to the cardinal minister is so striking and so cleverly put that we cannot help quoting one passage from it. When, 200 years hence, those who come after us shall read in our history that Cardinal Richelieu has pulled down La Rochelle and destroyed heresy, and that by one treaty, as by one cast of the net, he has taken 30 or 40 of its cities, when they learn that during his administration the English have been defeated and driven out of France, Pignerol conquered, Casale relieved, the whole of Lorraine united to the crown, the greater part of Alsace placed under our power, the Spaniards defeated at Vélan and Aven, when they see that so long as he has presided over our affairs, France has not had one neighbour whom she has not vanquished on the battlefield, and from whom she has not conquered cities and provinces. If, I say, our posterity have one single drop of French blood in their veins, and if they boast of some love for the glory of their country, will they be able to read these things without conceiving affection for him? And further on, let us see if he was not within an inch of pulling down that great tree of the House of Austria, and whether he has not shaken to its roots that trunk whose 2 branches extend to the north and the south, and which affords shelter to the rest of the earth. Thus it is that true patriotism can purify the style of even the most indifferent writer, and that in celebrating the greatness of France, Voiture forgot his concetti and his intolerable mannerism. Richelieu has himself explained the views he had on state affairs and on the condition of France in so clear and striking a manner that his remarks deserve to be given here. When your Majesty resolved upon admitting me to your council, and honouring me with your confidence, I can truly say that the Huguenots share the nation with you. The nobles behaved as if they were not your subjects, and the most powerful governors of the provinces assumed the pretensions of independent sovereigns. I can also add that foreign alliances were despised. I promised your Majesty to employ all my industry and all the authority you were pleased to confer upon me for the purpose of ruining the Huguenot faction, taming the pride of the aristocracy, and raising your credit amongst foreign nations to the point where it should always be. In order to carry out this policy, Richelieu displayed all the resources of a clear intellect, a mind fully capable of grasping the ensemble of a subject, and on the other hand, of following it out through its minutest details. His activity was unwearied, and his iron will crushed every object that stood in its way. He is reported to have said, "I meditate for a long time before taking a decision, but when I have once made up my mind, I go boldly on to the object of my aim. I mow down everything, and cover everything under the folds of my red gown. Je fauche tout, et je couvre tout de ma robe rouge." Before attempting to trace in detail the application and results of Richelieu's policy towards the Huguenots, the aristocracy, and the foreign powers, we must introduce our readers to the principal dramatis personae in this history, and cast a glance at the French court. Louis XIII. Was neither enlightened nor firm enough to work unaided for the good of his subjects. He conscientiously desired to do what was right, but he lacked energy. He appreciated grave and useful schemes, but Providence had denied him the strength to carry them out. Fortunately, he encouraged with all his authority those who possessed the gift of action, and his constitutional indolence was delighted at being relieved from the responsibility of initiating even the simplest plan. Some critics have questioned his courage, but this accusation is absolutely groundless, and on several occasions when he took command of his troops, he was blamed for exposing himself recklessly to danger. His knowledge of military science was very great, especially in the management of sieges, the raising and planning of fortifications, and the directing of artillery. He cared little about pursuits of a literary character, and took no part in the foundation of the Académie Française, the progress of the drama, and the other manifestations of intellectual life, which Richelieu, on the contrary, fostered and encouraged by every means in his power. Moral, high-principled, scrupulously attached to his religious duties, he was too apathetic to cope with so determined a will as that of the cardinal, and although he evidently felt the inferiority of his position, yet on the other hand he accepted it from the sense of his incapacity and because he knew that Richelieu, after all, was actuated by a genuine desire for the glory and prosperity of France. Music and hunting were his chief pastimes, and his extraordinary accuracy of aim with the arquebus suggested to a wit a jeu de mots which we reproduce here in the original. Someone having remarked on the epithet juste bestowed upon the king, "Oui," replied the wit, "juste à tirer de l'arquebus." The jealousy and suspicion which formed the leading features in the character of Louis XIII. Were for him a constant source of misery. He dreaded his own mother, whom he allowed to die in destitution and in exile. He dreaded his wife, his brother, those in fact whom he chiefly honoured with marks of his favour. It was with a positive sense of relief that he heard of the death of Constable de Luynes, and the condemnation of his cher ami Saint-Mars found him completely indifferent. If the pale, dull image of Louis XIII. Leaves upon our mind nothing but a feeling of compassion and regret, contempt is the only word which expresses rightly our opinion of his brother, Gaston, Duc d'Orléans. Let us listen to what a keen observer says of him. With the exception of courage, he had all the qualities which constitute the gentleman, but fright showed that weakness had taken possession of his heart, and irresolution proved that it had also conquered his mind. He joined all the plots against the cardinal, because he had not the strength to resist those who dragged him into them, and he invariably managed to get off disgracefully, because he lacked the energy to support his associates, de Retz. It is not too much to say that the Duc d'Orléans was unconsciously the best helper Richelieu had in his efforts to crush the power of the aristocracy. Chalais and Montmorency, Saint-Mars and de Thou fell victims to the suggestions of a worthless prince, whose ambition was only equalled by his pusillanimity and his love of pleasure, especially of gambling. The Queen Mother must not be forgotten in this brief sketch. Of a violent and haughty temper, fond of power and impatient of control, she had encouraged Richelieu in his early steps toward political authority, and had been the first artisan of his fortunes. As soon, however, as she saw him gaining over the mind of Louis XIII. The sway which she supposed was her privilege and her right, she openly stood out as his enemy, and waged against him a war which, fortunately for the country, she was not able to carry on. His policy toward the Spaniards particularly irritated her. She had placed herself under the spiritual direction of Father de Bérulle, who, acknowledging no authority than that of the Vatican, could not understand Richelieu's taking the Protestant side in the 30 Years' War. Catholic alliances, he sincerely believed, were the only ones which the most Christian king should accept, and he had no difficulty in bringing over to his views a princess who, essentially impulsive, smarted already under a sense of what she regarded as Richelieu's ingratitude. Henry IV. Has left us a very suggestive appreciation of the character of his queen, whom, by the by, he never really loved. Having one day to write to Madame de Montglat, governess of the Dauphin, he said, "I have to complain of your not letting me know that you had whipped my son, for I mean and I command you to whip him whenever he persists stubbornly in anything wrong, as I know by experience that there is nothing better." Together with this letter he sent one to Mary de Medici containing the following remarkable words: "One thing I can assure you of, namely, that being of the disposition I know you to possess, and foreseeing that of your son, you, madam, self-willed and obstinate, he, stubborn, you will certainly have difficulties together." Another contemporary writer described her as courageous, haughty, firm, discreet, vainglorious, obstinate, vindictive, and suspicious, inclined to idleness, caring little about state affairs, and loving only the pomp and honours of royalty. In his attempts to establish his authority and restore peace to a country so long distracted by civil wars, Richelieu had to meet not only the opposition of the Queen Mother, the apathy of Louis XIII, and the mischievous talents of the Duc d'Orléans, but the combined skill and unscrupulousness of a host of minor intriguers, who, with the view of satisfying their ambition, eagerly joined in all the plots organised against the safety of the state. The names of Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Madame de Longueville, Madame de Hautefort, Madame de Fiesque, which we find mentioned in almost every page of French memoir on the first half of the 17th century, remind us that ladies of rank did not hesitate to encourage rebellion, and to sacrifice to their selfish passions or to their wanton caprices the honour and the blood of thousands of brave men. We have just enumerated a few amongst those fatal beauties. The most distinguished amongst them, the representative one, if we may use such an expression, was the notorious Duchesse de Chevreuse, who, apparently born with the spirit of opposition and of cabal, intrigued against Mazarin as she did against Richelieu, was severely but justly punished by both, and astonished even Cardinal de Retz by the scandal of her conduct. We have selected her to form part of this gallery of portraits because she was the real soul of all the conspiracies which took place during the administration of Richelieu and the minority of Louis XIV, and her personality stands out with deplorable prominence amongst all those ladies of high birth who saw nothing beyond the full gratification of their desires. La Rochefoucauld, himself an adept in the art of conspiring, gives in his maxims selfishness as the motive power of all our actions. The civil dissensions which marked the beginning of the reign of Louis XIV taught him that sad lesson, and he could never have learned it more thoroughly than at the school of Madame de Chevreuse. It is singular that M. Victor Cousin, who blames Cardinal de Retz for being too severe in his appreciation of that lady, should have described her 200 years later in a manner which is not, after all, much more indulgent. Madame de Chevreuse, he says, possessed almost all the qualities of a good politician. Only one was lacking in her character, but precisely the one without which the others are nothing but a cause of ruin. She did not know how to select a proper object, or rather, she never made the selection for herself. It was made by another. She was in the highest degree a woman. That was both her strength and her weakness. Love, or rather gallantry, formed her leading motive of action, and the interest of him whom she loved became her principal object. This explains the prodigies of sagacity, of cunning, and of energy she displayed in the pursuit of a chimerical end which seemed always to recede before her, and which attracted her by the very prestige of difficulty and of danger. Such is M. Cousin's verdict. It is perhaps not so strongly expressed as that of the coadjutor, but it seems to us quite sufficient to condemn the Duchesse de Chevreuse. Pleasure led her about, says Madame de Motteville, and she interested herself in the affairs of the world only with reference to those who had been her lovers. Passion is a dangerous counsellor. Richelieu saw this, and he endeavoured to win over his fair enemy. His efforts were in vain. Such were the leading persons with whom Richelieu had to do in the course of his administration, which lasted for the space of 18 years. The abasement of the House of Austria, the destruction of the Huguenots as a political power at home, finally the curtailing of the monstrous privileges enjoyed by the aristocracy, to the accomplishment of these three objects Richelieu directed all his energy, and his first attempt was certainly well calculated to startle, not only Father de Bérulle, but the whole of a nation which was then sincerely attached to the Roman Catholic faith. That a cardinal, should conclude a marriage between the sister of Louis XIII and the Prince of Wales, that he should sign a new treaty with the Dutch, subsidize secretly Mansfeld, who alone then resisted in Germany the House of Austria, finally, that he should send an army of 10,000 men for the purpose of driving the papal troops out of the Val Tellene and restoring it to the Grisons. Arrangements such as these, distinctly aimed against Spain and the Vatican, were important and novel enough to command the attention of the whole of Europe. They marked the inauguration of an entirely new system of foreign policy, and Richelieu could well afford to disregard the nickname of Pope of the Huguenots and Cardinal of Atheists, which the courtiers had given him, when he thought of the patriotic endeavour he was making to continue the traditions of Henry IV. "I am condemned now at Rome as a heretic," said he. "I shall soon be canonized there as a saint." This short sentence was intended as a threat against the Protestants. Richelieu was fully determined upon crushing for ever what he deemed an imperium in imperio. He reorganized the army, built or purchased ships, and set aside as much money as he could from the exchequer to defray the costs of what might turn out to be a long and difficult campaign. The Treaty of Monson, which he concluded with Spain, left him free to act, and having thus made all his preparations, he waited for the opportunity of striking the fatal blow. It soon presented itself. End of section 2. Section 3 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. The Huguenots, Part 1. England had been for some considerable time the refuge of all those who felt Richelieu's galling yoke, and Buckingham, the favourite of King Charles I, was only too disposed to encourage their hopes and favour their designs against the cardinal. Sent in 1626 as ambassador to France, he had compromised Anne of Austria by pretending to be her lover, and things came to such a pass that war was inevitable. Buckingham, besides, expected thus to bring over to his side public opinion, which his extravagance and pretensions had alienated, and in the state of effervescence which had taken possession of England, he thought that a kind of crusade on behalf of the Huguenots would restore to him his popularity. The unfortunate marriage which had placed on the throne of England the Princess Henrietta Maria seemed to him a favourable opportunity of carrying out his purposes. It is no exaggeration to say that no political event had been more auspiciously designed and more inopportunely accomplished. The Duchesse de Chevreuse, appointed to accompany the young Queen to England, whose behaviour in London was of the most scandalous character, had become fascinated by Buckingham, and did her best to prejudice her husband against the unfortunate Henrietta Maria. That princess may have irritated, no doubt, Charles I by her haughtiness, her caprices, and her temper. But she was surrounded by snares of every kind, and the 3 ambassadors who had been sent over with her to France were utterly incapable of helping her to storm the tide of unpopularity which was rising on all sides. Of the Duc de Chevreuse we need say nothing. The 2 others, La Ville-aux-Clercs and Defeat, constantly at variance with each other, had neither energy enough to defend the interests of France, nor perspicacity enough to see through the intrigue so cleverly woven around them. To add to these complications, de Bérulle, the founder of the French oratory, and the only man of real ability mixed up with this affair, was disliked by Richelieu, and the vain Anne of Austria, still madly fond of Buckingham, took his part against her husband's own sister. in defiance of an express clause stipulated in the marriage contract of the Princess Henrietta Maria, all the French Catholic members of the household were dismissed and replaced by English servants. Privateers were secretly encouraged to give chase to French vessels, and all the prizes they managed to capture were considered as lawfully forfeited and sold. Bassompierre received orders to start immediately for England, for the purpose of remonstrating in the name of Louis XIII. And obtaining full satisfaction. He was received with deference, assured that the legitimate complaints put forth by his master would be attended to, and Buckingham offered to come himself to Paris with the view of renewing the entente cordiale of which the marriage of the Princess Henrietta Maria was the pledge. This last proposition met not only with a refusal, but with an order absolutely prohibiting Buckingham from entering France. Under these circumstances, peace became impossible. The King of England openly expressed his intention of assisting actively the Huguenots, and Buckingham appeared before the island of Ré with a fleet of 90 ships carrying an army of 16,000 men. Richelieu scarcely made a mystery of the satisfaction he felt on hearing the news. "The time has now arrived at last," said he, "of exterminating the Huguenot faction, which for upwards of a century has been rending France asunder. So long as the Huguenots have a footing in the country, the king will never be master at home, neither will he be able to carry on any glorious undertaking abroad. Finally, it will be impossible for him to tame the pride of the nobles, who still consider La Rochelle as a citadel under shelter of which they can assert with impunity their dissatisfactions and make good their supposed grievances." The energetic cardinal set about his military task with an amount of activity which was perfectly astonishing. Thanks to his indefatigable watchfulness, order and discipline were introduced throughout the army to an extent till then unknown. The soldiers, regularly paid, were no longer driven to seek their sustenance by pillage and marauding. The country districts supplied the troops with provisions. The neighbouring towns contributed articles of clothing and furniture. Richelieu, in his Memoirs, compares the camp before La Rochelle to a quiet, well-regulated monastery. The simile is all the more striking because a very large number of Franciscan monks had arrived in the train of the Prime Minister's confidential friend and adviser, Père Joseph, to perform the services of the Church and attend to the spiritual wants of the army. Richelieu's staff consisted chiefly of clergymen. Henry de Sourdis, Bishop of Maillezais, whom he promoted subsequently to the see of Bordeaux, the bishops of Nîmes and of Mende, and the Abbé de Marcillac were his chief lieutenants, encouraging the soldiers, urging the workmen, and forwarding the preliminary operations with all possible diligence. The Rochellese, on their side, were preparing themselves for a desperate resistance. They had elected as their mayor an intrepid sailor, Guiton, who, drawing his dagger, exclaimed, "I accept the honour you are pleased to confer upon me, but on condition that this dagger shall serve to pierce the heart of whosoever dares speak of surrendering, mine foremost, if I should be unhappy enough to stoop to such an act of cowardice." The English were driven from the island of Ré, where they had managed to land, and in order to prevent them from victualling La Rochelle, the cardinal erected a gigantic dyke, 740 toises long, 12 toises wide at its basis, and 4 at the top, and rising above the highest tides. 2 fortresses protected the extremities, whilst 200 vessels served as a defence to the neighbouring coast. On the side of the land, a line of circumvallation 9 miles long, covered by 13 forts besides 18 redoubts, and bristling with artillery, held the town within a circle of fire, and cut off all communications between the Rochellese and the interior of the country. Louis XIII. Had been induced by his minister to come himself and watch the operations of the siege. After a short stay, he returned to Paris, and Richelieu was left in chief command, having under him the Dukes of Angoulême and d'Épernon, and Marshals Schomberg and Bassompierre. Reduced to live upon shellfish, grass, and refuse of every kind, the Rochellese seemed utterly lost. Dissensions were beginning to break out, but whilst some disheartened persons urged submission, whilst quarrels took place in the council and riots in the streets, the champions of liberty, headed by the inflexible Guiton and the heroic Duchesse de Rohan, were determined upon waiting for the fresh assistance which Charles I. had promised them. The women, the children, and the aged, turned out of the city by the besieged, driven back by the besiegers, perished between the two armies. Upwards of 16,000 of the inhabitants had been carried off by hunger, and yet the survivors remained unflinching in their resolution to hold out. Ponty relates in his memoirs that on being told that everyone was dying, Guiton coolly answered, "Provided one remains to shut the gates, it is enough." On the 22nd of September, the English fleet, commanded by Lord Lindsay, at last appeared in sight, but after several fruitless efforts it was compelled to retire, and a little more than a month later, October 29th, 1628, the Rochellese capitulated. They had kept Richelieu in check for the space of 15 months, and the political unity of France had cost 40 millions of livres. A state paper drawn up in the form of a letter of pardon granted to the inhabitants a complete amnesty, together with freedom of worship. On the 30th of October, Richelieu took possession of La Rochelle, and the next day he celebrated Mass in the church of Sainte Marguerite. Squares, streets, houses were crowded with corpses. 12,000 loaves of bread were distributed amongst the people, and after the most urgent cases of relief had been met, the political work began. Externally, says M. Gardner, La Rochelle was treated like a conquered city. The massive walls which had bid defiance to so many armies were destroyed. The privileges of the town were cancelled, and the king's officers governed the Protestant municipal republic as they governed in Paris or in Rouen. But Richelieu had set his heart on showing to the world an example of toleration, and his influence with Louis was great enough to enable him to have his way. He at least was no dreamer, and he knew that if France was to be strong against its enemies without, it must be at peace at home. Those who expected that the victory of a cardinal would be the signal for outrages against the Huguenots found that they were grievously mistaken. Wherever the French Protestants had enjoyed liberty of worship before, they were to enjoy it now. Protestant and Catholic would be equally welcome to aid their common country with their services. But there was to be no more political independence, no more defiance of the sovereign, who represented in the eyes of all men the unity of France. The Edit de Grasse, issued at Nîmes in July 1629, as the result of the new state of things, was for the Huguenots as the commencement of a fresh era. Deprived of their political influence, they directed their whole attention toward the arts of peace, and obtained soon a decided superiority over their fellow countrymen in commerce, agriculture, and industry. Richelieu, on his side, always scrupulously observed the conditions of the treaty, and, except in a few cases, showed himself just and kind towards the Protestants. Thus, in 1631, during the course of a national synod held at Charenton, September 1st to October 10th, he allowed them to settle a good number of administrative details relating to the schools, the relief of the poor, church discipline, relations with the Lutherans, etc. He replied to the deputies of the Assembly that his intention was to maintain what had been granted to them, and authorize what should not be contrary to previous edicts. This synod, before breaking up, received the thanks of the minister for the spirit which had marked its proceedings, and the expenses it had incurred were defrayed by a grant from His Majesty's exchequer. The government, as a kind of return, obtained the free appointment of the deputies general to the synods, and the members of these ecclesiastical convocations gave up the right of presenting 6 candidates for the deputation. They merely reserved to themselves the privilege of approving the 2 names suggested by the king, and which, thus selected and recommended, would afterwards receive the royal nomination. A considerable number of Huguenot gentilshommes were employed by Richelieu in the army, where they rendered the greatest services to France. Let us name only Gassion, Rantzau, the Duc de la Force, the Duc de Rohan, Turenne, and Duquesne. The Prince de Condé himself acknowledged that the success of the Battle of Rocroi was entirely due to Gassion, who received the staff of Marshal of France shortly after, and who by his modesty, his activity, and his integrity increased the well-deserved reputation he had acquired as a soldier. The slightest deviation from the truth, even if the result of politeness, was repugnant to his essentially upright character. "I will not receive any compliments from my friends," he used to say, "and they must not expect any from me." One day Cardinal Richelieu, having endeavoured to secure his co-operation in the carrying out of some intrigue, Gassion answered, "My lord, you may reckon upon my life and my death whenever I shall be called upon to serve you, but give me the opportunity of doing so without having to assist in any underhand plot. I shall give you a good account of your enemies, but they must also be mine." "That is sufficient, sir," answered the cardinal. "Your fortune may be the worse in consequence of your resolution, but my esteem for you remains the same." Of Marshal Rantzau, who had received 60 wounds and lost 1 eye, 1 arm, and 1 leg in the French service, it was proverbially said that his heart was the one part of his person which had remained untouched. The Duc de la Force distinguished himself equally in the wars of the early 17th century. He won the battle of Carignan over the Spaniards, and defeated the Duc de Lorraine at Montbéliard, when the cavalry of Jean de Werth, after having taken Corbie, 1636, threatened Paris. He organized the traders, artisans, and even the street porters, crocheteurs, into an army and saved the capital. The Duc de Rohan is well known, and we have alluded to him before. Sentenced to exile in 1629, restored subsequently to favour, he took possession of the Valtelline in 1635. Then, once more disgraced, he served as a volunteer in the army of the Duke of Saxe-Weimar, and was mortally wounded at the Battle of Rheinfeld. Turenne, it is true, abjured Protestantism during the reign of Louis XIV, but he belonged to the Huguenots at the time when he earned his first distinction as a military man. Duquesne, on the other hand, remained to the end of his life firm in his religious belief. He began his naval career in the fleet commanded by the Archbishop of Bordeaux. He was only 17 when he signally contributed to the expedition which ended in the driving of the Spaniards from the islands of Lerins. He distinguished himself in the engagement at Tarragona, 1641, and at that of Cape Gata, 1643, where he was wounded. Let us end this catalogue by mentioning the name of Marshal de Chatillon, who won the Battle of Avesnes in the Netherlands and took possession of Hesdin and Arras. Grandson of Admiral Coligny, Gaspard, Count de Chatillon, although a Protestant, played very little part in the affairs of his church and in the struggle it had to carry on with the royal authority. He was naturally of an indolent disposition, disliked business, and had felt annoyed both by the airs of superiority which the Duc de Rohan affected toward him, and by the violent attacks which the more fanatic amongst his fellow religionists directed against him. It was only after the siege of La Rochelle that he obtained an important command in the French army. He died in 1646. End of section 3. Section 4 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, The Huguenots, Part 2. If we now look at a list of the Protestants employed by Richelieu and honoured with his confidence in the domains of literature, the name of Valentin Conrart meets us at once. It is no exaggeration to say that the minister and he were the true founders of the Académie Française. He drew up its statutes in 1635, together with the letters patent of its institution. A man of taste and of common sense, he was looked upon as an oracle by the best writers of the day, and although he wrote very little himself, yet his sound judgment could always see what were the merits or the defects of the works presented for his criticism. He was the first secretary of the Académie and retained the office till his death. It seems beyond a doubt that Richelieu's spirit of moderation contributed in no small measure to bring over several of the Huguenots to the Romish Church. Many amongst them who would have set at defiance the royal troops and the horrors of the rack and the stake were not proof against the favours of the court. We must also bear in mind that a large number of the most influential leaders had joined the Calvinists or remained with them only in hope of conquering back again the feudal independence which was the sole object of their ambition. As soon as they saw their plans frustrated, they abandoned a cause now shorn of all political importance. Richelieu had in the meanwhile seriously thought of enticing the Huguenots over to the national faith by gentle means, and by appeals to the peaceful weapons of public discussion. A certain sum of money, which he suggested to the court of the Vatican, would have been spent in bribing those amongst the dissenting pasteurs who could be won back in that way. The others would have been invited to take part in a conference led by the most celebrated divines on both sides. The Romish Church could only profit by a discussion honestly carried on with all the resources of exegetical and patristic learning. Then the result would have been drawn up in the shape of an edict, and the edict itself enforced by the secular power. The course we have thus stated was somewhat similar to that which the Emperor Charles V had proposed doing during the Augsburg interim. The Pope did not feel in the slightest degree inclined to support Richelieu's plan. He was by no means so thoroughly sure of success, and the College of Cardinals advised waiting till some tangible proofs of conversion had been obtained before venturing any further. Then the sanction of a conference on religious topics was contrary to Romish maxims, because the Church rejects all independent and national decisions respecting points of doctrine. These objections did not discourage Richelieu. We are told that he caused a number of passages from the Fathers on controverted points to be transcribed, and that he had studied them with the closest attention. He had even gone so far as to hint to some of the leading Huguenot ministers the probability of their obtaining certain important concessions, amongst others, on the vexata quaestio of the real presence. As a matter of fact, several theological works written with a view to conciliation appeared on both sides, but they were immediately denounced both by the papal nuncio and the strict Calvinists. No halting between two opinions, no facing both ways, was the cry of the uncompromising in the two camps. The ambassador Scotti, in a report which he drew up for the court of the Vatican, congratulated himself on having procured a sentence of interdiction against a number of writings which had been published advocating toleration, and on having excluded from the Paris pulpits some preachers who were advocating Richelieu's policy. The cardinal took no notice of these efforts. He persisted in believing that nothing else was needed but to caution the synods against allowing the pastors to interfere with politics, and to prevent the ministers of the foreign Protestant churches from performing their pastoral functions in France. His great aim was to make the Huguenots feel that they formed an essential part of the nation, and that as such they must be loyal subjects of the crown. So long as they adhered to this course, they would find in him a steady and resolute protector. The Huguenots, thus honestly and openly appealed to, gave unequivocal proofs that they meant sincerely to behave as true Frenchmen. During the administration both of Richelieu and of Mazarin, they firmly refused to join in any of the plots organized against the two great ministers. In 1632, for instance, the Duc de Montmorency did his utmost to secure the assistance of the Calvinists of the Cevennes. He promised them the restitution of the places of safety taken from them by Richelieu, and their free admission to all the high offices and dignities of the state, agreeably to the terms of the Edict of Nantes. All these tempting offices were made in vain, and the steady adherence of the Protestants to their duty towards the king powerfully helped to crush a movement which might have produced serious consequences. A few years later, the Protestant banker Hervat, a native of Swabia, placed his fortune at Richelieu's disposal, thus enabling him to retain the services of a body of 10,000 Swedish troops, who, for want of pay, were on the point of abandoning the French standard at the very moment when the invasion of Alsace was contemplated. His generosity was rewarded with the gift of Landres and of the forest of La Harre, which were subsequently confiscated from his family at the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. We alluded just now to the judicious manner in which both Richelieu and Mazarin availed themselves of the talents of able and influential Protestants. The history of Hervat illustrates this fact in a striking manner. The latter of the statesmen named above appointed him to the office of Intendant des Finances in 1650 or 1656, as some authorities have it, and not only maintained him, notwithstanding the clamours of the Romish clergy, but promoted him in 1657 to the post of Controller General. It is a melancholy thing to relate that the enlightened policy of the cardinal was vehemently opposed by most of the municipal corporations and local parliaments of the kingdom. The fact is that the religious wars of the 16th century were still in everyone's memory. The magistrates could not get rid of the belief that Protestantism was a standing menace to the realm. According to their opinions, the Edit de Grace, as well as the other declarations of the same kind made from time to time by the government, were only warnings, so to say, and hints that a return to the bosom of the Romish Church must be finally brought about. Toleration, to tell the truth, was nowhere understood, and very few of Richelieu's contemporaries would have endorsed the following maxim, which we find in one of his works: "Violent remedies only help to aggravate the diseases of the mind." This circumstance will serve to explain the extraordinary number of decrees made by bishops, parliaments, and, though less frequently, emanating from the King's Council, in evident violation of the edicts granted in favour of the Protestants. It would be tedious to give here the catalogue of these decrees. A few specimens will suffice. In 1629, the Keeper of the Seals, Michel de Marillac, published a code of laws embracing all the details of civil, ecclesiastical, criminal, naval, and financial administrations, etc., which was familiarly designated as the Code Michaud, from the name of its compiler. Article 109 of this document prohibits foreigners from preaching in France. During the same year, the Poitiers town council decided that no Protestants should henceforth be received to the masterships, maîtrise jurée, of the various trades. On the 22nd of June, 1629, the Rennes Parliament, whilst allowing Protestants leave not to decorate themselves the front of their houses with flowers and hangings on the feast of Corpus Christi and other procession days, expressly directed that these decorations should be put up for them. In 1630, October 3rd and 11th, and in 1631, June 6th, orders from council prohibited in several localities the Huguenot ministers from officiating elsewhere than in the parish where they resided, and especially enacted that they should not preach in annexes. This measure was intended to curtail the salaries of the pastors and to induce certain localities, deprived of spiritual help, to join the Romish Church. The National Synod held at Charenton, September 1st through October 10th, 1631, protested against this outrageous measure, which was modified partly, so far as the province of Dauphiné was concerned, by another decree dated September 26th, 1633, a declaration bearing date July 23rd of the same year, ordered that the colleges and other schools founded in the Protestant cities and which were maintained at the expense of the Protestants should for the future be shared equally by the Catholics and the Dissenters, and that the masters and teachers should be taken from candidates belonging to either religion indifferently. Under the designation of Grand Jour, the French government was in the habit of holding, at irregular intervals, assizes in the provinces or généralités which, on account of their distance from the metropolis, often eluded the action of the central power, and became the scene of scandalous abuses and often of glaring crimes. The magistrates who constituted the bench during the meetings of these Grands Jours, being selected from the highest members of the Cour souveraine, parliaments, privy council, court of accounts, etc., offered all the guarantees of independence necessary to secure the punishment of notorious offenders. Thus we read that during the sitting of these assizes at Poitiers in 1634, a considerable number of vilains were hanged, and no less than 233 gentilshommes and other persons of rank sentenced to imprisonment and confiscation of their property, which, to quote Richelieu's own words, gave them the opportunity of taking a walk elsewhere. So far, so good, and the severity of these measures produced the best possible effect. But it was perfectly iniquitous to visit with all the rigour of the law the Huguenots, who had only exercised their undoubted right of protesting against the constant violations of the Edict of Nantes sanctioned by the government. The Advocate General, Omer Talon, however, expressly said that as the prétendus réformés were merely tolerated, the affairs which concerned them, far from being interpreted and decided in the most favourable sense, should, on the contrary, uniformly receive the severest application. In accordance with this view, a decree was issued on the 4th of September, 1634, which affected the Protestant communities of Angoumois, Anjou, Aunis, Maine, Touraine, Limousin, and Périgord, and which proved of the most disastrous character. The internment of dissenters in Catholic burial grounds was strictly forbidden, under a penalty of 10,000 livres, together with the exhumation of the bodies. The Catholic services were re-established in all the churches occupied by the Huguenots. The bells of those churches could no longer be used to call the Protestants to their religious assemblies. No dissenting schools could be held except in the places especially and distinctly named in the letters patent. The noblemen belonging to the Reformed religion were compelled to declare their chief residence, in order to localize the celebration of divine worship, which besides could not be performed during their absence. No religious exercises of a public nature were allowed in the lordships, the owners of which had embraced the Romish faith. All temples erected in the cemeteries or in the immediate neighbourhood of the churches, to say nothing of those which had been built since the promulgation of the Edict of Nantes, without a duly verified permission, were closed. No preaching was tolerated in the residences of the pasteurs. The use of the word church was strictly forbidden, except when applied to the Roman Catholic establishment. A fine of 500 livres was imposed upon all those who, speaking of or alluding to the Reformed faith, should neglect to designate it as the religion prétendue réformée. These instances will serve to show the animosity which prevailed against the Huguenots, even amongst the magistracy and that portion of French society which would have naturally been regarded a priori as favourable to the maxims of wise and enlightened toleration. In Paris, it is true, the position of the dissenters was much more favourable, because Richelieu was there, and he would not have allowed any open act contrary to the maxims which characterized his policy toward the Huguenots. We must further remark that whenever the provincial parliaments had promulgated an edict affecting the rights of the religious minority, they took care to have that edict carried out before obtaining the sanction of the Supreme Council or a royal declaration. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes, which took place 43 years after Richelieu's death, has been often regarded as originating exclusively or almost exclusively with the influence of Madame de Maintenon and of the Jesuits, acting upon the despotic nature of Louis XIV. This is a statement requiring considerable modification. We may say more correctly that the king, when he gave his consent to this unjust and impolitic act, was merely making himself the interpreter of a national error, and we should feel all the more inclined to admire the foresight and prudence of Richelieu, who, after destroying Protestantism as a political party, refused to endorse the views of those who advised him to complete his victory and to deal with the religious problem as he had done with the secular side of the question. Before bringing to an end what we have to say about the cardinal's relations with the Huguenots, we cannot too much insist upon the fact that whatever his private opinions may have been as a dignitary of the Romish Church, his fundamental maxim was the absolute independence of the civil power, and the danger of allowing an imperium in imperio. When de Bérulle and the other members of the clergy urged so repeatedly the suppression of heresy and the restoration of religious unity, their plan was to bring about not the organization of a national church, but the re-establishment of Ultramontanism and the subjection of France to the authority of the Vatican. For them, the representative of God in things temporal as well as spiritual was at Rome, not at Paris, and if their line of policy had been followed, the country would have been reduced to the miserable condition to which Philip II had brought the Spanish monarchy. It would have been far better if Richelieu had seen his way to stop the proceedings of the provincial parliaments and the local magistrates in their treatment of the Huguenots. But this was impossible, and we feel very little doubt that he was anxious not to irritate or offend a body of men who shared his detestation of Ultramontanist principles, and on whose efficient assistance he might depend to crush down the disciples of Loyola. The attitude assumed by Richelieu toward the Gallican Church will show that whether the interference of ecclesiastical authority in matters of statecraft came from Rome or from Geneva, it was equally contrary in his eyes to the rules of sound policy. And after having examined his dealings with the Huguenots, we must now see how he applied his principles in the administering and supervision of the national establishment. End of section 4. Section 5 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. The Gallican Church, Part 1. We have already said something about the condition in which the wars of the 16th century had left the Gallican Church. A great work of moral cleansing was absolutely necessary if the old religious establishment was to be saved from absolute destruction. Periods of civil disturbances, if they retard and hinder the progress of civilization, have, on the other hand, the advantage of moulding great characters and of producing examples of virtue and self-sacrifice. Such was the case during the administration of Cardinal Richelieu, and it is worthy of notice that the reform which took place within the bosom of the national church was essentially practical in its nature. Instead of being ascetic institutions, as at the time of the Middle Ages, instead of serving exclusively as refuges for souls weary of worldly turmoil and anxious to seek repose in the quiet duties of meditation and prayer, the convents and monasteries formed real centres of action, and the members of the highest families in the realm frequented them from time to time, merely with the object of recruiting their exhausted strength, and bracing themselves anew for the active discharge of works of charity. The political relations of the Prime Minister with the Church, and his struggles with the Ultramontanist party, are no doubt topics which deserve serious consideration. But we should feel that we had omitted an interesting part of our duty if we did not, at any rate, allude to the generous and persistent efforts made by Vincent de Paul, Françoise de Sales, Claude Bernard, surnamed the Poor Priest, Le Pauvre Prêtre, de Bérulle, Madame Legras, the Duchesse d'Aiguillon, and many others, to give a systematic organization and a powerful impulse to philanthropic institutions. The name of St. Vincent de Paul is the one which always comes uppermost to one's memory when the question arises about the charitable work which was accomplished in France during the early 17th century. He was fortunate enough to be surrounded by generous friends, who could not only support him with their purses and their advice, but assist him in person in his task of Christian beneficence. And the names of Emmanuel de Gondi, General of the Galleys, and Françoise Marguerite de Silly, his wife, will live as long as that of him whom a celebrated historian has so rightly called the Grand Almoner of France. We do not mean to say that no attempt had been made before St. Vincent de Paul to relieve the awful misery which the wars of a Reformation epoch had produced throughout the kingdom. Saint François de Sales, Saint Cyran had taken noble steps in that direction, but we distinctly affirm that St. Vincent de Paul was really the first organizer. He established fraternities, confréries, in a number of places, and he correctly understood that the most needful thing in a distracted epoch, such as the one in which he lived, was not the quiet solitude of the cloister, nor the virtues of the ascetic, but a useful life in the midst of society, a life devoted to the service of those who lack everything, who suffer bodily, and who have sunk into the lowest abyss of ignorance and vice. Incessant activity was the great characteristic of our hero. His zeal for the poor did not prevent him from turning his attention to missionary work at home and abroad, but with a few exceptions, the French clergy were remarkably ignorant, and accordingly incapable of teaching even the rudiments of the Christian doctrine. Assisted by men such as Bourdoise, Ollier, Eudes, and others, St. Vincent de Paul established meetings for purposes both of instruction and of edification. He trained army and navy chaplains, opened asylums for foundlings, madhouses, hospitals, and gathered together under the names of Dames de la Charité and Servantes des Pauvres a band of Christian ladies whose enlightened zeal was equalled only by their unremitting charity. The question of pauperism is one which must be always full of interest. In the days of Cardinal Richelieu it had become an all-absorbing one, and several causes concurred to render it so. The cardinal's policy was to crush for ever the power of the House of Austria. Now the Emperor of Germany could do but little without the help of Spain, and thus it will be seen France was threatened on all its frontiers. The struggle was destined to be a terrible one. In carrying it on, Richelieu was in truth constituting himself the champion of European liberty, but at the same time he was bringing down upon France the horrors of the 30 Years' War, till then localized in Germany. Human history, says M. Michelet, seems at an end when we enter upon that period. There are no more men, no more nations. We only find the brutality of war and its tool, the rough, implacable soldier, and he then reigns supreme, and the populations are handed over to him, persons and property, body and soul, men, women, children. Whoever carries a blade at his side is king, and does whatever he pleases. No more crimes, therefore. Everything becomes lawful. The horrible spectacle of towns sacked, and the frightful joys which follow, are renewed every day on open villages and defenceless frontiers. Everywhere men are beaten, wounded, and killed, women dishonored. Nothing but tears and shrieks. Time will not allow us to go through the details of this heart-rending war, but the descriptions of plagues, pestilences, conflagrations, famines have been preserved. Their monotony is sickening, and it is difficult to find a spark of feeling in all those catalogues which are drawn up with the matter-of-fact dryness of official documents. We can easily understand that the provinces laid waste by the excesses of French or foreign soldiers were utterly unable to pay the taxes and other subsidies due to the government. Consequently, the pressure was put upon the districts situated far from the scene of action, and thus the misery became universal. This brief statement was necessary to show the extent of the field over which St. Vincent de Paul and his coadjutors had to work, the amount of help they had to give. It is a curious fact and worth noting that the most zealous apostles of charity in those days belonged to the Jansenist party. Magnard de Bernières, Duguay de Bagnols, Lenain, the Arnauds, Pomponne de Bellièvre may be named amongst them. The Duchesse d'Aiguillon, niece of Cardinal de Richelieu, must not be forgotten in this enumeration, however brief. Next to Madame Legras and Madame de Gondi, she contributed most, says M. Bonneau Avenant, to the glorious work of St. Vincent de Paul. She was the soul of his charitable meetings, his missions, his assemblies of every kind. Under his direction she founded at Marseilles an hospital for the galley slaves. She contrived to interest her uncle in this new creation, and introduced to him 3 gentlemen who had promised their help in carrying it out: the Abbé Vincent, Gall, Bishop of Marseille, and the Chevalier de Simiane, a pious provincial gentilhomme. Richelieu gave his fullest approbation to Madame d'Aiguillon's scheme, and directed the building of the hospital to be commenced immediately. The necessary expenses were defrayed almost entirely by the Duchess and the 3 friends named above. Madame Legras had founded in the parish of Saint-Nicolas du Chardonnay in Paris a branch of the Society of the Dames de Charité. St. Vincent de Paul soon secured in Madame d'Aiguillon one of his most assiduous helpers, and in her particular district the Duchess had many opportunities of exercising her zeal. It was an immense parish, Saint-Sulpice, belonging to the civil and ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the abbot of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, and under a far too lenient administration, it had become the worst part of Paris, a real sink of iniquity. The Duchesse d'Aiguillon repeatedly urged St. Vincent de Paul to send missionaries amongst the inhabitants of the parish. At first she received a flat refusal, but won over by her continued entreaties, St. Vincent de Paul gave his consent and obtained an amount of success which he had never ventured to anticipate. Every year the various branches of the Dames de Charité met in a general assembly, where the results of the common work having been examined and discussed, plans for the future were proposed, and fresh assistance asked to meet fresh emergencies. We must not forget that all these efforts were the result of private zeal. The government as such neither supported nor initiated them, and Richelieu, in giving to them the benefit of his sanction, yielded to the persuasion of a favourite niece who never made use of his influence except for purposes of Christian charity. We must further say that if the Prime Minister countenanced new manifestations of practical religion, it was chiefly because none of the distinguished men we have just named showed that ambitious tendency, that authoritative spirit which was calculated to arouse his suspicions and excite his jealousy. The case was totally different with Jean Duvergier de Oranne, abbot of Saint-Cyran, who introduced Jansenism into France, and is so thoroughly identified with the history of Port-Royal. During the beginning of his ecclesiastical career, he had attracted Richelieu's notice by his transcendent genius, and on one occasion the cardinal, in the presence of a large company of noblemen, pointed him out as the greatest theologian of France. Both he and his nephew, M. de Barcot, might have secured rapid promotion in the Church and have been amply provided for by rich livings, if they had only seemed anxious to become the tools and agents of a man who could not tolerate around himself superiority of any description. But Saint-Cyran remained inflexible, and on the 16th of May, 1638, he was arrested by 22 archers and taken to the castle of Vincennes, where he spent 5 years as a captive. When asked what causes could have led to so severe and so unlooked for a measure, he enumerated as many as 17. It would be useless to give them all in detail. A glance at some of the most important will suffice here. The first and foremost, as M. Sainte-Beuve very well remarks, may be thus expressed. A certain power of a peculiar kind was living in the state, independently of the master, and the master became uneasy and annoyed at it. By experience, Richelieu knew that Saint-Cyran was a man whom it was impossible to get hold of, sans prise, inaccessible both to caresses and to threats. If we may believe the historian Lancelot, a last and serious attempt was made to bring him over to Richelieu's side just before his incarceration at Vincennes. I remember, says he, that a few days after the arrest of M. Saint-Cyran, M. de Barcot told me that offers had been made to him a short time previously, and that if they had been inclined to yield, both M. de Saint-Cyran and himself would have each had more than 40,000 livres in church benefices, and that his uncle would not be there at Vincennes. Alluding one day to this circumstance, in a conversation with La Mère Angélique during the last months of his life, Saint-Cyran made the following noteworthy observation: that the narrow way had obliged him to accept a prison rather than a bishopric, because he could very well foresee then that his refusal of the one would necessarily lead him to the other under a government which tolerated none but slaves. It appears very certain, besides, that the cardinal had the project of establishing a patriarchate in France and of assuming the dignity and office of a quasi-pope himself. He affected, of course, in talking to his entourage, to put forth the plan mainly for the purpose of frightening the court of the Vatican. But it was really a scheme which he had much at heart, and there is no doubt that Saint-Cyran and the Jansenist party would have been a terrible obstacle if what was then only contemplated had been carried out. Strange to say, the sworn enemies of the Jesuits would have naturally become ultramontanists for the time, and defended the rights of the Pope against the Patriarch, or rather the Pope of the Gallican Church. Port-Royal would have stood up for the religious independence. This line of conduct, we may notice, is exactly the one which Saint-Cyran's friends adopted in the discussion of the Regale. Footnote: the Regale was the right claimed by the king to appoint to all benefices not conferring cure of souls in a diocese when the episcopal chair was vacant, and to receive the income of the see till the nomination of a new bishop. Back to main text. Later on, acting on the same principles, the Jansenists took the part of Rome against Louis XIV. They no more approved of a king-bishop than they would have, under Richelieu, sanctioned a prime minister patriarch. But Saint-Cyran had incurred, besides, Richelieu's anger as being the intimate friend of Jansenius, who had composed in 1635, under the title of Mars Gallicus, a violent pamphlet against France. When Louis XIII made war with Spain, the Dutch theologian, aided by Rose as his collaborator, issued a Latin work bearing the title we have just given, denouncing in the most spirited manner the prerogative of the King of France, and exposing with special bitterness the policy of Cardinal Richelieu, who, although a prince of the Church, selected as his allies Lutherans and Calvinists. He went on to depict the disastrous consequences which would naturally result for Catholic Germany. Who was responsible for these consequences? Louis the Just. And here Jansenius indulged in some rather insipid railleries on this ill-deserved epithet. Now, we quote from the pamphlet, let not his most Christian Majesty deceive himself, nor think that his conscience is pure and free from the crime of treachery against religion, just on account of certain feelings of piety which appear natural to him, and which he has even, they say, given proofs of, by shedding abundant tears when the narrative of the ruin of the German churches and the disasters of religion reached his ears. King Herod, too, was sorry at the death of St. John the Baptist, in whose speeches he took delight. But another will, stronger than his, having expressed itself, he gave him up to the executioner. Sed alia dominante voluntate necandum dedit. This was cutting for the vindictive cardinal. Jansenius, living on the spot, Tir-le-Mont is only 9 miles from Louvain, where he resided, described with great energy the horrors which accompanied the sacking of Tir-le-Mont, the cruelties inflicted by the combined armies of France and the Netherlands, the churches destroyed, the host profaned, the nuns insulted, etc. The work became immediately popular. The cardinal's enemies, and their name was legion, had it translated into French. Richelieu alludes to it in a passage of his memoirs as quelques libelles, and he fully resolved to make the friends of Jansenius in France suffer for it. The Dutch theologian himself was rewarded by Spain with the bishopric of Ypres. End of section 5. Section 6 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, The Gallican Church, Part 2. We have thus enumerated a rather heavy series of grievances which the cardinal minister had against Saint-Cyran. Then there was the question of the nullity of the marriage contracted between Monsieur, brother of the king, and Marguerite de Lorraine. It is well known that the restless Duc d'Orléans, always plotting and always flinching when the time for action arrived, had secured the assistance of the Infanta of Spain, who governed the Netherlands, and of the Duke of Lorraine, for the purpose of invading France and putting an end to the authority of Richelieu. The marriage of Gaston with Marguerite was then a settled thing, but when her brother found out that no reliance could be placed upon the Duc d'Orléans, he disavowed the intended union, stated that the army he had assembled was only meant to act against the King of Sweden, and promised to expel the brother of Louis XIII from his dominions. The influence of Puylaurens, one of Gaston's favourite friends, prevailing over that of wiser advisers, brought about the marriage. It was decided in the first instance that it should take place unknown to Louis XIII, and the Duke of Lorraine assured the king that the rumours about so extraordinary an action were simply fabricated by people whose interest it was to irritate Cardinal Richelieu and to drive him to some rash and dangerous enterprise. The ceremony had, nevertheless, at first been performed, but privately, and the marriage was afterwards publicly acknowledged at Brussels before the Archbishop of Malines. Louis XIII refused to sanction it as having been made not only without his consent, but in direct opposition to his orders, and the cardinal determined that it should be formally annulled. He is said to have had views of family interest in connection with this matter, and to have projected an alliance between the Duc d'Orléans and his niece, Madame de Combalet. At any rate, a committee of 5 members, comprising the bishops of Montpellier, Sées, Chartres, Saint-Malo, and Nîmes, all devoted to Richelieu, met for the purpose of discussing this knotty question, and for form's sake they consulted the most eminent doctors of the Sorbonne, and also the heads of the religious congregations. The decision, as a matter of course, was given annulling the marriage with one dissentient voice, that of Saint-Cyran. Careless of exciting Richelieu's wrath, he exclaimed that he would have rather killed 10 men than joined in a resolution which destroyed one of the sacraments of the Church. Finally, there was to take into account certain propositions put forth by the courageous Abbé on the relations between the temporal and the spiritual power, and the constitution of the great Christian Republic. Richelieu looked upon Saint-Cyran as the founder of a new heresy, as a new Calvin whom it was necessary to nip in the bud, and it is said that on giving the order for his arrest, he remarked that if Luther and Calvin had been sent to prison as soon as they began to dogmatize, the states of Christendom would have been spared many troubles. The liberties of the Gallican Church, therefore, as explained by Pitou and Dupuy, form the standpoint at which Richelieu placed himself. Their chief characteristic was the absolute refusal to recognize the authority of the Pope in things temporal, and a firm determination to keep untouched the principle of national sovereignty. This course of proceedings involved very serious consequences, as will be seen from the following statement, which we quote nearly in the words of an author to whom we have already alluded. The Church must relinquish her ancient independence in one of its most important particulars, namely the immunity of her ministers from the jurisdiction of the secular tribunals. The Crown enjoys the principle of nominating directly the bishops and other chief dignitaries throughout the realm. All official acts proceeding from the Roman Curia must be verified by the Parliament and sanctioned by the Council of State before they can receive their execution. No bull or rescript can be published, no canons of a council received as binding, no legate admitted to discharge his mission as the Pope's representative without undergoing this test of conformity with the maxims of the civil constitution. added to which all the proceedings of ecclesiastical authorities must be kept in strict control by the expedient of the appel comme d'abus. These guarantees, so weighty if we consider them aright, had been already obtained in part, though with the utmost difficulty, by Saint Louis and Philip the Fair. But the aim of the Vatican had always been to return to the old order of things and to gain back, if possible, the privileges which had been wrested from the papacy by force or by superior diplomatic cunning. It was necessary, therefore, to make it quite clear that the doctrines of ultramontanism would on no account be tolerated within the realm, and that the maxims pleaded by the Ligueurs must be stamped out at any cost. Unfortunately, the distinguished legists who, writing on the Gallican side, maintained against the court of Rome the independence of the national church and the rights of the sovereign, exaggerated the application of their own maxims, and virtually put themselves forward as the champions of Erastianism. The kingship was for them the symbol not only of political, but of religious unity, and their favourite motto was the old adage, une foi, une loi, un roi. Thus we have the system of a state religion established, and the monarch bound to defend by force of arms the unity of the national faith, as well as the territorial integrity of the kingdom. The protection and defence of the Church, says Brett, has been committed to kings, and they pledge themselves to maintain and preserve it by all the means in their power. The kings of France, says Pasquier, have always been regarded as the generals and superintendents of the Church. Richelieu's plan was not to exclude from the administration of state affairs either the nobility or the clergy. We have seen that even at the head of the French armies or on board the fleet, posts of trust were committed to ecclesiastics high in dignity. What he insisted upon is that neither the clergy nor the aristocracy should get into the way of placing the interests of the state in a subordinate position to those of their own caste. For instance, the clergy, interpreting according to their own particular views the theory of the Gallican liberties, maintained indeed their freedom of action in their relations with the Vatican, but they wanted to assume exactly the same attitude towards the state, and they refused to the temporal power the right of interfering in their organization and of submitting them to the same obligations as the rest of the community when the necessities of the government required it. Now that was exactly what Richelieu was bent upon destroying. The clergy, he maintained, must be in the state, must belong to the state, and must contribute in a fair proportion to the burden of the state. It must be an essentially national clergy. As a matter of consequence, in his unremitting efforts to establish the maxims of Gallicanism, the cardinal minister found the most cordial support in the Parliament, which on other points was his bitterest enemy. And on the other hand, he was abandoned by the majority of the clergy, who saw the loss of their own privileges in the enormous extension given to the civil power. The question of subsidies and taxes was the rock on which the Gallican Church split. The government had been so urgent in its application for money that in 1625 a resolution was published by the Assembly of the Clergy to the effect that for the future no deputy could on any pretext vote subsidies unless expressly authorized to do so, and that the opposition of one single province might annul and set at naught the decision of the Assembly. Richelieu replied that he could not admit the principle by virtue of which the clergy claimed the privilege of absolute immunity. The wants of the state, he urged, were real, whilst those of the Church were fanciful and arbitrary. Finally, if the king's troops had not driven back the enemy, the clergy would have suffered much more. In 1638 the difficulty rose to still graver proportions. Richelieu proposed then to attack directly the immunities of the Church so far as taxation was concerned, and not to wait till a fresh assembly should take the initiative and formulate its grievances. By his direction, two brothers, Pierre and Jacques Dupuy, the most eminent authorities of the day on ecclesiastical law, composed and published anonymously a work entitled Traité des droits et des libertés de l'Église gallicane, avec les preuves, 1638, 3 volumes. The arguments put forward in this laborious treatise are those which we have already mentioned, and the two collaborateurs had very cleverly endeavoured to show that from the earliest times, when the conflict began between the temporal and the spiritual authorities, the nation had unanimously endorsed and supported the Gallican point of view. The publication of the Traité des droits created an amount of irritation which we can well imagine amongst a body of men, high in office, enjoying immense privileges, and trained in the medieval doctrine that prayers were the only duty which the Church owed to the state. Montchal, Archbishop of Toulouse, made himself the spokesman of his brethren. He revived the accusation brought forward against the cardinal of aiming at creating for his own profit a patriarchate of France and causing a new schism as in the days of Philip the Fair. The treatise Des droits et des libertés, he asserted, had been composed by the brothers Dupuy at Richelieu's express command, and to tell the truth, it was scarcely possible that a work maintaining such decided principles on church government and leading to such serious results should have been published if the Prime Minister had not at any rate given it his sanction. By a decree of the Council, bearing date November 30th, 1638, at the request of the papal nuncio, the treatise was suppressed, but only on the ground that it had been issued without a privilege, and thus the government cleverly avoided the necessity of pronouncing on the matter contained in the impugned work. Notwithstanding the sentence, the Traité des droits et libertés continued to be sold. On the 9th of February, 1639, 18 bishops, meeting at the house of Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld, denounced once again the diabolical work, cette œuvre du diable, in a violent letter which La Rochefoucauld was bold enough to place in Richelieu's hand. The Bishop of Chartres, entirely devoted to the minister, and who supported him with all his might in his work of reform, immediately collected together all the edicts which the kings of France from the earliest times had issued against the Church, and submitted them to Bouillon, who was then superintendent of the finances. This was a severe blow to the opposing party, for in consequence of the investigations thus made, a fresh decree was issued ordering the immediate payment on the part of the clergy of all the royal and seigneurial dues and taxes they owed on church property, together with the arrears, as far back as the year 1520. This represented, as the financier said, an amount of nearly 80 million livres for the benefit of the state. Another measure of the same kind, requiring the payment of a perpetual guarantee instead of one which had been stipulated only for the space of 5 years by the clergy, carried the spirit of irritation to its extreme limits. Richelieu did not think it right to push any further the severity of his measures. A declaration issued January 7th, 1640, announced that the king would be satisfied with one sum of 3,600,000 livres, instead of the perpetual guarantee which had at first been threatened. This concession, however, proved to be merely a temporary one, and an obscure priest named Herson was ill-advised enough to excite once more the cardinal's animosity by the publication of a Latin treatise entitled Optati Galli, seu decauendo schismate ad illistrissimus et reverendissimos ecclesiae Gallicae primates, archiepiscopos et episcopos liber perenneticus. Dupuy rushed again to the rescue, and the Parliament condemned the Optatus Gallus, including in its sentence the letters signed by the 18 bishops who had denounced the Treatise de Liberté Gallicane. The challenge thus thrown down by Herson was promptly taken up by the temporal power. The 3,600,000 livres originally fixed by the king were deemed insufficient, and all holders of crown benefices were ordered to pay for 2 years into the national exchequer a sum representing the sixth of their income, October 6th, 1640. The edict was promulgated and a court established at the Louvre for the purpose of carrying it out and assessing the tax. Berlon, prior of Saint-Denis de la Chartre, not having the keys of the record office where the previous lists of assessment had been deposited, ventured to break open the doors, secured these lists, including the one made in 1583, and took them to Bouillon. As soon as the new schedule was drawn up, the signature of the agents of the clergy had to be obtained, and one of them, the Abbé de Saint-Vincent, entered an opposition. This was quashed by a decree dated November 10th, which moreover prohibited the agents from holding any assembly, either public or private, without the king's permission. Thereupon Saint-Vincent wrote a circular to the heads of the various dioceses, stating that all was lost. A resolution was passed to petition the cardinal, the king, the pope himself. Public prayers in all the churches were ordered. In short, the agitation amidst the clergy rose to a pitch which it is impossible to describe. At that very time, Richelieu was engaged in a terrible struggle with Austria and with Spain. He wanted money, but in the state of things then it was difficult, if not altogether hopeless, to obtain by violent means a grant from the clergy. He accordingly had to yield, and he consented to the summoning of an ecclesiastical assembly, which would amicably, and so to say spontaneously, vote a supply. The assembly met at Mantes at the commencement of the year 1641, and received with great dissatisfaction the statement that the crown required the sum of 6,600,000 livres. A most stormy discussion followed, and D'Emery, speaking in the king's name, commanded the archbishops of Sens and Toulouse, and the bishops of Évreux, Maillezais, Bazas, and Toulon, to leave the town and retire to their respective dioceses without presuming to pass through Paris. Finally, the government limited its claims to the sum of 5,500,000 livres, which was granted by the majority. We see thus that in the long run Richelieu found himself obliged to yield, but circumstances were pressing, and he felt fettered to a very considerable extent. For this reason he also humoured the clergy on the subject of Dupuy's Traité des Libertés. He openly authorized the publication of de Marca's celebrated work De Concordia Sacerdotii et Imperii, and accepted the dedication of it. This volume did full justice to Dupuy's erudition and sincerity, but it went on to say that his views were only those of a private individual, that they were not sanctioned by the competent authority, and that the government could not be held responsible for the sentiments maintained either by Dupuy or by the various writers whose works he had collated or quoted. End of section 6. Section 7 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, The Gallican Church, Part 3. After having thus followed Richelieu through his quarrel with the Gallican Church, we must now watch him in his struggles with the Vatican. In this case, the Jesuits and their doctrines were the subject of the discussion, and the point to be settled was whether the detestable doctrines which had encouraged Jacques Clément and Ravaillac were to be not only tolerated but freely circulated cum privilegio, as expressing the distinct views of the papacy. The attitude taken by Richelieu in the war with the Valteline, the treaty he had made at Montpellier with the Huguenots, and at Monson with the Spaniards, had irritated the papacy and excited the indignation of the still powerful faction which in France was devoted to the interests of Spain. Richelieu was openly designated as Cardinal of the Huguenots, and publications of a violent kind were written with the sanction of the court of Rome to denounce him as entertaining the design of ruining the Roman Catholic Church by setting aside the supremacy of the Pope and establishing in France an independent church. It would be tedious to enter here into details about this affair. We shall only mention the work of the Jesuit Santarelli, published in 1626, because it very nearly led to the most serious results for the order to which the writer belonged. It was entitled De Haeresi Schismatae Apostasia Sollicitatione in Sacramento Poenitentiae e de Potestate Summi Pontificis in his delictis pendiendis. A copy of it having come under the notice of a staunch Gallican, Philosophe, he discovered in it a number of propositions of a highly dangerous nature. All the maxims formerly condemned in Mariana, Suarez, Bellarmine, and others, were, he said, to be found there. It was, remarked Richelieu himself, the most dangerous book of the kind. It will be best to enumerate some of the points maintained by Santarelli. When kings, emperors, and princes are unable to govern, the Pope can appoint curators to administer justice in their stead. He has the right even to punish them with the sentence of death. He may depose them for heresy, schism, and other intolerable crimes. He may call them to account for insufficiency, or even for mere neglect in the discharge of business. In respect of humility, the Pope is indeed the servant of God's servants, but as far as power goes, he is the Lord of lords. All power under the canopy of heaven is submitted to him, and if princes govern their states, it is merely by virtue of their holding a commission from the Holy Father, who might govern them himself if he could physically do so. No doubt the King of France was not named in Santarelli's work, but as M. Perrin remarks, the offence was not the less real, and the fault not the less grave, because the author intended his remarks to apply to all temporal rulers indiscriminately. The Roman doctrines had never been more plainly, more dogmatically affirmed, and by an impudence which might well seem unparalleled. The moment selected by Santarelli for the publication of his treatise was precisely the one when a statesman thoroughly French, or rather Gallican, in his sympathies, had sufficiently established his power to crush all the designs of ultramontanism. Richelieu determined upon proceeding severely against the work of Santarelli, and we find in his memoirs curious evidence as to the impression it had made on his mind. Let us quote a few passages. These maxims are capable of ruining the whole Church of God, to which temporal power should be submitted by love, which is the submission of grace, and not by force and constraint, which is the submission of hell. If they were reduced into practice, there would be no safety for states. Who indeed is the prince who cannot be falsely accused of crimes, and still more of unfitness to govern, nay, of negligence in the discharge of his duties? Who could be the judge of such matters? Who could weigh them without passion and without prejudice? certainly not the Pope, who is a temporal prince also, and who is not indifferent to earthly greatness. God alone is able to judge those cases, and therefore, when kings sin, it is against him who alone is qualified to appreciate their actions. How can the sovereign pontiff have the right of punishing kings with the penalty of death, when they are the vicars of Jesus Christ and pastors under him, who came into this world to give life abundantly and to submit to death rather than inflict it? As to calling the Pope Lord of Lords, it is simply to transform him into a king of Persia or a lieutenant of Mohammed. We may believe that the successor of St. Peter would establish his authority much better if he stopped the zeal of writers who ascribe no limit to it, thereby giving occasion to many persons badly disposed toward the Holy See to depreciate that authority far below what it ought to be. This St. Bernard expressly says, when addressing a pope, he compares him to a rapacious creditor who wants to exact more than what is his lawful due, whereupon the debtor denies the claim altogether, and shows to the Pope that he who puts forward exaggerated pretensions often sees these pretensions reduced to nothing. It is useful in states to stop the circulation of books which tend to destroy the legitimate authority of kings and contain maxims dangerous for their persons, whilst they are favourable to the popes. But this should be done with as little noise and stir as possible, lest there should arise intemperate men, who, under the pretext of defending the rights of the Church, misunderstood by them, attack and denounce the rights of the best princes in the world. Richelieu, under the influence of such views, urged upon Louis XIII the necessity of holding a bed of justice, where, besides other business, Servin, the advocate general, was to denounce Santarelli's work. He was in the midst of a vehement criticism of it, and he was enumerating the ultramontanist maxims for which the Jesuits were responsible, when he fell, struck by an apoplectic fit, at the feet of Molay, the Solicitor General. Superstitious people saw, of course, in this a visitation of God, but Omer Talon, as grave and calm as Servin was hasty and violent, went on with the accusation. Finally, a decree of the Parliament, dated March 13th, 1626, condemned Santarelli's book to be burned. A further edict was contemplated, prohibiting the Jesuits from trading and even expelling them from the country. But their friends bestirred themselves, and the Solicitor General, Molay, declared that nothing would induce him to stoop to such an act of iniquity. A councillor named Deslandes prevailed upon some of his colleagues to separate themselves from the majority, for the strange reason that if the Jesuits had to leave France, other confessors must be selected for the king and the queen mother. Finally, it was decided that on the next morning, March 14th, Father Coton, the provincial of the Jesuits, should be sent for to appear in court together with the three directors of the Paris houses, Filot, Bossot, and Armand. These four ecclesiastics did not come alone. 15 more Jesuits accompanied them before Verdun, the senior president, including the celebrated Father Denis Petot and the no less celebrated Father Bonny, immortalized in Pascal's Provincial. There, in the midst of an immense concourse of people, they had to submit to a long series of questionings and cross-questionings, which ended in their disavowing both Santarelli, who had written the book, and their general, who had approved it. President Lamoignon had thought it right, after the trial and condemnation of the inculpated work, to inform Father Coton that it was ordered to be burned at the Place de Grève by the common hangman, and that a sentence of banishment would probably be pronounced against the order. This measure was well calculated to frighten the Jesuits. They agreed to the Gallican view of the authority of kings in matters temporal, and assented to all the Parliament required of them. But for the wary lawyers, a verbal statement could not be enough. They knew something of the mental restrictions and reservations so familiar to Jesuits, and accordingly the deputations of fathers representing the whole body signed a declaration expressly condemning the theories propounded by Santarelli. The examination to which they were subjected is extremely curious, and we reproduce it here from the pages of M. Perrin. The gentlemen of the Parliament: do you approve that wicked book of Santarellus? Father Coton: far from it, gentlemen. We are ready to write against it, and to condemn all that he says. In fact, 10 copies of the work have come into our house, and we have destroyed them all. The Parliament: destroyed? Was it your duty to do so? The Jesuits: we believed we could not do better. The Parliament: why did you not take them to the Chancellor or to the senior President? The Jesuits: gentlemen, we are obliged and bound to many obediences which do not affect other religious orders. The Parliament: are you not aware that this wicked doctrine is approved by your general at Rome? The Jesuits: yes, gentlemen, but we who are here are not responsible for such an act of imprudence, which we condemn with all our might. The Parliament: now answer plainly to the 2 following questions. Do you believe, yes or no, that the king enjoys all power within the limits of his dominions? Do you think that a foreign potentate may and can invade his realm and disturb the quiet of the Gallican Church in the person of his Majesty? The Jesuits: no, gentlemen. We believe kings to be all-powerful, so far as temporal matters are concerned. The Parliament: on the point of temporalities, speak honestly, and tell us if you believe that the Pope can excommunicate the king, release his subjects from their oath of fidelity, and give his dominions as a prey to others. The Jesuits: oh, gentlemen, as for excommunication, His Majesty, who is the eldest son of the Church, will take good care not to oblige the Pope to have recourse to such a step. The Parliament: but your general, who has approved this book, considers the views just stated as infallible. Are you of a different opinion? The Jesuits: gentlemen, he who is in Rome cannot do otherwise than approve what the court of Rome approves. The Parliament: and what is your belief? The Jesuits: entirely opposite. The Parliament: supposing you were at Rome, what would you do? The Jesuits: we would do what those who are at Rome do. The Parliament: now answer the question which has been put to you. The Jesuits: gentlemen, we beg of you to allow us to communicate together. The Parliament: go into this room. They went, remained half an hour, and then returned into the court. The Jesuits: gentlemen, we adhere to the opinion of the Sorbonne, and shall subscribe the articles adopted by the clergy. The Parliament: draw up your declaration accordingly. The Jesuits: we beg of you, gentlemen, to allow us a few days in order that we may confer together. The Parliament: go. The court allows you 3 days. In addition to the declaration which the Jesuits subsequently signed by the express order of their superior, they were compelled, before leaving the court, to subscribe the 3 following propositions. First, the king holds his dominions only of God and of his sword. Second, the king acknowledges no superior in his kingdom save God alone. Third, the Pope can neither place the kingdom under interdict nor release the subjects of the king from their oath of allegiance for any cause or occasion whatever. These prepositions, M. Perrin adds, are an abstract of the doctrine held by the Tiers Etat in the States General of 1614, and the assembly of the clergy was required to maintain them in 1682 under the government of Louis XIV. Nothing could be more repugnant to the Jesuits, but there was no help, and they had to bend humbly before Richelieu's inflexible will. This severe blow hastened the death of Father Coton, who at that time was very unwell. When a law officer came to inform him of the decision of Parliament, he listened to it, and then murmured, "Must it come to this, that I, who for the space of 30 years have served 2 kings of France with such fidelity, should go to the grave as a disturber of the public quiet and as a criminal suspected of high treason?" He died the next day. Together with all the faults and dangerous parts which are characteristic of Jesuitism, there is no doubt that Father Coton possessed eminent qualities. He had, besides, rendered on various occasions signal services to the state. His memory, therefore, was held in high respect, even by his political adversaries. But at the same time, the Parliament was implacable in its resolution to suppress the Book of Santorelli. The decree of the court ordering its condemnation was directed to be read aloud in all the schools and colleges on the reassembling of the classes. Any doctor, licentiate, master of arts, or student known to have criticised that decree was liable to degradation. The Gallicans fondly imagined that Richelieu intended to follow up this measure by the absolute and complete suppression of the Jesuits. They were mistaken. The Cardinal did not wish to compromise the signal victory he had just gained, and he merely took the necessary steps for preventing a powerful order from going beyond the bounds of justice and of prudence. With Father Coton, besides, they had lost one of the few really able superiors they had had for a long time, and although the pen and ink warfare never entirely ceased, it dwindled down gradually to comparatively insignificant proportions. The destruction of the Huguenots as a political party was, the minister thought, a service rendered to Roman Catholicism, which justified his wishing to obtain in France an exceptional position. He wanted to be named legate for the Holy See, as Cardinal d'Amboise had been during the reign of Louis XII. This distinction was refused. Neither could he obtain the legation of Avignon, nor the post of coadjutor of the Elector of Treves. His endeavour to assume the supreme direction of all the religious orders established within the realm was also steadily thwarted by Urban VIII, who, moreover, would never consent to bestow the Cardinal's hat upon Richelieu's faithful confidant, the Capuchin Friar Joseph, and who finally refused to annul the marriage of Gaston, Duc d'Orléans, with the Princess of Lorraine. We thus see that the relations between the court of the Louvre and the Vatican were becoming excessively strained, when a fresh incident well nigh brought about an open rupture. Of the Pope's 2 nephews, the elder, Francesco Barberini, entrusted with high political powers, was regarded as entirely devoted to the views of Spain, while Antonio, the younger, threw all his influence on the side of France. Louis XIII wished to have him named protector of the kingdom, but the Pope, instead of giving his consent, listened to the suggestions of the Spanish government, recalled Mazarin, who had been appointed extraordinary nuncio to the court of France through the influence of Antonio Barberini, and who was accused of furthering exclusively the interests of Louis XIII. Following the advice of both Mazarin and Antonio Barberini, the King of France resolved to send to Rome, as his ambassador, a diplomatist who would defend with more earnestness than his predecessors the interests of the nation, and he selected for the purpose Marshal d'Estrees, who had already found himself opposed to the court of Rome about the questions of the Valtelline. This was clearly an act of defiance, and only a pretext was wanted to occasion a quarrel. It soon took place. One of the servants of the ambassador was killed in a scuffle with some agents of the Roman police, and his head having been exposed as that of a malefactor on the bridge of Sant'Angelo, the ambassador denounced the proceeding as a violation of international rights, and ceased all relations with the Vatican, October 1639. In the meanwhile, the Pope refused to grant the usual funereal honours to Cardinal La Valette, who had died on the field of battle, fighting without a regular dispensation. This last act was too much for Richelieu's patience. Louis XIII. Refused to see the nuncio, and prohibited the prelates of the realm from holding any intercourse with the representatives of the court of Rome. The whole arsenal of Gallicanism was ransacked for weapons against the Pope. De Marca went even so far as to propose that all the churches should be required to place within the hands of the king the right of selecting their bishops, a right which they had enjoyed previous to the introduction of the Concordat. The Concordat itself would have been annulled as abusive, and a national council summoned, with power to elect a patriarch, which of course would be none else but Richelieu. At this intelligence the cardinal's enemies rose to a man and denounced the new Luther. To this epoch belongs the treatise entitled Optatus Gallus, which we have already alluded to, and which was sent by the minister to 4 theologians who were directed to refute it. Strange to relate, the writer whose answer pleased Richelieu most was a French Jesuit, Father Michel Rabardot. He was bold enough to assert that the creation of a patriarch had nothing schismatic about it, and that the consent of Rome for that purpose was no more necessary than it had been when the patriarchs of Constantinople and Jerusalem were appointed. Richelieu's firm attitude frightened Urban VIII. He sent Mazarin to France with the view of paving the way to a reconciliation. D'Estrées received the necessary satisfaction, and a cardinal's hat was given to the negotiator. Reforms of every kind affecting matters of discipline, administration, teaching, etc., were introduced by the prime minister into the Gallican Church. By a papal bull obtained in 1634 at the request of the king, residence was strictly enforced upon all priests having cure of souls. A decree, bearing date 1629, provided for the salaries and income of the clergy in rural districts. The number of monasteries, abbeys, and conventual houses was henceforth limited, and those existing compelled to the strict observance of their rules. Every diocese was provided with a theological school. Assemblies of the clergy were brought more immediately under the control of the temporal power, etc., etc. In short, whilst every protection and every encouragement was given to the Church, its members were distinctly made to understand that they belonged to a national establishment, that they were Gallicans, that they must not look to Rome for their watchword. End of section 7. Section 8 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, The Aristocracy, Part 1. There is no prince, says Richelieu, who would care to see in his dominions a great power which he had not raised himself, and which he had reason to believe was independent of his own authority. This short but suggestive passage clearly expresses the motive of the relentless war which the kings of France waged against the aristocracy. If, on the one hand, their perseverance secured to them the victory, on the other, the continual effacement of their adversaries helped very much towards the result they had in view. We must never lose sight of the great difference which has existed from the beginning between the French aristocracy and that of other European nations, Spain, for instance, or England. During the period of the Carolingian dynasty, the king or emperor had over the dukes and counts whom he had created the advantages resulting from social position and from the fact that he conferred a benefit upon a subordinate whenever he bestowed a fief or a grant of land. The accession of Hugh Capet and of the Third Dynasty entirely changed this state of things. The feudal lords then were, in the strict sense of the word, the comites, the companions and equals of the sovereign. The family of Hugh Capet boasted neither of a more illustrious origin nor of larger territorial possessions than many of the houses existing then. It was something very much like a usurpation which had brought the Duke of France to the throne, and there was no possible reason why the Dukes of Normandy or of Aquitaine, the Counts of Flanders or of Toulouse, should send in their submission to him unconditionally and without discussion. Hugh Capet was an extremely clever prince, no doubt, but supposing that the Duke of Normandy had been equally able, what then? As a matter of fact, the heir of Rollo, who held his domains from the Carolingian princes quite as regularly as the Duke of France held his, absolutely refused to do homage to a prince whom he regarded as his equal. Till the extinction of the great feudal houses of the first period, the King of France was only so by name. Viscount d'Avenel, to whom we are indebted for these remarks, adds that from this point of view no comparison is possible between the aristocracy of England and that of France. The English nobles, all of Norman descent, were consequently the vassals of William the Conqueror. There was then originally a broad line of demarcation between the king and the lords, and none of these would ever have claimed to be equal to the sovereign. In France, on the contrary, the position of the king and of the aristocracy was, for the space of 6 centuries, one of constant antagonism, and this struggle could end only by the destruction of the royal authority or by that of its adversaries. It is a certain thing, says the Duc de Rohan, that in every realm the authority of the sovereign diminishes that of the nobles, as also the increase of the power of these lessens the influence of the monarch. It is a balance which cannot remain equal. One of the scales must, in the long run, overweigh the other. When Richelieu came to power, the Dukes de Guise, d'Albeuf, de Chevreuse, de Nevers, de Nemours, de Longueville, de Rohan, de Bouillon, de Montmorency were personages whose position in the state was not to be disregarded. What the king required of them was fidelity. The cardinal managed so well in his levelling work that Louis XIV later on exacted absolute and unreserved submission. A few instances will show to what an extent was carried during the reign of Henry IV and at the beginning of that of Louis XIII. The absurd pretension of equality which the nobles insisted upon maintaining between themselves and the king. The Duc d'Epernon had been ordered to remain at Metz for the purpose of securing the freedom of communications with Germany. He answered somewhat impertinently, "I do not think myself so little esteemed by your Majesty that you should make use of me just to send with greater security parcels across the frontier." Bassompierre one day took it into his head that Louis XIII treated him with intentional coldness. "Is it deliberately, sire," he asked, "that you look so cross at me, or are you only joking?" Doyen had on another occasion ventured to ask Henry IV for a living. "Sire," said he, "you confer favours upon traitors, and you neglect your true servants." "Pardieu," answered the king in a fit of temper, "I confer favours upon whom I please." "True, sire, but it ought to please you to single out men of my quality." In 1621, by way of a joke, the Duc de Bellegarde, wishing to frighten the queen, came slowly up behind her at the Tuileries and dropped upon her hair some sweetmeats which he had in his pocket. Lord Herbert of Cherbury, the English ambassador, who witnessed the scene, seemed rather surprised at such a liberty. The difference which took place in the position of the French aristocracy between the commencement and the end of the 17th century may be judged from this single fact. The Constable de Montmorency had refused to sanction the marriage of his son with Mademoiselle de Verneuil, natural daughter of Henry IV. Under Louis XIV, the natural daughters of Le Grand Monarque married the Duc d'Orléans and the Prince de Conti. Much has been said about the rights of the nobility, and Count Montlosier, La Monarchie Française, complains that so far as France was concerned, these rights had been entirely, and as he thinks, unjustly done away with. But we must ever bear in mind that no right is lawful unless it is profitable, not only to those who enjoy it, but to the mass of the nation. When a right has no longer any valid raison d'être, it becomes dangerous as much for those who possess it as for those at whose expense it is exercised. It is thus doomed to disappear, and in most cases it does disappear. It would be a great misfortune if it was to be maintained when the motives which once justified its existence no longer subsist. The political privileges of the nobility, perfectly legitimate during the Middle Ages, were gradually and necessarily suppressed, and when Louis XIII came to the throne, none of them subsisted. We must remember further that by obstinately keeping aloof from the bourgeoisie, the aristocracy had deprived itself of an element of renovation and rejuvenescence which would certainly have proved most advantageous to them. A writer of the 16th century, Cécile, said very wisely that people of low estate should be encouraged and excited by the hope of reaching to the highest positions through virtue and industry. The system of exclusion, the spirit of caste, practised so unadvisedly by the French noblesse, brought speedily about the decay of that noblesse. Thinking that the profession of arms was the only one worthy of a gentilhomme, they would have nothing to do with matters pertaining to finances, diplomacy, or public instruction, much less with trade or industry. A man of high rank might be sent as ambassador extraordinary, and only for a limited period, but never to occupy a permanent diplomatic post. In the course of a campaign, a general sometimes negotiated directly with the enemy, but it would be impossible to find one gentilhomme on the lists of diplomatists during the reign of Louis XIII. Servien, Miret, Blainville, Libéré, Charnacé, Saint-Étienne d'Avaux were all men either quite recently provided with a patent of nobility or of humble origin. Their merit was their sole recommendation. The most humble gentilhomme would have scorned to act as the secretary of an ambassador. We have already given our readers some information as to the condition of the clergy. It was no doubt a branch of the public service, permanently open to the nobility, but the bench of bishops and the other dignitaries were recruited from the younger sons of great families, and the wonder is, not that the number of unworthy prelates should have been so great, but that any evangelical pastors should have been found at all. The magistracy was another opening, but the principal offices connected with it were, so to say, the property of a few families who had possessed them from time immemorial. The remaining ones formed a kind of stepping-stone for ambitious parvenus, anxious to raise themselves a little higher than the bourgeoisie. Besides, as in the army and in the law, all offices were venal. Noblemen, with their naturally fighting propensities, were more inclined to purchase a regiment than a presidency. There was a smaller outlay to begin with, and hopes of promotion were greater. In short, at the beginning of the reign of Louis XIII, the French aristocracy stood in a very serious predicament. They had lost their political rights, and the privileges they enjoyed belonged to them, not by virtue of services they rendered to the state, but as outward signs of their social position. Their destiny depended upon the manner in which they would demean themselves in the presence of a minister like Richelieu, who remembered the difficulties which the aristocracy had created to the government during the reign of Henry IV, and who was not inclined to see these difficulties renewed. Unfortunately, the noblesse had become careless of everything except pleasure and vanity. Instead of setting the example of discipline, propriety, and respect for authority, they did the reverse. Their ambition was not to help in the framing of laws, but to set the laws at defiance on every possible occasion. They seemed to take a pleasure, nay, a pride, in assuming the pretended right of being above the action of the government. This was more than an excuse for Richelieu's severity. What was the use of noblemen going about in state, accompanied by bands of noisy adventurers, always ready to back them up in their quarrels, to obey their slightest orders, and to assist them blindly in any attempt they might choose to make against the king, his agents, or the various representatives of the public authority? Pages and retainers in those days were not only a sign of social rank, but a means of substantial influence. The pages of a nobleman were not his courtiers, his parasites, but his domestics, to take the word in its higher meaning. They were fed and maintained by him. He, pushing them on in the world, looked after their comforts and made their interests his own. In return, the dependents we have thus described followed blindly their master in all the vicissitudes of his often stormy political life. If he thought proper to rebel against the crown, they did the same, and when subsequently he had made his peace with the king, he stipulated for them as well as for himself, and they were, as a matter of course, included in any arrangement which might be contrived. The members of a large family, nephews, cousins of every degree, stepsons, godsons, etc., formed a ready army, which might, under certain circumstances, give a great deal of trouble, and even imperil the safety of the state, or at all events interfere with the rightful action of the police. Thus, in 1637, the Marquis de Mirepoix and the Lord of Montsolons scoured the country at the head of 100 of their retainers. Whenever the Duc d'Epernon visited Richelieu, it was at the head of 200 gentilshommes, who accompanied him as far as the gate. At the siege of La Rochelle, the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, governor of Poitou, issued orders to assemble the noblesse of the province. In the space of 4 days he got together 1,500 men, whom he introduced to the king, saying, "Sire, there is not one of these who is not a relation of mine." The next year, Richelieu, feeling the danger of leaving so powerful a person in charge of the government of Poitou, removed him to other duties. Domesticity was the origin of some of the proudest French families. Toiras, who became governor of Auvergne and Marshal of France, began by discharging the duties of page in the household of Monsieur le Prince, and he then became the retainer of the Marquis de Courtenvaux, living at his board, training his sons, and looking after his pack of hounds. Enough, we think, has been said to show that at any given time the aristocracy might have been a source of real and serious annoyance to the king, and the 2 or 3 episodes we are about to relate will prove that the danger still existed. But at the same time, it could not possibly prove of a permanent character. The representatives of the French noblesse, by throwing all their weight on the side of the Reformation, had endeavoured to conquer back the influence which their predecessors had enjoyed during the Middle Ages, The very fact that they had failed in their attempt proves conclusively what we have endeavored to make quite clear, namely, that their day had gone forever. They had lost the two principles which make up the strength of political parties: unity of purpose and homogeneity of elements. A great many of the most influential representatives of the nobility resented very naturally Richelieu's high-handed policy. They knew perfectly well that his aim was to destroy them as a party, and they complained bitterly of the humiliation to which they were reduced. They ascribed to feelings of petty resentment what was really in a great measure the work of time. The cahier of grievances presented to the king by the States General of 1626 are conclusive on the subject, and although many of the requests made were inadmissible, yet it is quite certain, on the other hand, that if the aristocracy were to be regarded as a necessary factor in the political edifice, it should be allowed to retain some of its prestige. It would be a mistake to suppose that Richelieu wanted to destroy the nobility. His only wish was to keep it in check. He saw in it one of the forces of the state capable of contributing in a very important matter to its preservation and its usefulness. Like many of the ablest politicians of the day, he thought that the members of the nobility were better qualified than the bourgeoisie to perform certain duties and occupy certain offices. In order to have a model bishop, says he, one requires a man learned, full of piety and of zeal, and of good birth, because as a general rule the authority required for the due discharge of these functions is found only amongst persons of quality. When a nobleman is virtuous, we still quote from the Testament Politique, he has often a special desire for honour and glory, which produces the same effect as the zeal caused by the mere love of God. He lives with a certain amount of state and with liberality, and he knows better how to deal and converse with the world. Richelieu goes even so far as to say that if a choice is to be made between two candidates equally irreproachable so far as morals are concerned, dignity of birth and the authority which usually accompany that dignity should be preferred to science. The cardinal, then, had determined upon restoring to the French noblesse its proper rank in the constitution of the body politic, but he had equally made up his mind that it should no longer be a cause of danger to the crown, and unfortunately plenty of opportunities presented themselves to show to the world that he was thoroughly in earnest on this latter point. The first coincided with a plan which had been entertained for some time at court respecting the marriage of Gaston, Duc d'Orléans. The Queen's mother, following an idea already conceived by Henry IV, had thought of Mademoiselle de Montpensier, and Richelieu was disposed to favour the realization of that scheme. It was quite sufficient to bring about the formation of a cabal in which the interests of the courts of Spain, Savoy, England, and even the Netherlands were mixed up. As the cardinal was decidedly opposed to a matrimonial union of Gaston with a foreign princess, the incident we are now describing assumed all the proportions of a political dispute. With the view of turning away from the contemplated scheme the frivolous mind of the young prince, Madame de Chevreuse, Madame de la Valette, the Princesse de Condé, and the Princesse de Conti appealed to the vanity of Marshal d'Ornano, who had been Gaston's tutor, and was now superintendent of his household. Fontenay-Marais tells us that any one seeing these ladies busy around an ugly old man of 50 would have thought that they really were anxious to seduce him, which charmed so much the conceited fool that he could not refuse them anything. End of section 8. Section 9 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, The Aristocracy, Part 2. The plan the conspirators meant to carry out amounted to this. Gaston was to ask, in the first place, the right of sitting at the council board, where, by afterwards introducing D'Ornano, there was some hope of counteracting and perhaps destroying the influence of the cardinal minister. Should this plan be unsuccessful, the whole party intended to leave the court, summon their friends, fly to arms, kill the cardinal, shut up the king in a convent, and during his own lifetime obtain a dispensation from the Pope, by virtue of which Gaston would marry Anne of Austria. Duly informed of this extraordinary plot, Richelieu easily prevailed upon Louis XIII to take energetic measures. On the 4th of May, 1626, Marshal d'Ornano, on his return from hunting, was arrested at Fontainebleau and locked up at Vincennes. His two brothers and a few subaltern agents were sent to the Bastille. The scheme, thus apparently crushed, was soon started again, and there is no doubt that Richelieu's life was seriously threatened. The Count de Chalais, the two Vendôme, sons of Henry IV by Gabriel d'Estrées, the one Grand Prior of France, the other Governor of Brittany, joined in the conspiracy. The Duchesse de Chevreuse and the Count de Soissons followed their example. Richelieu, who saw the storm thickening, pretended to yield, and offered his resignation to Louis XIII. The king answered by a written assurance of implicit trust in the cardinal, and a promise of support against all those who might be induced to attack him. On the 12th of June, both the Vendômes were arrested and sent to Amboise. The Duchesse de Chevreuse was banished, and d'Ornano died at the Bastille, non sans soupçon de mort violente. Chalais, beheaded at Nantes, suffered the most horrible tortures. The executioner was so clumsy that 34 times the axe fell before the unfortunate nobleman expired. At the 20th stroke his groans were still distinctly heard. There was even a kind of trial instituted against the queen. Louis read over to her, in the presence of the cardinal, the evidence which accused her of having entertained the thought of marrying his brother. She answered contemptuously that she would not have gained sufficiently by the bargain. Threatened with a sentence of divorce, surrounded by spies, she was publicly prohibited from receiving any men in her room when the king was not there. Meanwhile, the Duc d'Orléans, anxious about his own safety, having lost all his credit, and being thoroughly disgraced in the opinion of all right-minded men, hastened to give witness against Chalais and d'Ornano. He promised to do exactly what might be required of him, even to reveal whatever should be said in his presence against either the king or the cardinal, and in order that this sad tragedy should conclude with a comedy, he married Mademoiselle de Montpensier, the ceremony being performed by Richelieu. The year 1626 was marked by an incident of an equally serious kind, although brought about by totally different circumstances. The duel between the Count de Bouteville and the Baron de Bouvron, which led to the beheading of the two champions on the Place de Grève. The passion for duelling, favoured by the weakness of a government which promulgated edicts but never saw them carried into execution, had become a kind of epidemic. Duels were fought for the most trifling causes: a glance, the colour of a doublet, sometimes even merely the absurd wish to make a display of courage and of skill in fencing. Monsieur Victor Hugo has very strikingly illustrated this deplorable mania in the following passage from his Marion Delorme. Toujours nombre de duels. Le 3 c'était d'Angers contre Darquien pour avoir porté du point de Gênes. Lavardin avec l'once se rencontre le 10, pour avoir pris à Pons la femme de Surdis. Surdis avec Dailly, pour une du théâtre de Mondori. Le 9, Nogent avec la Châtre. Pour avoir mal écrit 3 vers décolletés, Gorde avec Margaillon pour l'heure qu'il était. Dumière avec Gondi pour le pas à l'église. Et puis tu les brisa contre tous les soubises. À propos du pari d'un cheval contre un chien, enfin causade avec la tournelle pour rien. Pour le plaisir, causade à tuer la tournelle. The edict of 1609 had allowed duels to be fought, providing an inquiry was made, in the first instance, either by the king or by a special court, tribunal d'honneur. But as the majority of these encounters took place on the most trivial motives, the champions did not choose to state the pretended insults they felt bound to avenge sword in hand. Duels were of a daily occurrence, by day and by night, in the streets and the public squares, by moonlight and by torchlight. Montaigne has wittily said, "Send 3 Frenchmen in the wilderness of Libya, they will not be a month there without annoying and scratching each other." During the States General of 1614, the deputies of the 3 orders had petitioned for the suppression of this intolerable disorder. Richelieu, who lost no opportunity for holding the nobility in check and taming its turbulent spirit, promised to satisfy the petitioners. In February 1626, an edict was published doing away with the system adopted by Henry IV in his decree of 1609. Duelling was absolutely prohibited. All offenders were to be deprived of their posts and pensions, and sentenced to 3 years' banishment. 1/3 of their property was to be confiscated, and a reward given to informers. No difference was made between those who fought duels within the frontiers of the kingdom and those who went abroad for greater safety. The death of one of the champions involved a sentence of capital punishment against the other. The renewal of the offence was punished in the same manner. Duelists thought that this new edict would meet with the same fate as all previous ones, and speedily become a dead letter. But they found themselves woefully mistaken. We must not lose sight of the fact that if Richelieu prohibited duelling, he was only giving satisfaction to public opinion, which had for some time been very strongly expressed against the barbarous method adopted by the nobility of drawing the sword often as a mere pastime, and, as we should say now, to keep their hands in. He had himself, during the early part of his life, strongly felt the influence of those ideas on the point d'honneur, which were so popular amongst the noblesse, and upon which they prided themselves more perhaps than any other of their privileges, certainly quite as much. Thus, in 1619, his eldest brother, the Marquis de Richelieu, had been killed in a duel with the Marquis de Themines, son of the marshal of the same name. The cardinal wrote an account of this incident with such spirit and such feeling that we cannot help the persuasion that, had it not been for his ecclesiastical character, he would have only been too delighted to join in the fray. However, an example was absolutely necessary, and the affair of Bouteville furnished the opportunity. At the age of 27, François de Luxembourg had already fought 22 duels, and in the last his victim had been the young Comte de Tourigny. He had become a kind of living proverb. President de Chevry once answered to a man who was anxious to obtain satisfaction par les voies d'honneur, "My brave fellow, if you are so eager to fight, go and pluck a hair from Bouteville's beard. He will soon bring you to your senses." Vicomte d'Avenel remarks that the English, less admirers of brutal force than the Frenchmen of those days, saw in this luxury of courage luxe de bravoure, nothing but a dangerous mania. "If that fellow sent me a written challenge," said the Marquis of Hamilton, alluding to Bouteville, "I would not receive it unless it was accompanied by a note from his medical adviser, assuring me that this desire he has of fighting does not proceed from an illness." Bouteville, protected by the Archduchess Infanta, had fled into Flanders for the purpose of avoiding the condemnations he had incurred. That princess wrote a letter to Louis XIII, asking that her guest might be forgiven. The petition was refused. Irritated at what he regarded as a piece of impertinence, Bouteville boasted of his deliberate intention to fight in France, nay, in Paris, in the Place Royale. The affair came off on the 27th of May. There were 3 champions on each side. Bouteville had for his seconds his friend Count des Chapelles and his écuyer Laberte. On the other side, the Baron de Bouvron was the principal. Bussy d'Amboise fought against des Chapelles, and Choquet was the adversary of Laberte. Bussy was killed. The 2 domestics fled to England, while Bouteville and des Chapelles endeavoured to reach the frontier of Lorraine. They were arrested, however, at Vitry-le-Brûlé by Gorde, captain of the guards, who had recognized them and who took them to the Bastille. A few days after, they were put on their trial. "The alternative is this," coolly remarked Richelieu on his report to the king, "either to cut the throat of duels or to decapitate your Majesty's edicts." The catastrophe could not be doubtful. Bouteville belonged to the Montmorency family. Princes, noblemen, courtiers vainly attempted to intercede with the king on his behalf. He and his companions were condemned by virtue of a sentence of Parliament and beheaded on the Place de Grève, June 21st, 1627. It is curious to notice the way in which Richelieu alludes to this event. He clearly sympathizes with the 2 unfortunate men whom he has sent to the scaffold. His own feelings as a gentilhomme are aroused, and Vicomte d'Avenel very judiciously remarks that the bitterest enemy of the cardinal minister could not have used more powerful eloquence to excite the pity of the nation as to the tragic end of the duellists, and to create indignation against Richelieu. "Never," says the Memoirs, "did one see more constancy, less astonishment, more presence of mind, greater courage than in these 2 gentilshommes. They appeared before the court and answered without being in the least confused. Comte des Chapelles expressed himself with eloquence. Nothing weak in their discourses, nothing low in their actions. They received the news of their condemnation with the same composure as they would have received that of their pardon. The whole of France saw struck down by the most infamous sword in the realm those whose own weapons had always been so trusty that, without offending anyone, we may honestly say that they were by far the best in the world." It was reckoned in 1609 that during the 16 previous years 4,000 gentlemen had been killed in duels. Richelieu's severity did not stop the evil, and it seemed as if the famous edict was applied reluctantly and as seldom as possible. The catalogue of the affaires d'honneur which followed the death of Bouteville, if given at full length, would be tedious. Louvigny fights with impunity against Candale at Nantes. Pralon has a duel at Blois. Liancourt sends a challenge in the king's own palace to Crescia, one of the gentlemen of his Majesty's bedchamber. A slight reprimand is the only punishment they get. The cardinal himself acknowledges that the king takes no notice of such cases unless the law is scandalously and openly violated, and even then. In 1631 the Dukes de Montmorency and de Chevreuse fight in the courtyard of the Château de Monceau, where Louis XIII was at that time residing. They are separated and merely ordered to spend a fortnight in their respective country mansions. In one single month of the year 1639, we have the duels of Armentières, Savignac, Boucau, Roquelaure, Chastellux, and many others, all unpunished. What could be expected of an age and of a country where characters existed such as that Monsieur d'Izencourt, who met with the following reply the petition of a young cavalier anxious to obtain the hand of his niece: "Sir, you are too young to marry yet. If you are anxious to become a thorough gentleman, honnête homme, you should first kill in single combat 2 or 3 adversaries. Then you can marry and have 2 or 3 children, thus re-establishing the balance." It required some time to bring about the reform and the final suppression of these barbarous customs, but they disappeared with the transformation of the nobility and under the reign of Louis XIV. The habitués of Versailles, Saint-Germain, and Marly used their swords merely as ornaments of no more importance than their bands, their lace, and their periwigs. In repressing the conspiracy of Chalais, Richelieu had at one blow struck down Anne of Austria and the Duc d'Orléans. The turn of the Queen Dowager came next. Marie de Medici, our readers will remember, had been the principal cause of the cardinal's greatness. She had obtained for him a seat at the council board, and hoped to find in him a docile instrument of her caprices. When, however, she saw the minister directing all his energies towards state affairs, and refusing to listen to her whims and to those of her second and favourite son Gaston, she resolved upon accomplishing the disgrace of him whom she called an ungrateful servant. Never, says a contemporary document, was a faction so powerful in any state. It would be easier to name those who did not belong to it than those who did. The king was at that time seriously ill at Lyons. Physicians and astrologers had said that he could not possibly recover, and assembled around his bedside. Guise, Bassompierre, Bellegarde, and a number of other courtiers were already speculating on the probable consequences of the cardinal's disgrace and death. Louis XIII, feeling that his own life was in a very precarious condition, sent for Montmorency and recommended to him the interests of the minister. A crisis meanwhile took place, September 30th, 1630, and all causes of anxiety disappeared. The 2 queens, unremitting in their attentions to the invalid, asked in the name of gratitude the dismissal of a statesman to whom they ascribed both their own sufferings and the misfortunes of France. Weary of these ceaseless complaints, Louis hastily promised everything, asking only that the change contemplated in the direction of affairs might be postponed till after the war. At the same time, he cautioned affectionately Richelieu that the Queen Mother was dissatisfied with him, and he recommended to him a sincere reconciliation. During the trip down the Loire from Rouen to Briare, Marie de Medici and Richelieu were in the same boat. She hoped, says Richelieu himself, that she would more easily be able to have her own will and crush her servant with greater ease, the less he was on his guard against it, and she looked at him with a kindly eye, accepted his dutiful attentions and respects as usual, and spoke to him with as much appearance of confidence as if she had wholly given it to him. The cardinal firmly believed that he had regained all his influence, but on the return of the royal party to Paris, the king was requested by his mother to keep his promise. The news of the relief of Casale seemed to foreshadow the end of the war. Exasperated by the resistance of her son, Marie de Medici determined at any rate upon proving to the cardinal that if he was not dismissed from office, the fault was not on her side. On the 9th of November, the superintendence of her own household was taken away from Richelieu. His favourite niece, the Marchioness de Combalet, who also held a post at court, was disgracefully insulted in the presence of the king and expelled from the palace. The captains of the guards and other officers who had been appointed on Richelieu's recommendation were dismissed. An interview granted to the cardinal only resulted in his being covered with abuse and treated in the most ignominious manner by the wayward and infuriated queen. On the next day, Marie de Medici, shutting herself up with Louis XIII., made a last effort to encompass her ends. The king requested his mother to put off for 6 weeks or 2 months the grand move against the cardinal, for the sake of the affairs of his kingdom, which were then at their crisis, when all of a sudden the cardinal arrived. Finding the door of the chamber closed, he entered the gallery and went and knocked at the door of the cabinet, where he obtained no answer. Tired of waiting, and knowing the ins and outs of the mansion, he entered by the little chapel, where the king was somewhat dismayed, and said to the queen in despair, "Here he is," thinking no doubt that he would blaze forth. The cardinal, who perceived their dismay, said to them, "I am sure you were speaking about me." The queen answered, "We were not." Whereupon, he having replied, "Confess it, madam," she said, "Yes," and immediately conducted herself with great tartness toward him, reproaching him in her half Italian, half French jargon for his duplicity and his ingratitude. Neither the tears nor the protestations of the cardinal were able to calm the passionate woman, who kept asking the king if he preferred a lackey to his own mother. As much frightened at the queen as at Richelieu, Louis XIII. Left hurriedly the room, but in starting for his hunting box at Versailles, he ordered the keeper of the seals, Michel de Marillac, to accompany him. The whole court believed that the cardinal was irretrievably lost, and flocked to the Luxembourg, where the queen mother, instead of following the king, as prudence would have told her to do, and preventing him from being surrounded by other influences, was blazing forth her triumph. Messengers were dispatched in all directions to spread the welcome news, and Richelieu, on his own side, was busy giving orders to prepare for his own departure. He intended to go first to Pontoise, and from thence to Havre. At that moment, Cardinal de la Valette came to him, urging him to stand firm even in the face of the dangers by which he appeared to be surrounded, and almost simultaneously a messenger dispatched by Saint-Simon, the father of the celebrated memoir writer, arrived, ordering him to Versailles with all possible speed. The queen had supposed, said Richelieu, that her private authority as mother, and the pious affection and honour the king showed her as her son, would prevail over the public care, which he ought as king to take of his kingdom and his people. But God, who holds in his hands the hearts of princes, disposed things otherwise. His Majesty resolved to defend his servant against the malice of those who prompted the queen to this wicked design. The king, on seeing him, showed such joy and received him with such proofs of affection that he made him thoroughly to understand how ill-advised he would have been to adopt another course. He immediately closeted himself with Richelieu, and they both determined upon what was to be done under the circumstances, both within the realm and without. Henceforth, the alliance between the king and the cardinal was indissolubly sealed. The Luxembourg became as deserted as it had been thronged a few hours before, and the queen mother found out that her last chance was gone. Such was the famous episode to which the name of Journée des Dupes has been given. It had its victims, just as the conspiracy of Chalais. The two brothers Marillac, the one keeper of the seals, the other Marshal of France, had been too prompt in joining Marie de Medici's triumph. The former was dismissed from his office and arrested. He died of decline at Châteaudun. The latter, seized by Marshal Schomberg in the midst of the army he commanded in Piedmont, was transferred first to Saint-Menehould and afterwards to Verdun, where he had to stand his trial on a charge not of treason, but of peculation. This was a crime of common occurrence in those days, and most generals contrived to enrich themselves, either by defrauding their subordinates of their pay, or by receiving allowances in money and provisions for non-effective soldiers, etc. Public opinion was of all times very indignant at scandals of that kind, and received with unfeigned satisfaction the intelligence that a general had been found guilty and severely punished. It was therefore a clever move on the part of Richelieu to fasten upon Marillac an accusation which, whether well founded or not, would be certain to predispose everybody against him. "It is a very strange thing," exclaimed the Marshal, "to persecute me as they do. My trial is a mere question of hay, straw, wood, stones, and lime. There is not case enough for whipping a servant." The Marshal's trial lasted 18 months, and the court of inquiry was transferred from Verdun to Ruel, in Richelieu's own house. Marillac was condemned to death by a majority of one voice only, and beheaded on the 10th of May, 1632. Marie de Medici had been banished to Compiègne. When she saw herself finally abandoned by her son, she fled to Brussels, where she lived for a short time under the protection of the Spaniards, and died, 1631, in a state almost bordering upon destitution. End of section 9. Section 10 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, The Aristocracy, Part 3. Gaston also left his native country after publishing a violent manifesto against the cardinal. A few days only after the death of Marillac, he entered Burgundy at the head of a small army, crossed France, and effected a junction with the governor of Languedoc, the Duc de Montmorency, whom he had by dint of persuasion brought over to his side. The royal forces commanded by Marshal Schomberg met the rebels under the walls of Castelnaudary, September 1682, and defeated them without much difficulty. Gaston fled at the first onset, throwing away his arms and saying that he would not engage any more in that sort of pastime. Montmorency, thus abandoned, was taken, tried, and put to death, notwithstanding the petitions of the whole nobility. The Duke of Lorraine had to pay dearly for the consequences of this fresh attempt at rebellion. Louis XIII took Bar-le-Duc and quartered troops in Lorraine, 1634, which remained occupied by France till the end of the century. As for Gaston, being of the royal blood of France, which must be respected, he once more escaped, but was ordered to take up his residence at Blois. The birth of Louis XIV, 4 years later, September 15th, 1638, deprived him of the title and hopes of heir presumptive to the crown. Chancellor Châteauneuf, whose power dated only from the Journée des Dupes, was shut up as a prisoner at the castle of Angoulême, and his nephew Louville at the Bastille. The Chevalier de Jars, condemned to death, received his pardon whilst he was actually on the scaffold, and the Duchesse de Chevreuse was once more sent into exile. The panic had become so great that Marshal d'Estrees, who commanded an army in Germany, having seen a letter directed to one of his lieutenants, fancied he was about to meet with the same fate as Marillac. He abandoned his soldiers and obtained his pardon for so doing only by the comical account he gave to the king and cardinal of the terror which had seized hold of him. Louis XIII had always been of a reserved, timid, and melancholy disposition. His nature formed the most perfect contrast imaginable to that of the Vert Galant, his father. The very idea of irregularity in conduct was most repugnant to him, and he would not have deigned even to cast his eyes for a moment upon the fascinating but questionable beauties who formed the court of his mother and of his wife. Amongst these retainers of the court he soon distinguished, however, a young lady whose modesty and beauty combined had already created quite a sensation in the fashionable world, and who was so gentle, so quiet, so retired in her manners, that she seemed more fitted for the cloister than for the gaieties of the Louvre. That lady was Marie de Hautefort, youngest child of the Marquis Charles de Hautefort, Marechal des Camps et Armées of the king, and gentleman in ordinary of the royal bedchamber. Marie was left an orphan at a very tender age, and without much fortune, under the care of her grandmother, Madame de la Flotte Hauterive. Her early years were spent amidst the dullness of a country town. She heard a good deal about the court and its pleasures, and with all the eagerness of a child she longed to know something about that Louvre and that Saint-Germain, which she had learned to consider as a kind of fairyland. Sincerely pious, she tells us at the same time that when she was only 11 or 12 years of age, she used to retire to her room for the purpose of praying God fervently that he might make her go to court. Her request was answered. Called on business to Paris, Madame de la Flotte Hauterive took with her Marie de Hautefort, who, as soon as she arrived, became a centre of attraction. She won specially the affection of a lady celebrated by her beauty, her wit, and unfortunately by the scandal of her life, Louise Marguerite de Guise, daughter of the Balafre, Princesse de Conti, the acknowledged mistress of Marshal Bassompierre. All the fashionables of the metropolis were anxious to know who that young girl was sitting in the carriage of the Princesse de Conti, as that lady drove to the Abbey of Longchamp, or through the glades of the forest of Saint-Germain. She was only 12 years old when the Queen Mother, Marie de Medici, chose her to be one of her maids of honour, and she soon displayed in her new and difficult position qualities which secured to her the affection of all those into whose company she was thrown, just as much as her graces had called forth their admiration. She combined firmness of character with the greatest and most discriminating generosity. Her piety was equalled by her wit, and the dignity of her deportment borrowed additional charms from her modesty and her reserve. During the course of the year 1630, she followed the Queen Dowager to Lyons, where the king had fallen seriously ill, whilst Richelieu was at the head of the troops in Italy. Louis XIII. Had not yet met Mademoiselle de Hautefort. It was at Lyons that he saw her for the first time, and he soon conceived for her an attachment of the most romantic nature. He could not bear her being out of his sight, so much so that when, after the Journée des Dupes, and in consequence of it, Marie de Medici was exiled, he removed Mademoiselle Hautefort from her service and placed her in the household of Anne of Austria, conferring at the same time upon Madame de la Flotte Hauterive a position at court in the stead of Madame de Fargy. Mademoiselle de Hautefort's position at court was one of extreme delicacy, and attended even with considerable danger. She had become sincerely attached to the Queen, Anne of Austria, and the feeling she entertained for her was the cause of endless disputes between herself and Louis XIII. The king had no affection whatever for his wife. In the first place, he knew that she was the cardinal's bitter enemy, and although he himself often resented Richelieu's haughty ways, his absolute disposition, and his passion for command, yet he uniformly supported him, being quite conscious that his system of policy was dictated by zeal for the good of the state. The affair of Chalais was another cause of estrangement, and a more personal one, between Louis XIII. And his queen. Thoroughly convinced that Marie de Medici shared the political opinions of Gaston, Duc d'Orléans, and helped him in all his plots against the government, he believed besides, as we have stated above, that she would have gladly married him had circumstances allowed her to do so, and that she secretly hoped for the death of a king who seemed a confirmed valetudinarian. Influenced by these various motives, Louis XIII. Did his best to detach Mademoiselle de Hautefort from her affections for a mistress whom he painted in the most unfavourable colours, and he would not or could not see that the greater the efforts he made in this direction, the more determined the demoiselle d'honneur was in her resolution not to desert an unfortunate and persecuted queen. Then, in addition to the assiduities of Louis XIII., the young girl had to contend with the cardinal's ill will. He had been delighted, in the first instance, by the king's affection for a child who belonged to no political party, and whose character he had not been able to penetrate. He hoped that such an influence would have the double result, first, of subduing the wayward, fantastic, and morose temper of Louis XIII., and of procuring to him, Richelieu, an ally who would disclose to him all the secrets of the court and act as a spy on the queen. He accordingly professed the greatest interest in Mademoiselle de Hautefort, loaded her with compliments and other marks of favour, thus rendering jealous all the ambitious ladies whom one single glance from Richelieu would have made happy for ever. It was dangerous trifling with so powerful a man as the cardinal. Yet our heroine did not hesitate to do so, and she, who had resisted the insinuations made by Louis XIII. Against the queen, would not condescend to act as the tool of the prime minister. Let us add that she knew absolutely nothing about the complicated politics of the day, the difficulties of the 30 Years' War, the rival interests of France and of Spain, the relations of the French government with England and Lorraine, were things she could not understand. All her knowledge amounted to this: the queen was persecuted and ill-used by her husband without having given him the slightest excuse for doing so. She was oppressed by Richelieu and held as a kind of prisoner in her own palace, when she was not an exile and an outcast. Under these circumstances, it was perfectly natural that she should defend herself with every available weapon, and if the assistance of her brother, the King of Spain, could be procured, surely she, of all persons, had a decided and absolute right to it. Let us now turn for a few minutes to the consideration of another lady who played an important part in the history of that eventful time. Louise Angélique de Lafayette belonged to one of the first families in France, was pushed at court by the influence of a cabal, who, seeing Mademoiselle de Hautefort in disgrace, and feeling sure that Louis XIII. Must be under the spell of some favourite, took the opportunity of advancing the interests of their relative and protégé. Laporte tells us in his memoirs that during that time a cabal was organised by the Bishop of Limoges, uncle of Mademoiselle de Lafayette, Monsieur de Saint-Simon, Madame de Sénécé, and Mesdemoiselles d'Esch, de Vieux-Pont, and de Polignac, with the view of introducing Mademoiselle de Lafayette to court instead of Mademoiselle de Hautefort. His Eminence entered so thoroughly into this plan that in a short time the king no longer spoke to Mademoiselle de Hautefort, whereas his great diversion when in the queen's apartments was to entertain Mademoiselle de Lafayette and make her sing. The new favourite was of a disposition totally different from that of her predecessor, and although she was not more attractive, she was more tender, more gentle. Louis XIII. In the first instance honoured her with his attentions, chiefly to annoy Mademoiselle de Hautefort, but gradually he was completely fascinated, and ended by loving her seriously. Mademoiselle de Lafayette, in her turn, could not but be flattered with the notice of Louis XIII. Then, when he opened his heart to her and revealed his sadness, his melancholy, his suspicions, his distrust of everybody, when she saw the most powerful monarch in Europe more wretched than the least of his subjects, she could not help showing to him all the proofs of affectionate compassion. She mitigated his pains by expressing her readiness to share them. Finding himself on terms of deep friendship for the first time in his life with a lady of unblemished character and of a superior mind, the king manifested all his real qualities, his unflinching honesty, his talents, his spirit, the uprightness of his intentions, and he enjoyed at last the sweetness of mutual affection. There is no doubt that Mademoiselle de Lafayette loved Louis XIII. Madame de Motteville, who was her intimate friend, positively says so. But the sentiment she entertained for him was that of a sister, pure, disinterested, and springing from the highest motives. She did her very best to persuade him that his sincere reconciliation with the Queen was a matter of conscience, and that he ought to shake off the heavy yoke laid upon him by Richelieu. It is curious to see two young girls thus openly setting at defiance a man such as the all-powerful cardinal. In vain he tried to win over Mademoiselle de Lafayette to his interests. He was unsuccessful here again, and thus baffled, he had recourse to his accustomed stratagems. He inspired scruples into the mind both of the lady and the monarch, and so far destroyed their intimacy that Mademoiselle de Lafayette, who had often thought of taking the veil, retired definitively to the convent of the Ladies of St. Mary in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Monsieur Victor Cousin, from whom we have borrowed most of the above details, calls her a Mademoiselle de la Vallière qui n'a pas failli. She is certainly one of the most attractive characters in an age when there was both so much to admire and so much to condemn. End of section 10. Section 11 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, The Aristocracy, Part 4. About the time of Mademoiselle de Lafayette's retirement from the world, a bundle of letters intercepted by the cardinal revealed to him all the Queen's secrets. A search was made in her apartments. Her papers were seized, and she obtained her pardon only by giving a written promise to desist from corresponding with her two brothers, Philip IV, King of Spain, and the Cardinal Infante. As war was at this time being carried on between France and Spain, and as the medium through whose connivance the correspondence passed was that arch-intriguer, Madame de Chevreuse, both the king and the cardinal might well feel anxious. The last representative of feudal pretensions, the Duc d'Epernon, was also compelled to see that the time had come for the nobility to give up the ambitious views they had so long and so pertinaciously entertained. The fate of the Duc de la Valette, condemned to death for a military blunder, showed that nothing but absolute, unconditional obedience would satisfy Richelieu, and yet another attempt was made to break the yoke, the offender in this case being the Count de Soissons, head of one of the branches of the Condé family. The conspiracy at the head of which the Count de Soissons placed himself was the most important by far of all those organized against the cardinal. As a prince of the blood, he was of a much higher standing than Montmorency himself, possessing all the courage, the spirit, and the military talents of that nobleman. He had, besides, greater forethought and superior skill in the carrying out of his plans. The conspiracy had been thoroughly matured, and the fittest opportunity selected. There is no doubt that Richelieu, towards the end of his administration, ruled by terror. It seemed as if the war was never to end, and as if the taxation which weighed down upon the country and destroyed its resources was always to be increased. No one was safe, and the vengeance of the jealous minister contrived to reach the most unsuspecting. His genius had not lost its prestige, and the greatness of his plans called forth the admiration of a small number of appreciative spirits, but everybody else, that is, the majority, had become heartily weary, and the king especially. Saint-Mars, the recently appointed master of the horse, was assiduously doing his best to ruin and blacken the cardinal in the mind of the king. He was aware of the conspiracy we are now alluding to, and without having actually joined it, he gave it all his support. The Queen, Anne of Austria, still in disgrace, sighed for the end of a power which had crushed her so ruthlessly. There was Monsieur, too, not very trustworthy to be sure, and quite capable of drawing back when the fatal moment came. But the Duc de Bouillon, distinguished both as a warrior and a politician, had openly declared against the cardinal, and his stronghold Sedan, situated on the frontier between France and the Netherlands, was a refuge where a long stand could be made against Richelieu's forces. There existed conspirators even within the walls of the Bastille, and Marshal Vitry and the Count de Cramail were preparing a manifestation with an amount of secrecy which was perfectly amazing. The Abbé de Retz, only 25 years old, had also made up his mind to join in the fray and to make his début as a conspirator. The Duc de Guise, who had managed to find a refuge in the Netherlands, had promised to join the other leaders at Sedan. Nothing more was wanted but the assistance of Spain. Nothing, let us add, could be done without it. The Spaniards alone could by a diversion facilitate a march of the rebels upon Paris and crush the power of Richelieu. Soissons, accordingly, dispatched to Brussels one of his most intelligent and trusty friends, Alexander de Campion, with the view of negotiating for a supply both of money and of troops. There he met the Duchesse de Chevreuse, who, ready as usual and more than ready to join in any intrigue against the cardinal, promised her active support, and as a matter of fact did all she could to help on the conspiracy. She gave to Campion, and also to another obscure intriguer, the Abbé de Mercy, letters for Charles IV, Duke of Lorraine, in which she urged him not to lose this opportunity of repairing by one effort his past misfortunes and of striking a deadly blow at Richelieu. Thus encouraged by the Duchesse de Chevreuse, by the Duc de Guise, and by the Spanish minister, Charles IV broke the alliance which he had just made with France, treated with Spain, and made haste to relieve Sedan. General Lambois and Colonel Materny started from Flanders at the head of 6,000 men. France and the whole of Europe was in a great state of expectation. Richelieu had never been in such danger. The Count de Soissons had taken refuge at Sedan, near the Duc de Bouillon, and from that city he made an appeal to all the malcontents. At the news of this fresh outbreak, the King of France required the Duc de Bouillon to get rid of his guest. Instead of complying with this order, Bouillon refused and raised an army where 7,000 foreign soldiers reinforced a powerful contingent of refugees and disaffected Frenchmen. Marshal Chatillon, sent with a few thousand men to observe Sedan and protect the frontier, was not in a position to offer battle to the enemy, whose numbers were considerably superior. Attacked by the rebels near the wood of La Marfée, July 6th, 1641, he was defeated, owing to the cowardice of some of his regiments. But the Count de Soissons was killed whilst rushing in pursuit of the fugitives, and the insurrection, thus deprived of its leader, could not derive any benefit from the success it had obtained. The Duc de Bouillon was too happy to purchase his own life at the cost of Sedan, which he surrendered to Louis XIII. In the meanwhile, the king had almost forgotten Mademoiselle de Lafayette and Mademoiselle de Hautefort. His inclination towards the latter, however, revived, and Richelieu, who had always dreaded her influence, asked the king to send her away for a fortnight. She insisted on receiving the order from the monarch's own lips, and when it was given, she merely answered, "This fortnight will be lifelong for me, and I now take leave of your Majesty, never to see you again." She was very much regretted by Anne of Austria. As for Louis XIII., he was already taken up with a new favourite, the brilliant and witty Saint-Mars, whom Richelieu himself had introduced at court for the purpose of amusing the wretched monarch and acting at the same time as a kind of spy. Made Master of the Wardrobe and Grand Equerry of France at the early age of 19, Saint-Mars thought that he might rise to the destinies of de Luynes, and his ambition led to ingratitude, as had been the case with de Luynes. He aimed at obtaining a seat on the council board, and having met with a refusal from Richelieu, whose creature he was, he complained to the king. Louis XIII. Was beginning to get weary of a state of dependence which had lasted 15 years. Without positively countenancing the Grand Equerry's plans of sedition, he listened to them, and allowed his favourite to join with all the disaffected, the Queen, the Duc d'Orléans, the Duc de Bouillon. Allusions were frequently made to Concini, and to the bold stroke which had delivered both the crown and the country from the ambitious Italian adventurer. The conspirators had, in the first instance, thought of murdering Richelieu, but they gave up the idea and determined upon making a secret agreement with Spain. The Marquis de Fontrailles, who had joined in the plot, had gone to Madrid, seen the Grand Duke d'Olivares, and brought back with him a formal treaty which awaited nothing but the signature of the Duc d'Orléans. The court was openly divided between the partisans of the king and those of Richelieu. Whilst the giddy, incapable, careless friends of Saint-Mars affected the epithet of royalists, all the most efficient men in the army, those who had most at heart the honour and glory of France, Turenne and Condé amongst them, accepted the designation of cardinalists. Richelieu, we need not say, had been informed of all the details of the conspiracy. He knew that Saint-Mars had made sure of a retreat at Sedan, and entered upon a negotiation with the Duc de Bouillon. The secret treaty with Spain was also a circumstance he was fully aware of, although he did not as yet possess any conclusive evidence on the subject. His first care was to keep the king's attention amused by military display and strategical evolutions. Feeling where the danger lay, he recalled Guébriant from Alsace, d'Harcourt from Champagne, in order to concentrate all the operations of the war in the neighbourhood of the Pyrenees. La Meilleraye had carried Collioure by storm. Perpignan was blockaded. The king returned to camp accompanied by his favourite Saint-Mars, who might have known that the whole plot was no longer a secret, and that the terrible Richelieu was only waiting for the decisive proofs which would enable him to strike more effectively. His friend and fellow conspirator had told him so as plainly as possible, and the wonder is that a man of de Thou's character, a magistrate himself, and the son of a magistrate, should not have given to Saint-Mars both the advice and the example of withdrawing from the plot. But in spite of his intelligence and of his high character for integrity, de Thou had not been able to resist the temptation of joining in a plot where he had for his associates some of the highest personages in the kingdom. Ambition, too, had a great deal to do with his rash enterprise. he felt capable of taking a part in public affairs, and saw that Richelieu would be a perpetual obstacle in his way. Finally, he had conceived for Anne of Austria a kind of romantic attachment which completely blinded him. The two friends were still hoping to obtain from the king a declaration or edict containing Richelieu's downfall, for he had certainly seemed to endorse their schemes, or at any rate not to oppose them. And Louis XIII. Had even gone so far as not to discourage the Grand Écuyer from making in his name secret propositions of peace, both at Rome and at Madrid. They might have known, however, from past experience, that no trust could be placed upon the promises of Louis XIII., and that in his sickly state of health the dispositions of the day would most likely make room for the caprices of the morrow. The cardinal, broken down by illness, remained at Narbonne, waiting anxiously for the result of the inquiries made by his agents, and the king, sincerely perhaps, gave him reiterated assurances of his friendship and support. The fact is that when Louis XIII. Was left alone with the worthless courtiers who endeavoured to excite him against Richelieu, he could not help feeling that incapacity was their prominent characteristic, and that the destinies of France, if abandoned to them, would soon have been ruined forever. At last Richelieu's patience was rewarded. Someone placed within his hand a copy of the famous treaty with Spain. Saint-Mars, by the most extraordinary delusion, bound himself towards the court of Madrid, consented to receive its troops and its subsidies during the war. The conspirators would have no enemies but those of the Empire, and pledged themselves to restore all the provinces conquered in former times. Chavigny, the devoted friend of Richelieu, was directed to place before Louis XIII. This terrible document. The king, with all his hesitation and his want of energy, possessed at any rate the great quality of patriotism, and on this occasion he at once sacrificed to the good of the country his favourite Saint-Mars. On the 10th of June, 1642, he left the camp and returned to join the cardinal at Narbonne. On the 12th, the order was given to arrest Saint-Mars and de Thou. The Duc de Bouillon was seized in the middle of his army and imprisoned at Casale, the Duc d'Orléans at Blois. After having thus shown to Richelieu that he completely identified himself with his policy, Louis XIII. Started for Paris. Gaston, as usual, obtained his pardon by his cowardice. He hastened to supply the cardinal with the legal written evidence which was still wanting against the two principal conspirators. Richelieu embarked on the Rhone on the 17th of August, taking in tow a barge conveying his victims Saint-Mars and de Thou. The trial took place at Lyons before a commission, the members of which partly belonged to the Parliament of Grenoble. The president was Pierre Séguier, and the reporter Laubardemont, the well-known agent of Richelieu's revenge. Whilst questioning Saint-Mars, he said to him that de Thou had confessed everything, and had even incriminated him in the strongest manner. By using exactly the same method in examining de Thou, he obtained the success he desired. It was an act of twofold perfidy unworthy of a magistrate and a gentleman, but such matters were thought nothing of at the time. The prisoners were sentenced to death on the 12th of September and beheaded immediately. The king, who was then at Saint-Germain, knowing both the day and the hour of the execution, kept looking at his watch and saying, "In such a such period of time, Monsieur le Grand will spend his time very unpleasantly." That was the only expression of regret which he gave to his friend. The terrible tragedy we have been relating was the last blow struck at the French nobility, and the last important act in Richelieu's life. The ambitious nobles had learnt at their own cost that the days of feudalism were gone forever, and that every effort to destroy the kingdom was doomed almost before it was attempted. Fiction has done much for the son of Marshal de Féa, footnote, Saint-Marc, but he was really a very worthless character. Having succeeded through Richelieu's influence in becoming the favourite of a king whom he never cared for, but whose kindness he for a long time turned to his own profit, he gave himself up to all the excesses of luxury and of pleasure. Prosperity turned his head. He endeavoured first of all to struggle with his protector, and then to take his place at the helm of the state. Although just 20 years old and qualified merely for the easy duties of a page, he thought himself able to govern France. And his first step was to call in the Spaniards. The treason was discovered, as we have just seen. The disgraceful compact signed by Frenchmen with a foreign power was handed over to Richelieu, and no doubt remained then as to the fate which awaited Saint-Marc. Whilst we quite approve of the judgment passed upon the rash favourite and his accomplice, de Thou, we cannot help declaring here that the form of the trial was disgracefully illegal, and that in dealing with the prisoners, as previously in the case of Montmorency, Richelieu acted exactly as if he was not prosecuting a state criminal, but satisfying the feelings of private revenge. A parallel naturally suggests itself between the two cases we are now alluding to and the trial of Biron during the preceding reign. Henry IV ordered the arrest of his old friend, but interfered no further in the matter, and allowed the court free action. The Paris Parliament, the only assembly qualified to try the culprit, was convened, and the peers of France joined in the deliberations, and Biron was unanimously sentenced to death by 127 votes. Richelieu once in power, the whole course of things is changed. His ideas of justice were those of a revolutionist, and the trials of Montmorency and Saint-Marc were a kind of anticipation of 1793. Montmorency had been taken arms in hand. His rebellion was patent and deserved to be punished. But everyone thought that he would certainly be sent to Paris and tried by the Parliament and the peers assembled. This was one of the fundamental laws of the old monarchy, and for nearly 600 years only 4 persons could be named who had been summoned before exceptional courts. Richelieu, however, ordered that Montmorency should be tried at Toulouse, and although the Parliament of that town refused to sit in the Marshal's case, they were obliged to yield, and the court was presided over by one of Richelieu's own creatures, the Keeper of the Seals, Châteauneuf. It was exactly the same in the case of Saint-Marc. Instead of being summoned before the Parliament of Paris, according to the terms of the law, he was obliged to undergo the judgment of a special court called together at Lyons, and consisting of creatures of the cardinal. In vain did he try to appeal against such a measure as illegal, and it really was so. He was compelled to give way. These terrible measures produced the result which might naturally be expected. The cardinal was considered guilty of wholesale murder, and persons could not help being struck by the promptness with which certain prisoners died shortly after their being sent to prison. D'Ornano, 1624. The Grand Prieur de Vendôme, 1626. Marillac, 1632. Puylaurens, 1634. All within a year of their incarceration, and 3 of them at Vincennes. Richelieu has enough to answer for without being responsible for crimes which he never committed. End of section 11. Section 12 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, Foreign Policy, Part 1. Richelieu's foreign policy is one of the most noteworthy subjects we have to consider in our biographical sketch of the great French statesman. We must examine it somewhat in detail. The measures he had taken against the aristocracy were just, no doubt, but still there was about them a kind of relentless severity which might sometimes seem positively brutal. In order to soften the unfavourable impression they were likely to produce, he felt himself bound to adopt a system of foreign policy which would conciliate public opinion by its patriotic character and by the evident desire it showed of restoring France to its proper position amongst the nations of Europe. There were, besides, the absolute necessity of giving occupation to a number of restless and daring men who, prevented by their social position from carrying on trade or business of any kind, must find on the fields of battle against the enemies of their country a scope for that energy which they no longer dared to employ in fomenting intrigues at home or in fighting duels at the Place Royale. An opportunity was not long wanting, or rather it existed since the death of Henry IV. The destruction of Spanish influence had been the Béarnase's policy. He saw France hemmed in on all sides by the troops of Ultramontanism, and if the dagger of Ravaillac had not prematurely struck him down, he would no doubt have crushed for ever the joint efforts of the Vatican and the Escurial. This task was reserved for Richelieu. The limits of France, said the cardinal, must be those of Gaul. On his accession to power, he renewed all the treaties made by Henry IV with Venice, Savoy, Holland, and England. He broke the projected marriage of the Prince of Wales, Charles I, with a Spanish infanta, and proposed to the young prince the hand of Henrietta, sister of Louis XIII. That was the first challenge thrown down to Spain. The War of the Valtelline, which occurred almost simultaneously in 1624, was the second. This small district, forming a communication between the Spanish Milanese and the Austrian Tyrol, had for its inhabitants a population, Catholic indeed, but subject to the Protestant Grisons, and which had revolted against Spain on account of the erection of certain fortresses constructed by the government of Madrid for the ostensible purpose of keeping off the heretics, 1620. The rich valley of the Valtelline, watered by the Adda and extending from the Lake of Como to the Tyrol, had belonged for upwards of a century to the Republic of the Grisons, to whom the Dukes of Milan had ceded it at the time of the wars between France and Italy. By virtue of its geographical position, it was very naturally coveted by the two branches of the House of Austria, who only waited for a favourable opportunity of seizing it. The difference of religion which separated the Protestant Grisons from the Catholic Valtellines seemed to hasten this catastrophe. In 1620, the latter, headed by a nobleman of the name of Giacomo Robustelli, revolted and called in the Spanish general Gomez de Figueroa, Duke of Feria, to their assistance. During the same year, the emperor, with the help of Spaniards, had gained the famous battle of Prague, which gave a wonderful turn to his affairs, whilst it ruined those of the Palatine and of the other Protestant princes, his allies. At that time the Duke of Feria was governor of the Milanese, an ambitious and vain man, anxious at any price to create a confusion, brouiller les cartes, and have himself talked about. He saw that he could do so without much obstacle, since the Grisons gave him some pretext to invade the Valtelline, the possession of which was of first-rate importance to the King of Spain, both for the preservation of his domains in Italy and also for the weakening of other potentates in that country. He considered that the Protestants were chastised, the King of France occupied by his civil wars, and the King of England engaged in the hope of marrying the prince his son with the Infanta of Spain. Footnote: the Infanta Maria Anna, second daughter of Philip III and Margaret of Austria. She married in 1631 Ferdinand of Austria, who afterwards became the Emperor Ferdinand III. Back to main text. He therefore attempted and accomplished the conquest of the Valtelline in the manner and with the success which everyone knows. The Italian princes became alarmed, the Swiss were offended, and the king, Louis XIII., their ally, determined upon procuring the restitution and restoration of that province to the Grisons, its lawful masters, and with that view he dispatched me as ambassador extraordinary for the purpose of asking it back again from the King of Spain, his father-in-law. Footnote: Bassompierre, Memoir, Vol. 2, 242-243. Back to main text. As a compensation for his assistance, the Duc de Feria obtained the surrender of all the fortified places in the valley. Madrid and Vienna thus were able, so to say, to join hands across the Alps, and France lost the only road it had to enter Italy. The Duke of Savoy and the Republic of Venice, still more threatened by this bold and disloyal stroke of the Austrian policy than France itself, sent in their complaints to Paris, and as we have just seen, Marshal Bassompierre was ordered to go to Madrid and remonstrate with the Spanish government. Philip II gave to Louis XIII nothing but a deceptive satisfaction, and the Duke of Feria not only refused to abandon his conquest, but strengthened himself in it by fresh usurpations. Such was the state of things in December 1622, when Louis XI met at Lyons his brother-in-law, the Prince of Piedmont, and the Venetian ambassador, who had come to plead before him the cause of Italy. Richelieu gave to the king, through the medium of Marie de Medici, the advice which a sound and firm system of policy suggested. Without actually declaring war against Spain, he would have made it quite clear that such an eventuality was highly probable. His suggestions were unfortunately not adopted, and when Louis XIII returned to Paris, nothing had been decided. An arrangement, however, was subsequently agreed upon, by virtue of which the positions in the Valtelline were to be given up in trust to the Pope, till the difference was completely and satisfactorily settled. The Spaniards, let us add, never entirely abandoned their conquests, and the Austrians would not relinquish the places they had taken from the Grisons. The court of the Vatican would have probably decided in favour of the Cabinet of Madrid, if Richelieu, just arrived at the head of affairs, had not interfered at once. He wrote to the French ambassador at Rome, "The king does not mean to be trifled with any longer. The cabinet is changed, and the new ministry has adopted a different system. An army shall be sent into the Valtelline to stop the hesitation of the Pope and bring the Spaniards to their senses." Shortly after, the Marquis de Coeuvres entered Switzerland at the head of an army of 10,000 men, and restored the Valtelline to the Grisons, 1624. The court of Madrid showed its weakness by putting up with the insult and signing the Peace of Monson, which was merely the ratification of accomplished facts. Another important event proved a few years later that the boasted power of Spain had come to an end, and that the time was no more when a sign from the Escurial struck terror from one end of Europe to the other. Charles de Gonzague, Duc de Nevers, a French prince, had inherited the Duchy of Mantua and the Marquisate of Montferrat at the time when Richelieu was besieging La Rochelle. The Spaniards, anxious to secure a footing in Italy, opposed to him as rival claimants the Duke of Guastalla at Mantua and Victor Amadeus, Duke of Savoy, in the Montferrat. They even laid siege to Casale. Charles de Gonzague asked for the assistance of Louis XIII as being a French subject, and both the king and Richelieu marched in person towards the Alps at the head of an army of 30,000 men. Marshal Bassompierre has related all this episode in so picturesque and amusing a style that the best thing we can do is to give here a translation of his narrative. The king, having appointed his brother to the duty of relieving the besieged city of Casale, soon imagined that the glory acquired by Monsieur would be to the detriment of his own. So great is the power of jealousy between relations. And he took it so much to heart that he could not rest in consequence. On the 8th of January, 1629, he came to Chaillot, where I happened to be, having business with the cardinal, who resided there at the time. He immediately closeted himself with Monseigneur, and began by telling him that he could not bear to see his brother commanding his army on the other side of the Alps. That business must be stopped, said he. The cardinal answered that the only way of stopping it was that his Majesty should take the command himself. If he made up his mind to do so, he must start within a week at the latest. The king assented immediately. Turning round at the same time, he called me. I was standing at the other end of the room. I approached, and he said to me, "And here is someone who will come with me and serve me faithfully." Having asked where his Majesty expected me to go, he answered, "To Italy, where I mean to drive the enemy from before Casale, and you will serve me faithfully. So get ready to start, and act as my lieutenant general under my brother, if he chooses to join us. I shall take with you Marshal Créqui, who knows the country, and I trust that we shall give a good account of ourselves." Hereupon the king returned to Paris and informed the queen of his resolutions. She told it in turn to Monsieur, who was not much pleased with it. He did not, however, show any sign of dissatisfaction, but prepared to go. The king had the first start, and appointed our rendezvous at Grenoble. The day before his departure he knew that I had not much money to spare. He asked me for some cider which he wanted to take with him. I used to give him an excellent brew, which some of my Normandy friends sent me, knowing that I am rather fond of it. I forwarded to him 12 bottles, and in the course of the evening, as I was taking the watchword from him, he said to me, "Betstein, you have given me 12 bottles of cider. I present you with 12,000 crowns in return. Go to Defia. He will deliver them over to you." "Sire," I answered, "I have the whole cask of cider at home, and I can let you have it at the same price." But he was satisfied with the 12 bottles and with his liberality. On Tuesday, March 6th, the king arrived at Chaumont about 2 o'clock in the morning with the Counts de Soissons, de Longueville, de Moret, Marshals Schomberg, d'Allouin, de la Valette, and others. Our troops passed on, namely 7 companies of the Guards, 6 of the Swiss, 19 of the regiment of Navarre, 14 of that of Estissac, 15 of that of Sceaux, besides the king's mounted musketeers. About 6 o'clock in the morning, M. de Créqui and I, assisted by M. de la Valette, Valençay, Toiras, Canaple, and Tavannes, got our troops into order. The king arrived at the same time with the count and the cardinal. He insisted that his musketeers should do duty with the forlorn hope of the guards. The pass of Suza, through which the French army had to make way, was protected by 3 barricades. We must quote Bassompierre's interesting account of his interview with the king immediately before the attack. "Sire, sire," said I, "the company is ready. The violins have arrived, and the masqueraders are at the door. When your Majesty pleases, we shall proceed with the ballet." The king drew near to me and exclaimed in a passion, "Do you know that we have only 5 pounds weight of lead in the artillery park?" I said to him, "It is fine time indeed to think of all this. Must the ballet not come off because one of the masqueraders is not ready? Leave it to us, sire, and all will go on capitally." "Do you answer for it?" said he to me. "It would be rash in me," replied I, "to pledge myself to so doubtful a thing. But yet I affirm that we shall get out of it creditably, or I shall be either killed or a prisoner. Yes, but if we fail, I shall reproach you for it. Only let us act." Then the cardinal said to him, "Sire, the appearance of the marshal makes me anticipate a good result. Depend upon it." Louis XIII. On this occasion displayed his father's courage. The Duke of Savoy, witnessing the impetuosity of the assailants, and on the point of being taken prisoner, exclaimed, "Gentlemen, let me pass through, for these fellows seem rather cross." He hastened to sign the Treaty of Suza. The Spaniards on their side raised the siege of Casale and retired into the Milanese. The Duke of Savoy could not be relied upon. The cardinal said of him that his mind took no rest, but went round the world every day more than 3 times, thinking of setting all the kings at war against one another, in order to profit by their divisions. The year had not elapsed when the imperial forces, victorious in Germany, invaded the territory of the Grisons. The Spaniards entered the Marquisate of Montferrat, and the Duke of Savoy negotiated with everybody. Richelieu returned toward the Alps, followed by 40,000 men. Savoy was conquered and the Pignerol taken, March 1630. The Peace of Cherasco, concluded by Cardinal Mazarin, strengthened the French influence in Italy. The Duke of Mantua was re-established in his dominions, and by a clever stratagem the important position of Pignerol remained in the hands of the French, thus securing to them a free passage across the Alps. Had not Richelieu's attention been elsewhere engaged, he would have organised an Italian confederation for the purpose of counteracting and destroying the Spanish influence. Venice, Mantua, and the Duke of Savoy signed the treaty which formed the basis of that league. The Grand Duke of Tuscany, Genoa, and the Prince of Parma and Modena adhered to it in secret. Pope Urban VIII. Was on the point of following their example. The events which were taking place in Germany, however, put a stop to that scheme, as it did to many others. End of section 12. Section 13 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, Foreign Policy, Part 2. The 30 Years' War, both political and religious in its character, had been raging since 1618. After having begun in Bohemia, it had spread through the German Empire, and did not seem to approach a termination. The Elector Palatine, the King of Denmark, had been in turns conquered and humbled. The imperial army, commanded by Wallenstein, had penetrated as far as the Baltic, trampling under its feet the freedom of Germany. The problem already so often discussed was arising again, namely, whether the despotism of the House of Austria would be allowed to go on, or whether it should give way to the political system of a number of small independent princes. Never since the death of Henry IV. Had France been in so favourable a state to make its power felt abroad, but never, on the other hand, did circumstances more urgently require that action. The Emperor, Ferdinand II., finding no more enemies in Germany, had just sent over into Italy an army to support the Spanish rule. If he had been willing to follow the advice of his generalissimo, whom some historians have very appropriately called the last of the condottieri, he could have stamped out Lutheranism in the whole of northern Europe. He preferred propping up in the Italian peninsula the power of the Escurial. Richelieu's policy was both to destroy the imperial prestige on the banks of the Rhine and to annihilate the authority of the Spaniards in Italy. But whilst it was by the force of arms that he interfered on the other side of the Alps, he preferred having recourse to negotiation in the first instance, at any rate, with the German princes. Baron de Charnacé, one of the ablest of French diplomatists, had been sent to Munich for the purpose of tempting the ambition of the Duke of Bavaria. Henry IV. Had already offered to that prince the transfer of the imperial sceptre into his family. Chief of the Catholic Union, Maximilian, like the other German potentates, smarted under Wallenstein's oppression. But he was still held in his duty by the bribe of church property, the restitution of which was enforced from the Lutherans by Ferdinand II. Charnacé's mission in Bavaria, then, was attended with little success. He was far happier in his application to the King of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus. This prince, says Richelieu, was a new rising sun. Having engaged in war with all his neighbours, he had conquered from them several provinces. He was young, but enjoyed the greatest reputation. He had enlarged his dominions by many provinces wrested from the Muscovites, the Poles, and the Danes, and he already showed himself ill-disposed toward the emperor. In good sooth, it did not require much persuasion to urge Gustavus Adolphus to a war against Ferdinand, who had treated the Swedish ambassador with marked disrespect, and was endeavouring to dethrone the king himself. Charnacé was not long in discovering that Gustavus Adolphus, that young warrior of 30, was the predestined restorer of German freedom. A fervent Lutheran, he had inspired his army with his own religious enthusiasm, besides subjecting it to the strictest discipline and a most complete reorganization. Cardinal Richelieu gave to Charnacé the fullest power to negotiate with the King of Sweden, and the first care of the French diplomatist was to stop, by a 6 years' truce, the war which the King of Poland, Sigismund, Catholic pretender to the throne of Sweden, was carrying on with the Lutheran monarch, September 15th, 1629. This transaction may be considered as merely the prelude of a treaty, the terms of which were settled 6 months later. By virtue of this new arrangement, Gustavus Adolphus, now in the pay of France, pledged himself to wage war against the emperor. In consideration of a subsidy of 1,200,000 livres, the King of Sweden agreed to maintain an army of 30,000 men. He bound himself further to preserve a strict neutrality towards all the princes of a Catholic league, on condition that they should not join the emperor against Sweden. He would likewise respect the rights and privileges of the Romish Church wherever he found them established. By these stipulations, the Catholic princes were not only freed from all alarm on the score of religion, but furnished with a pretext for withholding their assistance from the emperor, as a step which would expose them to the arms of Sweden. Richelieu kept secret as long as he could a negotiation which, if known, would have completely taken by surprise both Protestants and Catholics. He felt, however, that by throwing all his influence on the side of the Lutheran cause, he was merely following the views of Henry IV. And checking the ambition of the House of Austria. If the emperor made use of the cloak of religion to conceal a policy of despotism and plunder, was it not the bounden duty of the minister of the most Christian king to interfere, even if by so doing he should seem to favour heresy? In the meanwhile, the cardinal's faithful adviser and agent, Father Joseph, contrived so well with the electors at the Diet of Ratisbon, 1630, that he obtained the dismissal of Wallenstein and the disbanding of his army. The electors then refused to bestow the title of King of the Romans upon the Emperor Ferdinand II, who had seriously regarded this as the reward of his concessions. Father Joseph, exclaimed he in a passion, has contrived to hide 6 electoral caps in his monk's cowl. Gustavus Adolphus appeared with all the rapidity of lightning. He invented a new system of tactics which threw his enemies off their guard and thoroughly disconcerted them. He defeated the celebrated Tilly near Leipzig, and again on the banks of the Lech, April 10th, 1632. The imperialist general was mortally wounded, and the King of Sweden, entering Augsburg, proclaimed their religious liberty. A few months after, he himself fell at Lützen in the arms of victory. "Let others conquer the world," said he, as he expired. This fatal event, of course, gave fresh energy to the Emperor Ferdinand II, and it brought France more directly into the arena. Richelieu knew this perfectly well, and he endeavoured to postpone as much as he could the time when Louis XIII must interfere decisively. His diplomatic activity was never so busy or conducted with so much skill. He discovered that the death of Gustavus Adolphus did not necessarily imply the humiliation of Sweden, and he renewed immediately the treaties which he had concluded with that country. He did homage to the genius of the Chancellor, Axel Oxenstierna, equally distinguished as a soldier and a statesman, and contrived to place him at the head of the Heilbronn Protestant Union, despite the efforts of the Elector of Saxony. He did not meet with so much success in his endeavours to detach the Catholic Union from the cause of the Emperor, but he thwarted the negotiations which had been begun between Spain and the Netherlands. Baron de Charnacé persuaded the dukes to maintain their old relations with France, whilst another distinguished diplomatist, Baron de Feuquières, acted in Germany as Richelieu's fondé de pouvoir. Whilst all these negotiations were taking place, the conflicting parties still met on the battlefield. The victory of Lützen had given a new impetus to the enthusiasm of the Swedes, and under the leadership of Bernard of Saxe-Weimar, they advanced into Bavaria as far as Ratisbon and Passau. Wallenstein's calculated inaction favoured them. Deeply wounded in his pride by the Emperor Ferdinand, the ambitious general was already meditating the treachery which, according to his views, must bring about the ruin of his master, and which, as a matter of fact, ended in a sentence of proscription uttered against himself and carried out by 3 murderers, February 15th, 1634. Fortune then seemed to smile upon the imperial cause. The Duke of Saxe-Weimar, having been imprudent enough to attack with 25,000 men, an army of 40,000 strongly entrenched at Nordlingen, was signally defeated September 6th. Such was the alarm amongst the German Protestants at this sudden change in the course of events, that all eyes immediately turned towards France as the quarter from which alone help could be expected. No further hesitation was possible for Cardinal Richelieu. On the 1st of November he gave an audience to 2 envoys, the one from Sweden and the other from Germany, and signed with them an agreement, according to the terms of which France, instead of an annual subsidy of 1,000,000 livres, pledged itself to send to the Union of Heilbronn a contingent of 12,000 men, provided it was allowed to assume the chief control over the operations of the war. Shortly afterwards, another treaty was concluded in Paris, February 8th, 1635, between France and the United Provinces for the immediate invasion of the Spanish Netherlands. Each of the contracting parties was to raise a force of 30,000 men for the accomplishment of that great enterprise. The Cardinal wanted also to induce the Duke of Savoy to join him in his scheme of aggression against the House of Austria, but he found so much hesitation on the side of Victor Amadeus and of the other Italian princes that he was obliged to give up for the time that part of his scheme. Eventual arrangements were made, however, for the conquest and partition of the Milanese. It remained now to find a plausible motive for the declaration of war. As a matter of fact, hostilities had already begun. As early as December 23rd, Marshals de la Force and de Brezé had raised the siege of Heidelberg. On his side, Count Gallas had seized upon Philipsburg, which the Swedes had placed as a deposit in the power of the French, January 24, 1635. And the French, less than 2 months later, retaliated by taking possession of Speyer. Finally, the Duc de Rohan, one of the most illustrious captains of the age, had appeared in Lorraine for the purpose of defending the north-east frontier of France against the imperialists. A small pamphlet entitled Des intérêts des princes et d'état de la chrétienté had previously stated his views on the subject. It was an apology of Richelieu's foreign policy and a declaration that the humbling of Spain would be the glory of the reign of Louis XIII. We must not forget that whilst all these important events were taking place, the cardinal was busy destroying the political power of the Huguenots at home. Being taunted for this inconsistency, he thus explained himself: "It is, I own with great sorrow, very much to be regretted by the Christian commonwealth, that Protestants alone dare oppose themselves to the pernicious designs of the House of Austria. We must not help them in their enterprises against religion, but we must make use of them to maintain Germany in the enjoyment of its freedom." The state of the French finances was most providentially satisfactory enough to carry on what must of all necessity be a costly and long war. 4 armies had to be raised and supplied with every convenience. Luckily, Marshal de Fayat, whom Richelieu had trusted with the management of the exchequer, was fully equal to his duties, and so far all was safe. Of the various commanders appointed to lead the troops, we have already noted Rohan, Brezé, and La Force. Chatillon and Feuquières must not be forgotten. Of all these, Rohan was decidedly the best and the most to be depended upon. The campaign of 1635 began favourably for France. On the 20th of May, Marshals de Chatillon and de Brezé defeated at Avesnes, in Flanders, Prince Thomas of Saxony, the brother of the reigning duke, who had quarrelled with him and whom Spain had just taken into her service. Several other successes had also been obtained by the French troops on the Ticino, in Burgundy, Alsace, and Guienne. Unfortunately, these advantages were compromised by the bold march of Piccolomini, who, after making a junction with another of the Emperor's best generals, John van Wiert, invaded Picardy, July 1636, took by storm La Capelle and La Catelet, and laid siege to Corbie, a small town situated at about 12 miles from Amiens. These untoward events created in Paris a kind of panic. Terror-stricken bourgeois already thought that the troops of Ferdinand II were at the gates of the capital. The roads to Orléans and Chartres were covered with people flying for safety from the city, which they imagined was doomed to destruction. And Richelieu was chiefly held responsible by the population for all these calamities. As he had caused part of the fortifications of Paris to be pulled down for the purpose of extending the limits of the metropolis, he was immediately charged with the intention of wishing to deliver it over to the enemy. Why did he begin the war if he had not the means of carrying it on? We are paying the penalty of his alliance with heretics. These accusations were a proof that Richelieu had thoroughly identified his fortunes with those of France, and that his most insignificant actions were construed, both by his friends and his enemies, as circumstances fraught with political importance. One of the most amusing of French authors, Voiture, whom we have already quoted, and about whom we shall have more to say in another chapter, writing to a friend of his who was a decided anti-cardinaliste, thus expressed himself: "When it was known that the enemy had entered Picardy, that all was on fire to the very banks of the Oise, everybody took fright, and the chief city of the realm was in consternation. To heighten the distressing intelligence, news came from Burgundy to the effect that the siege of Dole was raised, and from Saintonge that 15,000 peasants had revolted. Poitou and Guienne, it was further added, would probably imitate this example. Unfavourable advices followed each other in quick succession. The sky was overcast in every direction. The storm assailed us on all sides, and from no quarter whatever could we descry a ray of good fortune. Amidst all this darkness, did the cardinal see less clearly? Did he lose his head whilst the tempest was raging? Did he not still hold the helm in the one hand, whilst with the other he grasped the compass? Did he take to the boat for the sake of saving his life? On the contrary, did he not prove that he was ready to die before all the rest, if the great ship which he commanded was in danger of foundering? It must be acknowledged that calamity so gallantly endured and such force of character is worth more than a great deal of prosperity and victory. He did not appear to me so great and so triumphant on the day when he entered La Rochelle as then, and the journey he made from his palace to the arsenal seems to me more glorious for him than that which he made beyond the mountains, and from which he returned with the triumphs of Pignerol and Suza. We must not conceal the fact, at the same time, that the bitter reproaches he encountered on all sides, backed as they were by threats and riotous gatherings, seemed for a short time to cause him some anxiety. Let us quote on this subject the evidence of La Rochefoucauld, one of the most distinguished memoir writers of the 17th century. The second year of this war afforded to the enemies of Cardinal Richelieu many pretexts for finding fault with his conduct. The declaration of the war and the plan which that great minister had so long entertained, of humbling the House of Austria, had been previously looked upon as a bold and dubious enterprise, but then it seemed to be rash and foolish. The Spaniards, people said, had taken La Capelle, Le Catelet, and Corbie without meeting any resistance. The other frontier towns were neither better protected nor better fortified. The troops were weakly and badly disciplined. There was a deficiency both of gunpowder and of artillery. The enemies had entered into Picardy and might march upon Paris. People were astonished that the cardinal should have compromised so inconsiderately the king's reputation and the safety of the state, and that his sole resource in the second year of the war was to call out the arrière-ban, reserves. These rumours spread throughout the kingdom, roused the cabals, and gave to the cardinal's enemies a motive for intriguing against his authority and even against his life. Two men then strengthened his courage and cheered him up amidst the presence of serious difficulties. The one was Mazarin, then papal nuncio at Paris, who afterwards was to continue during the regency of Anne of Austria the system of policy adopted by Richelieu. The other was the minister's confessor and friend, the Capuchin Father Joseph. "What?" said the latter with his usual freedom of speech. "What? You wish to govern, and you do not know how to face peril? Do you prefer seeing them come here in order to send you to the gallows and to hang us all with you? Now then, show yourself to the people. Go through the streets of Paris, if not on a mule, in a carriage. If you cannot in a carriage, let it be in a litter, but anyhow, show yourself." Mazarin gave exactly the same advice, but in more measured terms. Richelieu recovered his courage. He caused himself to be driven to the town hall, alone, without guards, his horses walking very slowly. Then could be seen what can be accomplished by great firmness, and how thoroughly it is revered, even by the basest souls. For the streets were so crowded with people that scarcely could one pass through them, and the mob was so animated that they talked of nothing but of putting him to death. Yet, as soon as they saw him approach, they either held their peace or prayed to God that he would give him success during his voyage, so that he might remedy the evil. When he had returned to his palace, Father Joseph said to him, Did I not tell you that you were nothing but a milksop, and that with a little courage and firmness you would quiet the people and re-establish matters? End of section 13. Section 14 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, Foreign Policy, Part 3. Henceforth, the defense of Paris was the all-engrossing topic. Following the cardinal's advice, Louis XIII sent for the chiefs of all the trade guilds, commanding them to meet him at the Louvre. He embraced them and entrusted to them the protection of Paris. The enlisting of workmen took place at the town hall. Marshal de la Force organized the infantry, and the Duc d'Angoulême the cavalry. Rich people gave voluntary contributions. The corporation of haberdashers raised by itself a body of 350 soldiers. The Paris cobblers, proud of the reception made by His Majesty to their delegates, clubbed together and sent to the treasury a gift of 5,000 livres. The Parliament, in its turn, was summoned to assemble at the Louvre. "Gentlemen," said the king, "I have sent for you. You know the state of affairs. You are aware that the enemy is on our frontier. My good city of Paris has just given me proofs of its fidelity. My Parliament, I venture to believe, will not be behindhand in the discharge of its duty. I want the promise of the money to pay 2,000 infantry during 2 months. As soon as the army is assembled, I shall join it in person." The Parliament voted the required amount, but as it expressed the intention of seeing that the money should be well employed, the king replied sharply, "Gentlemen, meddle with the things alone which concern you. I shall govern my kingdom without your interference." As he had announced to the Parliament, Louis XIII took the field at the head of an army of 40,000 men, and was fortunate enough to drive the enemy from stage to stage as far as the boundaries of the kingdom. Richelieu, on his side, besieged Corbie and captured it in 10 days, 1636. Bussy-Raboutin's account deserves to be given here as the evidence of an eyewitness. At that time, the affairs of the king went so badly in Picardy that His Majesty sent several times a message to the Prince de Condé, ordering him to abandon the siege of Dole and to send him part of his forces. This prince, expecting great results from a mine which he had laid under one of the bastions of the citadel, kept putting off the raising of the siege. At last, the mine having exploded without producing sufficient effect to justify the storming of Dole, Condé complied with the wishes of the king, and on the 15th of August retired with his army in the district of which he was governor. The Duke Charles of Lorraine followed us at the head of 2,000 horse, as far as the entrance of the woods which are on the high road to Auxonne. From our camp to these woods there is a small plain, about 1 league in length, extending between 2 hedges. The regiment of Navarre sent off 100 musketeers toward the right, and my father dispatched as many towards the left. These musketeers kept up firing upon the cavalry of the enemy, and then retired to the main body, being replaced by equal numbers. We thus steadily pushed on, and the enemy finally withdrew, having lost a few men and a considerable amount of horses killed or wounded. At that time, the general officers did not seem so anxious to distinguish themselves as they have done since. There was not one of them present at this retreat. As soon as we had arrived in Burgundy, 12 regiments of our army were detached to join the army in Picardy. The enemies had made their extraordinary progress. They had taken possession of La Capelle, Le Catelet, Corbie, and Roye, and the king found himself obliged to call out more troops. The city of Paris, besides 500 or 600 horses, had made him a present of 3 regiments of infantry. The general meeting of the army took place in the plains of Roye. The infantry amounted to 35,000 men, and the cavalry to 15,000. The first exploit was the siege of the town. For the space of 4 years the war continued thus in the Netherlands, in Italy, and in Germany. Cardinal de la Valette made himself master in 1637 of Cateau-Cambrésis, Landrécy, and Maubeuge. In 1638, another dignitary of the Church, Surdis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, destroyed a Spanish fleet near Fuenterrabia and ravaged repeatedly the coasts of Spain and of southern Italy. The most brilliant successes, however, occurred on the Rhine. Bernard of Saxe-Weimar defeated the imperialists at Rheinfeld, took prisoner their general, John van Weert, and carried Breisach by storm after 3 victories. He was thinking of assuming the sovereignty of Alsace and Breisgau when he died, very opportunely for Louis XIII, who inherited his conquests and his army, 1639. The province of Artois then belonged to the Spaniards. It was invaded during the next campaign by 3 marshals, Le Meilleraye, Chatillon, and Chaulnes, who laid siege to Arras. Bec and Lambois, at the head of an army of 30,000 men, hastened to relieve the city. The French marshals were divided in their opinion. One wanted to stay within the entrenched lines. Another thought it more advisable to offer battle to the enemy. Richelieu, being called upon to decide, said, "Gentlemen, when the king gave you the command of the army, it was because he thought you capable. You may leave the lines or not as you please, but you shall answer with your heads for the taking of the town." A few days afterwards the Spaniards were defeated, and Arras compelled to surrender, August 1640. It was the second province wrested from the House of Austria. The French forces were busy at the same time in northern Italy. After the death of Victor Amadeus in 1640, his brothers, Prince Thomas of Carignano and the Cardinal Maurice, backed by a Spanish army, had endeavoured to deprive of the regency Christina, daughter of Henry IV of France and widow of the late Duke. The Duchess Christina was neither strong enough to defend herself, nor confident enough to give over to the French the fortified positions which they asked. It was not until she had been driven from Turin by the Spaniards that she went to Grenoble for the purpose of asking the help of the king, her brother. She made up her mind to place under the protection of France both Savoy and the few fortresses remaining to her, and thus saved herself from complete political ruin. Instead of his friend Cardinal de la Valette, who had just died, Richelieu sent into Piedmont Count d'Harcourt, an accomplished general, but who had not yet enjoyed an opportunity of giving on the field of battle the measure of his talents. Cadet la Perle, such was d'Harcourt's nickname, because he was a younger son, Cadet, of the family of Lorraine Elbeuf, and wore a pearl as an earring, relieved Casale, and with a body of 8,000 men alone defeated before Turin 20,000 Spaniards. We are told that the Marquis of Leganez, when sending him the usual message for the exchange of the prisoners, added, "If I was King of France, I would have Count d'Harcourt beheaded for venturing upon a battle against forces so much superior to his own." "If I were King of Spain," answered d'Harcourt, "I would have the Marquis of Leganez beheaded for allowing himself to be beaten by an army weaker than his own." The Count d'Harcourt obtained a second success over the Spaniards before Casale, broke through their lines, approached Turin, besieged it, and compelled it to capitulate after a resistance which lasted 3 months. This siege is remarkable by a fact which, says M. Weiss, is unique in the annals of military science. Prince Thomas of Savoy, master of the town, besieged the citadel which was occupied by the French, and was himself besieged by d'Harcourt, whose camp was surrounded by the forces of Leganez. The success of this expedition was mainly due to the skill of Turenne, who, triumphing over all obstacles, contrived to send provisions to the French. However, Count d'Harcourt obtained great and deserved glory by his courage. In 1641 he defeated the Cardinal of Savoy before Ivrea, compelled Prince Thomas to raise the siege of Sivas, and made himself master of Coni. The authority of the regent Christina was thus re-established, and the princes of Savoy brought back into an alliance with France, 1640 to 1642. Count d'Harcourt received in 1643 orders to protect the provinces of Picardy and Artois, and he was subsequently dispatched by Louis XIII to England for the purpose of mediating between Charles I and the Parliament. We shall find him later on mixed up with the events of the Fronde. Spain, busily occupied in defending itself against the rebels of Portugal and Catalonia, could not afford to send its troops out of the peninsula, 1640. Richelieu had sometimes, but erroneously, been supposed to have connived at the revolution which placed Juan de Braganza on the throne of Portugal. This event and the rising were, however, worth the gain of battles to France, as M. Michelet has very well remarked. At any rate, the cardinal helped the new king, and persuaded the Catalans to acknowledge Louis XIII as Count of Barcelona and of Roussillon. A French army commanded by La Motte Houdancourt drove the Spaniards from Catalonia. Another one, under the king himself, took Perpignan, and added to France the province or district of Roussillon, which has belonged to it ever since September 1641. Thus deprived of the assistance of Spain, Austria had less chance of success. In 1631 the Swedes had been compelled to retire into Pomerania in consequence of the Battle of Nordlingen and of the Elector of Saxony's defeat. Thanks to the timely intervention of France, Banner, who was surnamed the Second Gustavus, took the offensive in 1636 and defeated the Imperialists at Wittstock. He routed them again at Chemnitz, 1639, marched into Bohemia, and assisted by Count de Guébriant, one of the most celebrated tacticians of the day, he very nearly carried off at Ratisbon, in 1631, both the Diet of the Empire and the Emperor himself. He had crossed the Danube on the ice. A sudden thaw saved Ferdinand III, and shortly afterwards death delivered him of his formidable adversary. While Banner's successor, the renowned Torstensson, so paralysed that he had to be carried in a litter at the head of his army, astonished Europe by the rapidity of his operations, and by a series of glorious victories in Silesia and Saxony, Guébriant led the Weimarian army into the western provinces of the empire. He defeated Piccolomini at Wolfenbüttel, 1641, and Lambois at Kempen in the electorate of Cologne. It was in the middle of these successes that the hand of death struck down Richelieu. On the 21st of June, 1642, the Gazette de France had published the following news without any commentary. The king has arrested the Marquis de Saint-Mars, Grand Equerry of France. On the 2nd of December, not quite 6 months after, the inhabitants of Paris were informed also by the Gazette that public prayers were ordered in all churches for the health of the cardinal. The king immediately came from Saint-Germain to see the minister. He found him quite conscious of his sinking state and prepared to die. "I have this satisfaction," he said, "that I have never failed in my service to the king, and that I leave his kingdom exalted and his enemies destroyed." He then questioned the physicians. "Monseigneur," said one of them, "in 24 hours you will be dead or cured." "That is speaking to the point," answered the cardinal, and he sent for the Curé of Saint Eustache, his parish church. When he saw the Holy Eucharist, he said, "There is the judge before whom I shall soon appear. I pray him with all my heart to condemn me if I have had any other aim than the welfare of religion and the interests of the state." The ministering priest having asked him if he forgave his enemies. "I have never had," answered he, "any other enemies except those of the state." He expressed the same thought in his will. "I have loved justice and not vengeance. If I have been severe towards some, it was in order to be kind to all." On the 14th of December, 1642, about noon, he expired, leaving Chavigny and Desnoyers, his two secretaries of state, to carry on his grand projects under the direction of Giulio Mazarini, whom he recommended to the king as his successor. The death of the cardinal showed Louis XIII. In an unfavourable light. The selfishness which was his great defect and the littleness of his character openly manifested themselves. He expressed no regret at the removal of him to whom his reign owed all its splendour. He seemed, on the contrary, like a prisoner who has just recovered his liberty. At the same time, he was wise enough to see that Richelieu's policy was the only safe one. Bouthillier, Chavigny, and Desnoyers were retained in their respective offices, as well as Chancellor Séguier, and on the 5th of December Mazarin took his seat at the council board. A circular letter sent to the governors of the various provinces and the local parliaments informed them that, it having pleased God to call back to himself the Cardinal de Richelieu, the king was determined to keep up and maintain all the establishments decreed during his administration, and to carry on all the projects they had settled together with respect both to home and to foreign affairs, so that there would be no change whatever. A similar message was dispatched to the various ambassadors at the foreign courts, and by an act of deference to the advice which Richelieu had given on his dying bed, the royal declaration, signed December 1st, which degraded Monsieur while granting him his pardon, was sent down on the 9th to the Parliament and registered in the midst of a profound silence. However, it was perfectly impossible for Louis XIII. To adhere scrupulously to the statement we have given above. The strain had been everywhere too great, and the present ministers were neither willing nor able to continue it. No general measure, indeed, was proposed with the view of setting at liberty all the persons whom Richelieu had visited with his displeasure, but a good many individual concessions were made, and free pardons granted. Marshals de Vitry and Bassompierre left the Bastille. The Archbishop of Bordeaux received permission to retire to his diocese. The Duc d'Orléans himself was allowed to reappear at court. Meanwhile, the health of the king, which had been declining for some time, finally gave way, and on the 19th of April Chavigny took upon himself the unpleasant duty of informing His Majesty that his days were numbered. If we may believe Madame de Motteville, Louis XIII. Embraced the minister, thanking him warmly for this piece of news, and telling him that he had never felt so much joy in all his life than on hearing he was about to die. The following day he summoned around his bedside at Saint-Germain the Queen, his two sons, the Duc d'Orléans, the Prince de Condé, the dukes and peers of the realm, the marshals of France, the cabinet ministers, and all the chief officers of the crown. The deed was then read aloud, appointing Anne of Austria regent, and the Duc d'Orléans lieutenant general of the kingdom under her. They were to be assisted by a council of regency, without whose sanction nothing of importance could be done, and where a majority of votes was indispensable for the carrying out of any weighty measure. The council was composed of the Prince de Condé, Mazarin, the Chancellor, Bouthillier, and Chavigny. On the 14th of May, 1643, Louis XIII. Died, 30 years day for day, and almost hour for hour, after his accession to the throne. End of section 14. Section 15 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. Administration and Police, Part 1. Let us now take leave of camps and battlefields, and follow Richelieu in the seclusion of his cabinet, where, assisted by his faithful coadjutor, Father Joseph, nicknamed L'Eminence Grise, he elaborates the plans which, in various ways and by different channels, tend uniformly to the centralization of power within the hands of the king and to the establishment of absolute monarchy. The proud motto, Le Roi gouverne par lui-même, painted by the orders of Louis XIV on the ceiling of one of the rooms at Versailles, might well have been adopted by the cardinal, and he certainly acted up to the spirit which dictated it. Before entering fully into all the details of the intricate subject, we must dismiss the preconceived ideas we have about ministers, secretaries of state, political, councils, chancellor, etc. The words are the same, the functions, duties, and privileges are entirely different. We shall not say anything here respecting the officers of the household. During the feudal times they enjoyed real authority, and were in possession of substantial privileges by virtue of their social position, as representing the highest families in the kingdom. But they had no political power whatever, especially the civil ones. High Falconer, Master of the Hounds, High Chamberlain, etc. It was, of course, otherwise with the persons holding military posts. You cannot easily find a substitute for a distinguished and efficient soldier. Accordingly, the constable, the marshals, the admiral, the colonel of the infantry, and the grand master of the artillery, being practically useful, were invested with corresponding power. This might make them in troublous times a source of danger to the crown. A great many of these offices were accordingly suppressed, whilst the others had to sink to the humiliating position of subordinates to the secretaries of state. The civilians were retained as adding to the prestige of the throne. There was nothing to be dreaded from them. When Louis XIII came to the throne, the constable and the chancellor were the only two dignitaries of any importance immediately below the king. The former represented the power of the sword, the latter that of the law. It is well known that at the death of Lesdiguières the office of constable was suppressed. Had it continued, it must in course of time have become very much inferior to the rank and dignity of the chancellor. According to our modern notions, the keeping of the seals is necessarily committed to the chancellor. It was not so always, especially under the reign of Louis XIII, and it happened that if the head of the bench was in disgrace, the seals were entrusted to a removable dignitary, who, being dependent for his position on the good pleasure of the court, was more disposed to act as a tool in the hands of the king. For we must not forget that the chancellor held his office for life, and that he could only be deprived of it by virtue of a trial which, if decided against him, entailed capital punishment. For a very long time the chancellorship remained in possession of certain families of parliamentary origin, and whose talents were much superior to their extraction. Sillery, Marillac, Châteauneuf, d'Aligre, and Séguier had given decided proofs of ability, and although even for the appointment of a chancellor favouritism might sometimes find a hearing, yet this was by no means the general rule. As Viscount d'Avenel remarks, you may extemporize a chamberlain, you cannot do so in the case of the supreme magistrate of the realm. Richelieu disliked everything akin to independence. He was anxious to surround himself with clever tools, and he did not wish to have any politician in France except himself. The composition of the Council of State is an excellent instance of this fact. According to the universal opinion, during the 16th century, and at the commencement of the 17th, the Council of State was a delegation of the States General, a permanent commission advising the monarch and assisting him in the planning and carrying out of useful alterations. Richelieu transformed it into a mere emanation of the royal will, and drove from it the few elements of independence it contained. The cardinal made of the Council of State, says M. Cheroual, a kind of training school for the administration, who had to carry from one end of France to the other the mandates of the king, and see that these mandates were speedily and completely executed. The council thus lost in political power what it gained in administrative influence, and this is so true that whenever the king left Paris, he added to the council, with the view of representing the government, the high almoner, the senior president of the Parliament of Paris, the solicitor general, and a few others. Let us quote from Viscount d'Avenel his description of the sittings of the council. They were generally held in the king's study, but there was nothing fixed in that respect. During the minority of Louis XIV, the place of assembly was sometimes at Charenton. Under Louis XIII, the council frequently met at Ruel in the cardinal's own house. Opposite the centre of the table stood an armchair reserved for the king. On the right sat the princes of the royal family and the cardinals. On the left were the chancellor, the superintendent of the finances, and the councillors according to their seniority. Nothing was settled except by the majority of votes. Even in the presence of the king, all the members remained seated and kept their hats on. They uncovered themselves when recording their votes, or when the chancellor gave his. The number of councillors was extremely large and included many persons who evidently had no business whatever there, but it must be remembered that the privilege of discharging the duties belonging to that office was granted very sparingly, care being especially taken to keep out the chief members of the aristocracy. Even with this precaution, it became absolutely necessary to thin the list. Indeed, the States General of 1614 proposed that 48 members alone should be appointed, namely 16 for each of the three orders. Richelieu went further still, reducing to 16 the sum total of persons enjoying the right of admittance to the council. We now come to the Secretaries of State, who, 4 in number, were as different as it is possible to be from the ministers of the present time. The king, or rather the council, had the ministerial powers, and the secretaries corresponded very nearly, as far as their duties went, to the clerks, who worked now under the control and the responsibility of the several ministers. Most of the administrative questions to be solved were disposed of in the province or town where they had originated, and therefore the Secretaries of State had very little important work to do. 2 or 3 clerks were all they wanted. They transacted their business in their own private studies. They paid the salaries of the scribes they employed. If they were noblemen, they sealed their dispatches with their family coat of arms. If they belonged to the roture, they adopted some fancy emblem or motto. The Secretaries of State rose to very great authority, but only because they were absolutely dependent upon the sovereign. The less they were individually important, the more confidence they inspired in their master, and if their power went on increasing till the Revolution, it is because, whilst they were all influential for everyone else, they consented to remain small in the presence of the king. It would be a great mistake to suppose that the Secretaries of State for War or for Foreign Affairs stood, under the reign of Louis XIII, at the head of the military or the diplomatic hierarchy. Their only duty was to transmit and carry out the royal will. They had no power whatever over a general or an ambassador. Another circumstance deserves also to be mentioned here. All political dispatches were not entrusted to the Secretaries of State. The king corresponded directly with the generals, intendants, governors of provinces, and other persons invested with local authority. He encouraged them to act independently of the secretaries, and the result was a want of harmony which did not prove beneficial to public affairs. Hence again the continual use of ciphers, sympathetic inks, and other devices more or less ingenious, which concealed the real character of political or administrative dispatches. D'Urfey's Astrée and Mademoiselle de Scudery's Grand Cyrus, the two most noteworthy romances of the day, had set the fashion for allegorical writing and for narratives where the leading living characters appeared under fictitious names. Diplomacy adopted the idea and carried it out to the great annoyance of the inquisitive persons who wanted to pry into state secrets. Thus the king was designated as Alexandre, or Le Chêne. The queen was Diana, the Duc d'Orléans Hébertin, the queen mother Hébert. Richelieu appears variously under the nicknames of Nestor, Amadot, Calery. Mazarin became Colmardo, or Le Père Coupe-Chou, and Father Joseph Aizé Chely. The maids of honour are the Sibyls, the Republic of Venice Julien, the Grisons Joachim, Saint-Marc Scipion. These few examples will show to what a ridiculous extent the fashion was carried out, and what precautions were deemed necessary to keep state business absolutely secret. It would be an interesting subject to follow Richelieu through one day of his active life, and to watch him as he appeared in his relations with his secretaries, his clerks, and his confidential agents. He rose habitually between 7 and 8, and found at his bedside one of his private amanuenses, Charpentier or Pierre Géret. The former discharged the duties of secrétaire de la main, and wrote under the cardinal's dictation. He could imitate perfectly Richelieu's handwriting, and did so whenever etiquette required that this or that dispatch should be in the minister's autograph. Tallemant des Réaux, who is not generally given to praise, bears conclusive evidence to Charpentier's disinterestedness. He never would accept the smallest confiscation, refused every present, and was satisfied with very little. Géret recommended himself to Richelieu by his diligence and his reserve. For a short time he got into disgrace because he had kept up a correspondence with one of the prisoners confined to the Bastille, but he soon pushed himself into favour again. We have supposed Géret and Charpentier sitting at a table in Richelieu's study, copying his dispatches or reading aloud some political document. After a short time, the hour for the cardinal's reception comes, and l'Éminence Grise makes his appearance, bringing with him the latest news and the summary of all the gossip he has heard during the course of the morning. François Leclerc du Tremblay, the alter ego of Richelieu, came in, as might naturally be expected, for a good share of the abuse lavished upon his master by the disaffected Parisians. The satirical pamphlets of the day are full of allusions to him. In a wretched squib entitled La Milliarde, and directed against the Prime Minister, we find the following lines which are meant to describe Le Père Joseph. Il a le zèle séraphique, il travaille pour l'hérétique, il a suivant et secrétaire, il a carrosse, il a cotère, il a des laquais insolents, qui jurent mieux que ceux des grands. Lackeys, forsooth, a man whose only merit was his intriguing proclivities, and who, whatever he did, tried to show the most meddlesome disposition. A capricious friar at the age of 24, he distinguished himself by his reforming ardour. He did nothing but preach the Crusades, and in the company of Madame de Rohan, Monsieur de Brève, and Monsieur de Mantoue, he many a time conquered the estates of the Sultan. That is the appreciation of Tallemant des Réaux. Richelieu first, 1617, designated him as a man who gave him good advice, and 2 years later he praised him for the zeal he displayed in the re-establishment of his, the cardinal's, affairs. Let us add here that Louis XIII named l'Éminence Grise to the cardinalate, but that the Pope refused to confirm the nomination. End of section 15. Section 16 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, Administration and Police, Part 2. As we have in a previous chapter enumerated the leading warriors who commanded the French armies under the administration of Richelieu, it will be better, we think, to complete the details we have given here on the civil service, and just say a few words about the two principal secretaries of state, de Noailles and Chavigny. François Soublé de Noailles began his official career as treasurer at Rouen. Named Controller General of the Finances in 1634, he became Secretary of State for War in 1636. He was at the same time superintendent of the royal palaces and keeper of Fontainebleau. He contrived to ingratiate himself with Richelieu and acquired great influence over the army. The Abbé Arnaud alludes to his roughness and his austerity. Tallemant says that he had the soul of a true valet, and that he used to mend the cardinal's walking sticks. Saint-Mars embraced him one day, and wishing to turn him into ridicule for wearing a sword, when he had scarcely the strength or courage enough to raise it, said, "There's to you, my brave fellow." Montglat informs us in his memoir that Louis XIII used to closet himself up with him in order to read the breviary. One word now to conclude about Chavigny. Trained by Richelieu, he was a man of considerable merit, but of still greater ambition, and the decided share he took in the cardinal's most violent measures had made him generally hated. He had as his colleague in the Council of State Giulio Mazarini, and at first the two politicians seemed to be on terms of strong friendship with one another. As they both aspired, however, to the highest rank, as they both believed that Richelieu could not have a better qualified successor than Chavigny or Mazarin, their friendship soon turned into hatred. Already, at the very time of which we are now speaking, there broke out every now and then symptoms of bitter jealousy. Thus, on the occasion of the conspiracy of Saint-Mars, the Duc de Bouillon, implicated in the plot, had, as we have previously seen, been only too glad to give up his principality of Sedan to France in order to save his life. Now it was Mazarin who had conducted the negotiation, and Chavigny was jealous at the success which the future minister had obtained. For in one of Mazarin's carnets, memorandum books, we find the following passage under the date September 20th, 1620. At Narbonne, Chavigny, after having made to me for 3 consecutive days the warmest professions of friendship and affection, went to call upon Blank, and told him that I might have dispensed with playing upon him, Chavigny, so scurvy a trick, the negotiation with the Duc de Bouillon, that I ought to be satisfied with seeing France weary of having raised to the cardinalate a monkling, en fatiguer, like myself. With the help of these various coadjutors, Richelieu spent most of his time in settling the affairs of the state, his chief recreation being the pursuit of literature and the composition of dramatic works which were as poor and as worthless as can possibly be imagined. We must now examine a few of the reforms he introduced into the home policy of France, and see on what grounds he incurred the hatred which pursued him relentlessly until the day of his death. We must observe, in the first place, that if the animosity he excited was so intense, it was not confined to the nobility. Of course, he aimed at destroying the power of the aristocracy, but it would be an error to believe that the reason of this was because the nobles were nobles. If he attacked their authority, he attacked quite as energetically the power of the parliaments, the influence of the provincial assemblies, the liberties of the cities, the independence of the clergy. He wanted the king alone to represent the government of the state, no intermediate between him and the nation, eis koiranas esto. Now, in the early 17th century, the most tangible sign of power was a fortress, a castle with a moat and drawbridge, garrison and governor. France was covered with these strongholds, and Richelieu saw that their destruction was a matter of absolute necessity. He accordingly obtained from Louis XIII a decree to that effect. It bears date July 31st, 1626, and was granted at the request of the deputies of Brittany. It crippled forever the power of the aristocracy by destroying their chateaux, and it was carried out with the utmost severity on the very justifiable plea that fortresses not situated on the frontiers of the kingdom are useless for the purposes of national defence. It was only 3 days after the arrest of Chalais when the decree in question was signed, although originally local in its character, for, as we have said, it was the result of a petition presented by the Bretons. Richelieu ordered that it should be applied throughout the kingdom. The work of demolition began with the citadels of Assigny and Lamballe, and a few other towns belonging to the Duc de Vendôme, who had been one of the accomplices in the plot made by Chalais. The government of Brest was purchased back by the king from the Marquis de Sourdeac, head of the powerful house of Rieux. The Duc de Retz, in like manner, had to give up, in consideration of a large sum of money, the property of Belle-Île. This measure met with the heartiest support of the bourgeoisie and the people, and it seemed wonderful that Richelieu should have power enough thus to level with the ground the fastnesses which for so many ages had served as a protection to some of the most notorious criminals. The governors of the provinces had been consulted as a matter of form, but the assembly of the notables was directed to draw up independently a list of all the castles and strongholds to be pulled down, and besides preparing a statement for the districts of Poitou, Saintonge, Angoumois, Provence, and Dauphiné. The meeting proposed as a general measure that all fortifications built without permission of the king in private residences for the last 30 years should be destroyed from the roof to the foundation, de fond en comble. It is an iniquitous thing, said Richelieu, to wish to set an example by punishing the humble who give no umbrage, and as we should treat the nobles well when they behave well, so we ought to keep them under discipline more than the other subjects of the realm. Let us add that the work of destruction did not take place as easily as might be imagined, for as late as 1629, Richelieu, alluding to the subject, expressed his wish that it should be soon thoroughly completed. The establishment of the intendants, or administrators of the various provinces, is another important fact which must be taken into consideration whilst enumerating the attacks made by Richelieu upon the privileges of the aristocracy. Under favour of the civil wars, the governors of the provinces, all belonging as a matter of course to the highest families in the realm, had almost universally shaken off the yoke of the royal authority. They had in their own name raised troops, assessed and collected taxes, and administered justice. In fact, they had usurped every kind of power, and became petty tyrants for the provinces they governed. They regarded their offices as a kind of hereditary property, which they were lawfully entitled to transmit to their children, and which they did not mean to give up except in exchange for dignities or pensions. When Richelieu came into office in 1624, there were no less than 19 principal governors, including personages of such consequence as the Dukes de Longueville, de Chevreuse, de Vendôme, and de Montbazon, the Prince de Condé and de Guémené. All these were, by virtue of their own position, pledged to oppose as much as they could the development of the monarchical policy, and as a matter of fact, nearly every one of them took a part more or less prominent against the cardinal. At the death of Richelieu, Only 4 out of the 19 original ones remained. The rest had, with a few exceptions, found their way either to the Bastille or to the scaffold. They were replaced by the intendants, who acted as delegates from the king in all matters touching upon the administration of justice, police, and finances. The office of intendant existed before Richelieu, but he increased its powers, made it permanent, and introduced gradually several notable improvements which were completed in 1637, when the regime of intendances was uniformly applied to all the kingdom. Liable to be dismissed at pleasure, and depending absolutely on the goodwill of the minister, these responsible officers were the agents of the central power. Their business consisted in carrying out with blind obedience the decrees and edicts emanating from the king, and therefore, feeling themselves always supported by him, they did not hesitate to execute the duties with which they were entrusted. They had the delicate task of controlling the action of the governors and the local parliaments, taking care that the former should not step beyond the discharge of their military functions, and that the latter should not attempt to assume the power of independent legislators. It is obvious that in his desire to suppress all the petty tyrants who till then had kept the kingdom in a constant state of disorder and civil warfare, Richelieu had gone to the opposite extreme and established the unity instead of the multiplicity of despotism. Nor can we be astonished at finding that the immense power given to the intendants roused the anger not only of the aristocracy, but of the local parliaments. 11 years had scarcely elapsed, and in 1648, at the commencement of the Fronde, the Parliament of Paris, for a short space of time triumphant over the crown, claimed as one of the guarantees of public freedom the suppression of the hated intendants. We are thus naturally led to examine the relations which Richelieu had with these semi-political, semi-judicial bodies, which aimed at taking permanently the place of the States General. The most important of all was, of course, the one held in Paris, and it was not likely that the cardinal minister, so resolutely opposed to the intervention of the nobility in the affairs of the state, would allow a body of legists to assume the same pretensions. It is necessary that we should, in the first place, inquire a little into the constitution of the Parliament, its duties and its privileges. The reader must not suppose that there was the slightest analogy between that body as it existed under the Ancien Régime and with the political assemblies which make the laws at the present day, or the tribunals which see that these laws are carried out. It consisted of about 150 members distributed between 8 chambers: 1. La Grande Chambre; 2. The 5 Chambres des Enquêtes; and 3. The 2 Chambres des Requêtes. Each chamber had a president, except the Grande Chambre, which had 6. The Président à Mortier, 2 advocates general, and 1 solicitor general completed the list of the members of the court. The Grande Chambre, as its name sufficiently points out, was the principal branch of the Parliament. It tried only cases of greatest importance. The beds of justice and the solemn audiences were held in its precincts. In the Chambre des Enquêtes, trials were judged from written inquiries and reports drawn up by special magistrates. The Chambre des Requêtes examined and decided as to the petitions presented to the king. The advocates general and the solicitor general were designated as the king's men, les gens du roi, but it would be an error to look upon them as the blind tools of the government. Like the councillors, they were the owners of their offices, and once appointed, they could not be removed. If we consider the parliamentary hierarchy, we find a councillor in the Grande Chambre was far superior in position to a councillor aux enquêtes. A président aux enquêtes aimed at being advocate general. An advocate or solicitor general thought that the greatest piece of fortune which might happen to him was to be named président à Mortier. For these magistrates, thus called for the cap, mortier, they wore, were attached to the highest of the courts. The senior president sat in Parliament as the immediate representative of the king. His attributes were nearly those of a chairman of the legislative body nowadays, named by the government. The Grande Chambre was the conservative element, whilst the Chambre des Enquêtes constituted the opposition, if we may so say, the party of progress and of liberalism. The Enquêtes, says Omer Talon, are composed partly of middle-aged persons, partly of young men, who are led about by their president. All the principle of evil in your body, said the king one day to the court, resides in certain members of the Enquête. End of section 16. Section 17 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, Administration and Police, Part 3. There is no doubt whatever that the Parliament, backed by the nation, raised pretensions which to some might appear quite exorbitant. They formed so really and distinctly the fundamental institution of the state, that the first duty of the king on ascending the throne was to preside over a bed of justice, that is to say, over the whole Parliament assembled and assisted by the minister, the officers of the crown, and the principal members of the royal household. As a legislative body, the Parliament, we have it in Richelieu's own words, maintained their right of accepting for the will or order of the king only what they had approved, and they fought to the last extremity for that right. They admitted no limit to their authority, no restriction whatever, for they said that it was tantamount to that of the king's. Fontenay-Moret adds, with an evident feeling of indignation, that they pretended to reform the government whenever anything occurred which displeased them. With that view they made assemblies where they adopted resolutions contrary to the will of the sovereign. The despotic measures of Richelieu, on the one hand, in dealing with the parliaments, cannot always be justified, even on political grounds. But on the other, the Parliament of Paris systematically opposed every measure put forward by their adversary, however trifling in itself. The creation, for instance, of the Académie Française, a purely literary measure which had nothing whatever to do with party politics. Weary of the antagonism which he constantly met from a company of men whose resistance to his will was the more galling because it was not unfrequently the result of legitimate grievances, Richelieu determined upon stopping it effectually, and he published the famous Declaration of 1641, as it is generally called, which, setting forth the absolute necessity of upholding the authority of the crown, and reminding France of the disastrous consequences of the League, prohibited under the severest penalties the sovereign courts from meddling in any way with questions either of politics or of administration. This bold measure may be said to have put an end to the influence of the parliaments as political bodies, and although they made a fresh attempt during the minority of Louis XIV, yet the abortive revolution of the Fronde only served to show that if they had been successful, their want of experience would have entailed far worse consequences than even the cardinal's despotism. This must not make us forget that the French magistracy, as we have already stated, gave a noble example of protesting against the arbitrary measures which Richelieu carried out in spite of the plainest rules of equity and fair dealing. It is really curious to see the tyrannical statesman unblushingly declaring that France will never be quiet and happy until the whole of Europe is persuaded that the king can neither love nor tolerate those who do not love the cardinal. We have already had occasion to name a great admirer of Richelieu, Voiture. Another author of the same school has the impudence to say that certain guilty persons who were on the point of committing a crime were arrested between the thought and the carrying out of that thought, and sent to the Bastille. He then goes on to praise the king for discovering so happy a medium between death and impunity. The panegyric is no doubt a most ingenious one, but it did not commend itself to the approval of the highest court in the kingdom, and on the 28th of November, 1631, the Paris Parliament, besides addressing its remonstrances to the king, summoned Laffemas, the cardinal's hangman, and threatened him with legal proceedings if he was bold enough to carry out any sentence pronounced by special tribunals. It is a matter of regret that Richelieu should have condescended to make use of such abject creatures as Machaut and le bourreau du cardinal, who, although appointed to the office of maître des requêtes, were nothing but tools of the minister, and blindly aided him in that system of terrorism which anticipated at the beginning of the 17th century the decrees of the Revolutionary Tribunal and the horrors of 1793. Laffemas is the better known of the two. We have alluded to his position as maître des requêtes. He had obtained it spite of the Parliament, and as a reward for his zeal. Laporte calls him the grand game purveyor, grand gibecier of France. De Pest describes him as vir bonus strangulandi peritus. If we may believe Talmont de Reyo, when the weather was fine, he used to say, "What a splendid day this would be to send someone to the gallows." He was fond of composing burlesque poetry under the name of Nicolas le Duc. The satire we have already quoted, La Milliade, thus appreciates Machaut and Laffemas. Mais quelle insigne attentat ont fait Machaut et Laffemas, les bourreaux de qui les souhaits sont de peupler tous les gibets. En décapitant, ils se jouent, ils sont encore plus gais s'ils rouent. What is most to be deplored by those who have any sense of honour is to see men such as Séguier joining the band of the cardinal's unscrupulous agents. But with all his talents, Séguier was extremely fond of money. His only object in life was to enrich himself. Talmont says of him that he was a great thief, and the anonymous author of the squib from which we have borrowed the lines above does not forget him. C'est un esclave volontaire, il est valet de Richelieu. Il ne croit pas d'illustre ouvrage que de s'enrichir davantage. From these extracts the reader will not be surprised to hear that La Milliade was the satire which gave most annoyance to Cardinal Richelieu. He sent many persons to prison for their supposed share in its composition. Its real title was Le Gouvernement Présent, ou Éloge de son Éminence. When a man has at his disposal the Bastille, the Châtelet, and other means of repression equally formidable, the best, the only course for his opponents is to keep silence, and to avoid especially committing their thoughts to paper, except on non-political subjects. It was Richelieu who said, "On 3 lines of a man's handwriting you can institute against him a criminal case." Another praiseworthy act of the Paris Parliament occurred when the Duc de la Valette, third son of the Duc d'Epernon, was tried by default on the supposed plea of having caused the siege of Fuenterrabia to fail out of spite against the Prince de Condé. The court, presided over by Louis XIII himself, was formed to try the case. It included several members of the Paris Parliament, who, notwithstanding the king's threats, resolutely maintained the exclusive right of the Supreme Court to decide on questions affecting the life of peers of the realm. Most of the members ultimately yielded, but the Solicitor General, the celebrated Mathieu Molé, refused to the last to carry out the sentence of condemnation, and it was with difficulty that an inferior magistrate could be prevailed upon to do so. The extreme suspicion with which the Parliament viewed the special or exceptional tribunals summoned together from time to time led them strenuously to oppose an institution we have already alluded to, and which was known as the Grand Jour. There is no doubt, however, that the Grand Jour did excellent service in those times when the laws which regulated the police were in a rudimentary state. Local parliaments, being originally limited in number, and their respective jurisdictions necessarily extensive, criminals often escaped the action of justice, and whilst the less guilty were severely punished, the most influential, either by their social position or their fortune, contrived to escape. As the organization of the local courts became more complete, and the number of these courts more in proportion with the extent of the kingdom, the Grand Jours were held less frequently, and during the 17th century they almost entirely ceased. A royal declaration called them together at Poitiers in 1634. The opening of the Grand Jour, says an eyewitness, took place with all the solemnities used for the opening of the Parliament. On Tuesday, September 5th, the royal commissioners repaired in procession in their red gowns to the palace of Poitiers between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. An altar had been erected there on the top of the long steps, and at the extremity of these steps were two large platforms, on either side one, with two choirs of music. When the members had arrived, a pontifical high mass was celebrated by the Bishop of Poitiers, and the aforesaid commissioners went one by one to the offertory, each according to his rank. They were followed by the Sieur de Saint-Georges, governor of the city, the members of the Presidial, the rector of the university, and all the others afterwards. The bishop, having officiated, took his seat with the councillors for the opening of the court. Business began on the 11th. The action of the Grand Jour amply showed that considerable improvement was still needed in the administration of justice, but the results were not altogether satisfactory. The short time during which the sittings are held prevents the most serious evils from being removed, and the best remedies from being applied. The first few days are spent in visits, and no sooner are the proceedings in good trim than the time for breaking up has arrived. Besides this, the arrestation and due punishment of the criminals depend on the vigilance and discretion of the provosts of the marshals, who are corrupt and untrustworthy men. Nothing can be hoped from them unless their actions are watched with the utmost care and assiduity. Lastly, those who manage to elude the active authority of the Grand Jour, and those who escape punishment altogether, become all the more insolent. They carry on their oppression with greater freedom than ever, fancying that they have got out of a peril into which it is not likely that they will fall again. These remarks are from the pen of Omer Talon, who, as member of the Paris Parliament, was not likely to view in the most favourable light the institution of the Grand Jour. Still, there is undoubtedly a considerable proportion of truth in what he says, and his evidence is amply confirmed by other independent witnesses. We cannot, of course, enter into all the details of the police regulations established by Cardinal Richelieu. After the civil wars of the 16th century, it was not so much a reform that was wanted in that direction as a thorough creation. With all his excellent intentions, Henry IV found his time too much absorbed by weightier matters of home and foreign policy, and when we read the amusing description of the capital of France, which Boileau gives in his Embarras de Paris, we see how much even Richelieu's activity left to be done in matters of police and of local administration. As far as the finances were concerned, the least that can be said is that Richelieu found himself obliged, by the necessities of the times, to increase the taxes in an enormous proportion, contrary to his own wishes and his better judgment. The difference between the net and the gross income of the state became scandalous on account of the imperfect way in which the taxes were collected. Out of 80 million livres which France contributed in 1643, only 33 million went into the treasury, and as the expenses amounted to 89 millions, the deficit reached the sum of 56 millions, besides which the income for 3 years was spent in advance. The exchequer was thus ruined, and on the other hand the lower classes of society were reduced to absolute want. The following sentence from Richelieu's Testament politique has often been quoted as being the programme of his financial administration. If the people were in too easy circumstances, it would be impossible to keep them within the limits of their duty. It is, we must confess, difficult to construe this passage into a systematic determination to grind down the country by the weight of unreasonable taxation. Let us see what the Cardinal says elsewhere. If the taxes were not moderate, they would be unjust, even supposing they were useful to the public. The less we can get out of the people, the better. The true means of enriching the state is by relieving the people. We may add that his conduct, as a matter of fact, was in accordance with these last maxims. Whilst adding to the national burden, he always protested that he did so with tears in his eyes and extreme pain in his heart, and he promised to lighten the taxes as soon as circumstances allowed him to do so. Further, he did all he could to render the administration of the finances as regular and economical as he possibly could, and his government cannot assuredly be accused of having indulged in the lavish expenditure which Marie de Medici and Constable de Luynes had so wantonly encouraged. Financial reforms were only possible on condition of a real and lasting peace, and that Richelieu could not give to France. On several occasions he endeavoured to secure a fairer assessment of the capitation tax, and by punishing severely those persons who defrauded the exchequer, he prevented the demands of the government from weighing with unnecessary severity upon those who did pay. Finally, his selection of Defeat and Bouillon successively as superintendents of the finances showed his earnest desire to maintain order and regularity, even when he was obliged to have recourse to the financial expediencies the most prejudicial to the national wealth. He did not display in the interest of agriculture the care which had distinguished Sully's administration, and if he protected the farmers and peasantry against the tyranny of the Grand Seigneur, he did not sufficiently secure them from the rapacity of the tax collectors. Hence the rising of the Croquants and the Va-nu-pieds, which broke out at various intervals between 1626 and 1637. An insurrection of the Croquants had already taken place in 1594, and the disaffected peasants, driven to fury by the unreasonable amount of the taxes, formed an army of between 30 and 40,000 men, recruited from the provinces of Limousin, Rouergue, Quercy, La Marche, etc. A multitude, undisciplined and undrilled, could not, of course, oppose any serious resistance to the royal troops, and they were easily defeated by the general sent against them. At the same time, the king was obliged to yield, and even to cancel the capitation taxes which were still unpaid. In 1624 a second rising of the Croquants occurred in Périgord and Rouergue. Marshal Themines massacred them mercilessly on the 7th of June, and the two leaders of the insurrection, Dassat and Barrot, perished on the scaffold. In 1637 the disaffected flew to arms for the third time, but their efforts proved useless, and the king ended by granting a general amnesty. End of section 17. Section 18 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, Administration and Police, Part 4. Meanwhile, a movement of a much more serious kind was taking place in Normandy, and the rebels of that province, under the designation of Va-Nu-Pieds, had put to death a great many of the collectors of the taxes, burnt down their houses, and destroyed both their property and the offices where the money was wont to be paid. What could be expected from the army of suffering, Armée de Souffrance, who knew the government but as a grinding machine on a huge scale, deaf to the cries of woe and extorting the last sou, the smallest article of furniture, from those who could not afford to buy so much as a loaf of bread? Rouen became the scene of the most serious tumult. The whole Parliament, in their robes, interfered energetically for the protection of Le Tellier de Tourneville, Receiver General of the Gabelle, and his officers, and they sent a deputation to Paris with the view both of informing His Majesty of the state of things and of obtaining from him military aid. This application was immediately answered, but it proved fatal to the Rouen magistrates, who were charged with having allowed the insurrection to spread and gain day by day an amount of strength which might easily have been stopped at first by a determined course of action. Colonel Gassion, well known for his sternness of character as well as by his military qualities, was sent down into Normandy. We must not compare these seditions with the medieval Jacquerie directed against the lords and barons. In the present case, the hatred of the mob had for its object the salt warehouses or the custom houses. No wonder. In days of yore it was the baron who ground down his vassals. Now it was the king who, through the medium of his delegates, fleeced his subjects and reduced them to poverty. The proximate cause of the insurrection in the district of Avranches and at Caen was the prohibition of white salt, which the people till then had uniformly used. In the northern part of the province it was the establishment of a duty, droit de marque, on broadcloths. Bills pasted up throughout the country called the people to arms for the defence and freedom of the land oppressed by the tax collectors and custom house officers. The Bishop of Avranches tells us that instead of saying Domine salvum fac regem, his diocesans chanted Domine salvum fac gregem. It was on behalf of the people that help from heaven was most needed. An edict re-establishing the salt tax and the election of Valognes, Avranches, Mortain, Coutances, and Carentan had been sent to the Cour des Aides at Caen to be registered. The judges could not agree as to the necessity and propriety of the measure. It had been accordingly postponed. Still, the odious tax seemed likely to be enforced, and the people were in a great state of irritation about it. In the month of July 1639, Charles de Poupenel, Lord of La Bernardière, magistrate at Coutances, visiting Avranches on business connected with his office, was suspected of having come for the express purpose of establishing the gabelle. The peasants of the neighbourhood were so thoroughly persuaded that such was his design, especially as his brother-in-law farmed the salt tax, that they gathered round the house where he lodged, broke the door open, and put him to death, as well as 2 of his servants. The army of the Va-Nu-Pieds, amounting to upwards of 20,000 men, was commanded, it is reported, by a curé of the country. Their standard represented a black anchor with an image of St. John the Baptist and the motto Fuit homo missus ad Deo, cui nomen erat Johannes. The leader of this strange force sent circulars all over the province with the direction that they should be read on Sundays from the pulpit of every parish church. He apologized to the magistrates of certain districts for not having visited them yet, announcing at the same time that he would soon come and deliver them from the new taxes. All those established since the reign of Henry IV were to be done away with, and whilst the persons supposed to have had anything to do with the extortions ordered by Richelieu were sought out and punished, no harm whatever was done either to the magistrates or to the other officers of the crown. In some localities it was believed that these were even, if not directly, helping the rebels, at any rate taking purposely no action against them. Thus M. de Matignon in Lower Normandy, and M. de Cannacy, governor of Avranches. The fact is that all right-minded gentilshommes knew to what a state of misery the poor people were reduced, and could not help sympathizing with them. Gassion arrived about the month of November at the head of 8 regiments of infantry and several companies of cavalry. Leaving at Vernon and at Les Andelys a detachment of 500 men, he marched immediately upon Caen, which was disarmed. Along with Gassion went a magistrate intendant, who was attached to the staff, and whose business it was to try and condemn the rebels. Several of these were hung untried. Others were broken alive on the rack, and their bodies afterwards cut up in pieces. They died, says an eyewitness, without showing any signs of repentance for their rebellion. And the multitude looked on silently, but sympathizing evidently with the unfortunate victims. The inhabitants of Caen had to pay a war contribution of 60,000 livres. Gassion then marched toward Avranches, where the army of the Va-Nu-Pieds had taken up its position. He arrived there about the middle of December. Avranches, built on the summit of a hill, was surrounded at that time by strong walls. The rebels were entrenched in an excellent position, holding one of the suburbs halfway up the hill between the ramparts and the sands of Mont Saint-Michel. Instead of waiting for the approach of the royal forces, they divided themselves into 2 companies. The one kept the barricades, whilst the other advanced towards the banks of a river which crosses the usual Avranches road, and at the passage of which they reckoned upon meeting Gassion's army. He, however, reached the city by another side, fell unexpectedly on the rebels, and ordered his men to carry the entrenchments. Despite their small number, the Va-Nu-Pieds stood their ground and received the troops with a heavy discharge of musketry. The soldiers drove the mob from the suburbs. They lost 5 privates and 7 or 8 officers, including the Marquis de Courtormais, who was shot down whilst in the act of encouraging his men. A great many of the rebels were killed in the action. Some met with their death by drowning, whilst endeavouring to escape to Mont Saint-Michel by the sands. A few more, taken prisoners, were hung on the spot. At Coutances and Elbeuf, the insurrection was also put down with the utmost severity, and when on the 31st of December, 1639, the troops entered Rouen, there was nothing to do but to try the ringleaders and send them to the gallows. Chancellor Séguier had come in person to superintend the proceedings. None of these disorders, said the representative of the government, would have happened but for the cowardice and connivance of those who had the authority and power to prevent them. The magistrates were held responsible for the damage done to the towns, and the gentilshommes for that committed in the country districts. Orders were given to draw up a list of those persons who had absented themselves during the riots, and to deliver that list into the hands of the Chancellor. This summary way of dealing reminds us of the famous Loi des Suspects, passed during the worst times of the Revolution, and there is no doubt whatever that some of the measures decreed by the magistrates were perfectly lawful and justifiable, as when, for instance, the Cour des Aides prohibited the raising of taxes if the edicts ordering these taxes to be paid had not been duly registered. But Richelieu's sic volo was at that time held supreme, and it is a wonder that he did not think fit to adopt the propositions of his creature Séguier, who suggested that the city of Rouen should be levelled with the ground. At any rate, Gassion's army was quartered upon the habitants, and a system of terror strictly carried out soon illustrated in the strongest manner all the vices of absolute government. The gallows remained en permanence, so to say. The executions were numerous, both in Upper and in Lower Normandy, and the Parliament of Rouen, ordered to leave the town at once, were replaced pro tempore by a body of 15 councillors selected from the Parliament of Paris. We need scarcely add that the whole province had to pay the heaviest taxes, Rouen alone being assessed to the amount of 3 millions. This put an end not to the dissatisfaction, but to outward expressions of it in the shape of popular risings, and the Parliament, on its being allowed to meet again, took good care not to incite Richelieu's indignation, either by remissness in its duties or by assuming ideas of independence. On the subject of trade, commerce, and maritime operations in general, we can speak more favourably. Previous to the siege of La Rochelle, it could scarcely be said that France possessed a navy. After each expedition, the ships belonging to the state came into a harbour, where it was supposed that they remained under the care of their respective captains. There they stood completely neglected, and when wanted again for use, it was a long time before they could be put into repair, collected together, and efficiently manned. In the year 1629, Richelieu instructed an able engineer named d'Infreville to visit all the ocean seaboard, and to select the most convenient spots for the construction of 3 arsenals. D'Infreville immediately started on his tour of inspection, and surveyed in the greatest detail the coast between Calais and Bayonne. His report, which has been published, embodies a large number of the most valuable particulars on the maritime forces of that part of France, the collecting of the custom house dues, the arming and fitting out of the ships, the means of defence of the harbours, the spirit of the inhabitants, the number of persons employed in the trade with Africa and America, the amount of sailors, pilots, carpenters, captains, etc., etc. The places he had selected for the erection of the 3 arsenals were Brouage, Le Havre, and Brest. He explained in detail the various sources which were at the disposal of the government towards the formation of a navy, and he recommended to the cardinal the illustrious Duquesne. It is wonderful to notice the promptness with which Richelieu availed himself of d'Infreville's suggestions and carried them out. In doing so, he found a most efficient coadjutor in Soublé de Noailles, and thanks to the energetic measures of those 2 men, the trade between France and foreign countries reached a state of prosperity it had never known before. The government concluded treaties of commerce with most nations, and favoured as much as it could the organization of companies for the purpose of colonial trade. Efficient steps were also taken to determine and place on a proper footing the position of the agents whose business it was to protect French merchants in foreign countries. The earliest regulations respecting the establishment of consulates belong to that epoch. It is much to be regretted that Richelieu should have allowed French influence to dwindle away in the Levant. On the other hand, he did his best to render the Mediterranean traffic more secure than it had ever been, and he endeavoured to obtain a new outlet for French enterprise in northern parts by making negotiations with Russia, Denmark, and Sweden. It is not too much to say that when Richelieu arrived at power, the army stood in as much need of reform as the navy. The civil and religious wars of the 16th century had indeed kept up the military spirit of the nation, but had thoroughly demoralized the troops. irregularly paid and often receiving no pay at all, the soldiers thought that they were amply justified in indemnifying themselves by pillage. They treated in this respect those whom they professed to defend exactly as they did their enemies, and they rather reasonably asserted that they did not feel bound to observe the discipline established by a king who did not provide for their wants. In addition to this sad result, the wars of religion had also revived the science of tactics. When war consists of small skirmishes, battles on a diminutive scale, surprises and coups de main, you may train excellent chiefs of partisans, but you can scarcely expect to have a general in the proper sense of the word. The ignorance of the science of war which prevailed in France during the early part of the 17th century has been noticed by several writers, Fontenay-Mareuil and Talmont des Reillots, for example. There was a time, says the latter, when the only real generals were Marshal de Chatillon and Marshal de la Force. Ignorance was so universal that at the siege of Saint-Jean d'Angely, 1641, no one could be found who knew how to make a trench. This deficiency of commanders was soon and gloriously made up during the mighty war waged by Richelieu against the House of Austria. In that branch of the administration, therefore, as in most of the others, everything had to be done, and Richelieu prepared the way for his successors. After the death of Henry IV, the resources of the state were exhausted. Disciplined troops could no longer be collected together. The generals were incapacitated by old age and infirmities. The genius of one man sufficed for everything. He created armies, so to say, met all the various exigencies which war requires, and found commanders of unquestionable talent, who distinguished themselves amongst the best generals of the 17th century: Rohan, Créqui, d'Harcourt, Guébriant, Condé, and Turenne. The suppression of the important dignity of constable is one of Richelieu's attempts to put down the power of the aristocracy. In addition to lucrative privileges and a very high pay, the constable enjoyed, so far as the army was concerned, an authority superior to that of the king, or very nearly so. The office was done away with at the death of the Duc de Lesdiguières in 1627, and henceforward the marshals of France exercised in their own name the jurisdiction which they had been previously supposed to hold by virtue of a delegation from the constable. The almost uninterrupted wars which Louis XIII had to wage during his reign made it imperative for Richelieu to bring about reforms of every kind in the various branches of the military service: recruiting, victualling, paying, formation of the different regiments, ambulances, and hospitals. There was no detail neglected, no want overlooked, and the result was the splendid army which won the victories of Rocroi, Lens, Turckheim, and Rheinfeldt. End of section 18. Section 19 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7, The University of Paris, the Jesuits, and the Collège de France. Philosophy and Erudition, Part 1. The intellectual history of France under Richelieu's government is a subject full of real interest, and to do proper justice would require more space than we can afford. We shall therefore be satisfied with touching upon the principal points in connection with it. Let us glance in the first place at the state of education, and see what had become of the once famous University of Paris, which had during the Middle Ages enjoyed the privilege of attracting scholars from all parts of the civilized world. The constitution of the University of Paris was totally different from that of other educational bodies, both in England and on the continent. To begin with, it was subdivided into 4 faculties, namely arts, literature and science, theology, civil and canon law, medicine. The Faculty of Arts comprised 4 nations: the nation of France, including 5 provinces or tribes, the nation of Picardy, likewise divided into 5 tribes, the nation of Normandy, the nation of Germany, divided into 2 tribes, one, that of the continents, subdivided into 2 provinces, and 2, that of the insulars, including the British Isles. The chief of the university was the rector. The 4 faculties combined elected him, and his tenure of office lasted 3 months. His installation took place with great pomp. It would be both useless and endless to describe the innumerable colleges, the ensemble of which constituted the University of Paris. The Sorbonne was the principal, and it derived its name from Robert de Sorbonne, or Sorbonne, in Latin variously written de Sorbonio, Sorbonia, or Scorbona, confessor of Saint Louis, and usually reported to have founded it. The great merit of the professors appointed to teach there, and the importance of the college in other respects, caused it to be regarded as the headquarters of the university, and to it belonged the right of conferring degrees. The Collège de Clermont must not be forgotten. It had been founded by the Jesuits on the 2nd of July, 1563, despite the spirited opposition of the university, and therefore, in the first instance, far from being one of the annexes or offshoots of the Sorbonne, it was to all intents and purposes a rival establishment. Henry III laid the first stone of the chapel on the 20th of April, 1582. It became affiliated to the University of Paris during the 18th century. Collège de Grassin, Collège d'Harcourt, Collège de Mans, Collège de Bayeux, Collège de Torchy. The list is a very long one, and we are not surprised at hearing Dubreuil, Antiquité de Paris, Pasquier, Recherche de la France, that on important occasions when the university went to Saint Denis as a body, the head of the procession entered the abbey when the last ranks were still in the church of Sainte Geneviève. The eldest daughter of the kings, in its palmy days, had indeed a formidable power. It is no exaggeration to say that the left bank of the Seine in Paris was under the jurisdiction of the rector. He was bound to inspect all the colleges at least once a month. Appeals against his decrees were decided in the Court of Parliament. Whenever the Pope's legate made in the metropolis a solemn entrance, the rector went to meet him, but awaited him within the walls, and received his oath never to alter or diminish the privileges granted by the Vatican to the University of Paris. In the public acts and ceremonies of the university, the rector always enjoyed precedence over the bishops and even the cardinals and nuncios. If the king came to Paris solemni modo, the rector met him outside the walls, swore homage to him in the name of the university, and His Majesty immediately confirmed the privileges granted to his eldest daughter by the kings, his predecessors. Most of these glories, however, had now departed, and the others were very much reduced. The religious wars of the 16th century had dealt to the university a terrible blow. In most of the colleges, both professors and pupils had disappeared. The classes and lecture rooms had been suffered to go to ruin, or were transformed into stables. The few apartments which the Landsknechts, or writers, had left untouched, were appropriated as lodgings by persons who had no connection whatever with the university or with education in general. Henry IV was too wise not to feel the importance of providing for the intellectual wants of the country. The attempt at assassination made by Jean Châtel having led to the banishment of the Jesuits, those great educators, the king immediately called together a council of men known by their influence, their learning, and their experience, and entrusted to them the task of remodeling the University of Paris and placing it on a durable foundation. Renaud de Beaune, Archbishop of Bourges and High Almoner of France, Achille de Harlay, senior president of the Parliament, Jacques Auguste de Thou, president à Mortier, Lazare Coquelin and Edouard Molay, councillors in the Grand Chambre, Jacques de la Grelle, Solicitor General, and Louis Servon, Advocate General, formed this board, to which were subsequently added the police lieutenant Séguier and Faucon de Ries, senior president of the Parliament of Brittany. The first meeting of this council took place February 9th, 1595. The report was completed in September 1598, and the new statutes were presented to the four faculties on the 18th of September 1600 by de Thou, Coquelin, and Molay. The preliminary work being thus terminated, it remained to provide for its application, and a committee was accordingly named, one of the most active members of which was Edmond Richer, a well-known theologian and an enthusiastic Gallican, who took the opportunity of cautioning his colleagues against the already much talked of re-establishment of the Jesuits, and entreated them to render the competition of the Reverend Fathers useless by timely reforms and energetic action. The incident which Richer dreaded so much came to pass. The Jesuits received permission to reopen their establishments, and thanks to the protection bestowed upon them by Richelieu, thanks also to their really superior system of education, they speedily drew around themselves the vast majority of the pupils. In vain did the university authorities, armed with law texts, edicts, and ordinances, endeavour to stem the torrent. They indeed gained nominal victories, but it was beyond their power to prevent the Jesuits from teaching, and as they could not then boast of educationalists such as Roland, Hersan, Cauvin, they had to learn at their own cost that the days of routine were no more. Even allowing for the modifications introduced by the statutes of 1598, the university curriculum was lamentably deficient. The great discoveries of the 15th century, the Renaissance movement, and the struggles of the Reformation had opened fresh channels to the progress of the human mind, and the antiquated traditions of scholasticism could not be expected to satisfy a generation whose fathers had listened to the teachings of Calvin, Theodore Beza, Ramus, Erasmus, L'Hôpital, and Pasquier, and who were themselves witnesses of a revolution accomplished in literature, philosophy, and science by men such as Corneille, Descartes, Galileo, Kepler, etc. The statutes of 1598 had indeed proscribed books written in medieval Latin, and replaced them by Cicero, Virgil, Plato, Horace, Demosthenes, and Homer. But the course of instruction was still very limited in its extent. Latin and Greek grammar and the philosophy of Aristotle. Nothing beyond this was deemed necessary or even advisable. Meanwhile, the Jesuits, understanding better the spirit of the age, allotted a large share in their scheme of training to history, the exact sciences, geography, recitation, music, drawing, and dancing. It was all very well to say, as the champions of the university did, that this system of education was superficial and frivolous. At any rate, it met the demands of the public, and in course of time the university understood that the best way of destroying the influence of the Jesuits was not to fulminate edicts, injunctions, and decrees, but to meet them on their own ground, and, if possible, do better than they. It was in 1631 that the idea we are now mentioning suggested itself to the Sorbonne, and the results proved what might have been expected, most beneficial to the cause of public education. Jealous of their privileges, and at the same time so thoroughly wedded to a system of ultra-conservatism that they were gradually allowing all the youth of France to flock round more competent teachers, the university authorities found a formidable rival, not only in the institution of the Jesuits, but in the celebrated Collège Royal, established by Francis I at the suggestion of Budæus. The king's plan had been to organize a body of professors or lecturers sufficiently well endowed to enable them to teach gratuitously, and who would be entirely independent of the Sorbonne. So long as the Lecteurs Royaux limited themselves to subjects which were not likely to be actively taken up by the majority of students, the Sorbonne doctors did not feel much anxiety. But the creation of a Latin lectureship in 1534 woke them up to a sense of their dangers, and from that time they endeavoured by every means in their power to ruin the Collège de France, either by showing that the privileges it enjoyed had been granted through a flagrant violation of the university rights and immunities, or by trying to bring about the fusion of the two teaching bodies, with the ultimate view of asserting their own supremacy and absorbing, so to say, their powerful rivals. Several lawsuits arose out of this conflict, but the victory remained definitely with the Collège de France. Under the administration of Cardinal Richelieu, several improvements were introduced into the rules and government of the college, and considerable progress was made with the buildings destined for the professors. Up to the accession of Henry IV, they had, for want of a suitable locale, been compelled to teach wherever they could, and it was only in 1609 that the king determined upon appropriating for the purpose of a set of lecture rooms, library, etc., the grounds till then occupied by the colleges of Tréguier and Cambrai. A report on the subject was drawn up by 4 commissioners, namely Cardinal du Perron, Sully, de Thou, and Gillot, a councillor in the Parliament of Paris. The king had further pledged himself to endow the college with a yearly income of 30,000 livres. The death of Henry IV did not put a stop to the realization of the design, for on the 21st of August, 1610, the Queen, Marie de Medici, directed the works to be pushed on, and Louis XIII on the same day laid the foundation stone. The disturbances which took place during the minority of the king caused, however, first a slackening, then a complete cessation of the building, and it was only in 1634 that a fresh start was given. At the death of Richelieu, one of the wings was finished, and Louis XIII had further founded, besides, 2 additional lectureships, one on Arabic literature and one on canon law. In the meanwhile, alterations and reforms of a totally different nature and of a far graver character were taking place in the world of science and literature, which tended to prove that the Sorbonne was gradually losing its influence as a theological and metaphysical teacher, and that the human intellect was breaking the fetters which had for so many years kept it strictly confined. We do not mean, of course, that Cardinal Richelieu originated those reforms, or even gave them his sanction, but they corresponded chronologically to his administration, and they took place during the reign of Louis XIII. Outwardly, as Mr. Demogeo very aptly remarks, things appeared to be going on very much the same as they had done in the days of yore. Scholasticism, applied to the solution of religious problems, seemingly reigned supreme. It was taught by the universities, defended by the parliaments, and protected by princes and magistrates as a political institution. But the roots of the old tree were destroyed. A current of bold scepticism, derived from Erasmus, Rabelais, and Montaigne, and all the bolder in its essence because it was grave and measured in its expression, was penetrating the educated classes of society, preparing the way for the great revolution with which the name of Descartes is indissolubly connected. La Motte Léveillé, Gabriel Naudet, and Guy Patin may be regarded as the chief representatives of that movement and deserve a brief mention here. When a thinker, having a priori no very settled convictions on any subject, finds himself launched on the sea of erudition, and lives amidst the treasures of an extensive library, it is very difficult for him to keep clear of the shoals of skepticism. Lost in the midst of a chaos of contradictory ideas, which he has neither time nor power enough to sift and to classify, by dint of listening to all the authors who claim his attention, he ends up believing no one. Like Montaigne, La Motte Léveillé had no doctrine. He took the necessary precaution of keeping on good terms with the established authorities, both in church and state, and prudently deemed that no opinion is worth running the risk of being burnt alive or sent to the gallows. Would it not have been far wiser for Giordano Bruno and Etienne Dolet to keep their crotchets to themselves, and to abstain from affirmations which gave a natural handle to inquisitors, judges, and executioners? Pyrrhonians, he said, are of all men those who most willingly and most freely submit to existing laws and institutions. They have never caused any disturbances. Born in 1588, La Motte Léveillé died in 1672, and the period of his greatest intellectual vigour corresponds therefore to Cardinal Richelieu's rule. Trained in the first instance to the law, he soon abandoned it for literature, and became member of a society of savants, who used to assemble at the house of Montaigne's adopted daughter, Mademoiselle de Gournay. He was one of the earliest members of the Académie Française, 1639, and his reputation as a writer induced the Queen, Anne of Austria, to appoint him tutor to the Duc d'Anjou, afterwards Duc d'Orléans. He was so preeminently successful in that post that he was later on, 1652, entrusted with the case of finishing the education of the Dauphin. He obtained the titles of Historiographer Royal and Councillor of State. Moderate in his views and animated by the highest principles, says a distinguished critic, La Motte Léveillé has been often, but most unjustly, accused of atheism. He was extremely witty, and at the same time had all the qualities of a thorough scholar. His reading was wonderful, and so judiciously conducted that it procured for him the designation of the French Plutarch or the French Seneca. The numerous quotations to be found in his books bear evidence to his prodigious memory. He combined with an accurate knowledge of antiquity a sufficient acquaintance with modern history and literature. His style is easy, brilliant, and lively. If he is inferior to Montaigne in point of originality, his erudition is quite equal to that of Bell. Besides a number of educational publications, he wrote several works of a philosophical character. Thus, Considérations sur l'éloquence française, 1638, De la vertu des païens, 1642, Discours pour montrer que les doutes de la philosophie sceptique sont d'un grand usage dans les sciences, 1668, Du peu de certitude qu'il y a dans l'histoire, 1668. The titles of these last two books give a clue to the views of La Motte Léveillé on philosophy and metaphysics. He made no mystery of his skepticism, but he maintained that it was la sceptique chrétienne, and that he only followed and illustrated the principles of the gospel, which holds up to contempt the proud dogmatism of the so-called wise, and those vain sciences respecting which the apostle frightens us so much. End of Section 19. Section 20 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7, The University of Paris, the Jesuits and the College of France, Philosophy and Erudition, Part 2. We have only enumerated a few of La Motte Leveillet's writings. They form, in the best edition, Dresden, 1756 to 1759, 14 octavo volumes, the best known of these compositions being entitled Cinq dialogues faits à l'imitation des anciens par Horacius Touberon. We cannot give here a complete analysis of this work, and we must be satisfied with a brief glance at its contents. The supposed Horatius Touberon, imitating the Ciceronian style of conversation, deals first with the diversity and contradictions which exist in the opinions, manners, and customs of men. The second dialogue, Le Banquet Sceptique, treats of everyday usages and the details of common life. In the third, we have an eloquent praise of solitude, the lasting joys of which are more than a compensation for the pretended pleasures of society and the useless and noisy occupations of the madding crowd. The fourth, professing to be a praise of the rare and eminent qualities of the asses of his time, reminds us of the apologies or fanciful panegyrics which have added so much to the reputation of Apuleius, Erasmus, Machiavel, and Giordano Bruno. The fifth and concluding dialogue treats of the various religions, and a general resume of the whole work is contained in the following Spanish motto, which is very significant in its brevity: De las cosas más seguras, la más segura es dudar. Of all things which are most certain, the most certain is to doubt. The dialogues we have just been noticing are La Motte Leveillet's last work, and may therefore be regarded as the final and definitive expression of his views. He professes to have written them as an ancient and heathen philosopher, for the exclusive perusal of philosophers, and not for the general public. Gabriel Naudet must be next noticed, 1600 to 1653. His life, like that of La Motte Leveillet, was spent amongst books, and he held in succession the post of librarian to President de Mesmes and to the Cardinals Bagny, Richelieu, and Mazarin. The principles of Pyrrhonism, as they leave nothing certain and admit of no absolute, well-defined rule of right and wrong, are subversive of all morality, and this feature is apparent in Gabriel Naudet's writings, more distinctly perhaps than in those of any of his contemporaries belonging to the same school of thought. Thus we find him in his Considérations politiques sur les coups d'État, Rouen, 1639, quarto, recommending the theories of the most unblushing Machiavellianism. All means, he asserts, are good for a statesman to encompass his ends. Murder, poison, wholesale massacres. As a consequence, the dreadful episode of St. Bartholomew's Day is openly extolled as a masterpiece of statecraft. A man's views of politics, says M. Sainte-Beuve, depends on his ethical system. A politician is a man who undertakes to guide his fellow creatures, and according to the opinion he has of them, he will lead them in this direction or in that. La Rochefoucauld could not, for instance, but be of the school of Machiavel. When we are young, we form naturally a high estimation of mankind. We belong to the liberal side. As we grow older, bitter experience teaches us to moderate our enthusiasm and to adopt a more severe and stern conception of government. Such was the case with Gabriel Naudet. He did not belong to that illustrious band of statesmen such as Hautman, Labotie, and Baudin, who during the 16th century anticipated, so to say, the generous doctrines of Montesquieu Quesnay and l'Abbé de Saint-Pierre. His immediate ancestor was Louis XI. The famous aphorism, Qui nescit dissimulare, nescit regnare, was for him the maxim of all rulers, whether kings, emperors, or popes. He was residing in Italy as the guest of Cardinal de Bagny when he composed the book which of all others has done so much harm to his memory. For him, the authors who are constantly making long discourses about religion, clemency, justice, liberality, are mere rhetoricians. Did not Charron say that the justice of a sovereign is not expected to move as warily as that of private individuals? Richelieu may have overstepped the limits of strict justice when he ordered Montmorency to be beheaded, but the beheading of Montmorency is perhaps the reason why an honest bourgeois of the Rue Saint-Denis could live quietly and happily at home. Such is the system of Gabriel Naudet. His amusing works reflect with great accuracy the feelings and opinions, nay, the events of the day. Thus the Apologie pour tous les grands personnages qui ont été faussement accusés de magie is a book which, published in 1625, between the tragic death of the Maréchal d'Ancre and that of Urbain Grandier, is extremely characteristic of the epoch. There was at that time, throughout the length and breadth of France, a kind of sorcery epidemic, which stimulated the zeal of men like Laffemas and Laubardemont, sent to the stake many an innocent person. Gabriel Naudet patiently sits down to show that Zoroaster, Orpheus, Numa, Pythagoras, Virgil, etc., were neither sorcerers nor magicians, according to the usual sense of these words, but that they could be designated as mages, inasmuch as they were inspired by the highest wisdom. Whenever Naudet's religious views are alluded to, great stress is laid upon a certain page where two characters introduced by him discuss the trite subject as to the possibility of any pernicious doctrine being derived from the Scriptures. Not from the Scriptures rightly understood, says one of the interlocutors, but for want of sticking to the interpretations which the Catholic Church gives to them. These sacred books have often been the cause of many disorders, so far as morality goes, as in the Book of Kings and other parts of the Old Testament, and to the same extent, so far as doctrine is concerned, in the writings of the New Testament, where it is stated in a most puzzling manner, especially by St. Paul. There is no doubt that, like Gassendi, Lamotte Leveillé, and many other philosophers of the day, Gabriel Naudet was a free thinker. In fact, we might mention a famous letter of Guy Patin, to whom we shall allude presently, showing that in private and convivial meetings with his friend, his satirical dispositions often brought him quite close to the sanctuary, but his motto was Intus ut libet, foris ut mos est. And accordingly, however freely he might think on the subject of religion, politics, and philosophy, he took good care in his relations with society to say nothing which might offend received opinions or excite suspicion. In addition to the Considérations politiques, Gabriel Naudet published several other works, the most remarkable of which are Instruction à la France sur la vérité de l'histoire des frères de la Rose-Croix, Paris, 1623, 8 volumes. Advis pour dresser une bibliothèque, Paris, 1627, 8 volumes. And Mascourat, ou jugement de tout ce qui a été imprimé contre le Cardinal Mazarin, etc., quarto. This last production, written in the form of a dialogue, is an apology of Mazarin against the innumerable pamphlets published against him. But whilst giving the panegyric of the cardinal, Naudet contrives to speak freely de omnibus rebus et quibusdam aliis. Guy Patin completes this amusing and original trio. Guy Patin, the champion of antiquity, the fanatic worshipper of Hippocrates and Galen. He was one of the noisiest members of the Paris Faculté de Médecine, and let us add, one of the most spiteful, as his persecution of the excellent and truly admirable Théophraste Renaudot sufficiently proves. The medical body in the metropolis was essentially at that time a close borough, and anyone venturing to infringe its dictates or to disregard its privileges was hunted down in the most disgraceful manner. When, in the amusing scene of the Malade Imaginaire, the praeses asks the candidate if he is ready to swear, essere in omnibus consultationibus anciani aviso, aut bono, aut movaiso, he merely puts a question for which, if it had been answered in the negative, Guy Paton would certainly have plucked the wretched undergraduate. He was not of a precisely devout character, but his devotion to the old routine had no parallel. The theory of the circulation of the blood was not in Hippocrates. Galen knew nothing about chemistry, ergo Harvey's discovery was a fond delusion, and chemistry a useless piece of legerdemain. But the Arabs? Well, the Arabs were mere charlatans, and it's no wonder that the medical school of Montpellier, guilty of medical heresy, should support them. Guy Paton detested antimony because it was a chemical product, and he hated quinquina because its properties had been discovered by the Jesuits. Bleeding and senna were his sole remedies, and Boileau's line might have been applied to his patients: l'un meurt vide de sang, l'autre plein de séné. He used to bleed children and old people almost as copiously as young men and women. He ordered himself to be bled 7 times for a cold. He bled his mother-in-law, an old lady of 80. A child of 3 days is seized with convulsions. Quick, the lancet! Madame Paton had to submit as a dutiful wife. She was bled 8 times in the arm and nearly as often in the foot. Whenever he has to describe one of his professional antagonists, he shows all the qualities of a good hater, and indulges in abuse so exaggerated that it misses its aim and becomes positively amusing. Here's an extract or two. If M. Duroux knew only to lie in the circulation of the blood, he would know just 2 things, the former of which I hate, whilst I care nothing about the latter. Dr. Bourdelot is another man of the same kind. He lies almost as often as he opens his mouth, and he deceives his patients also whenever he can. He is a thorough courtier. He dances attendance upon the apothecaries, and is the humble servant of the Arabic boasters. He is a frightful liar, a gambler, and a rake. Guy Paton was certainly the most eccentric of the early 17th century oddities. He deserves, as such, the foremost place in the front rank, by the side of Scudéry, Cyrano de Bergerac, Sorel, and Saint-Amand. His character is made up of contradictions, and would be worth studying for its own sake, even if the pugnacious doctor had not been mixed up with many of the disputes and controversies of his day. It is somewhat astonishing that a man of his nature, who held so loosely by all the opinions which were then current, and who affected so much independence of mind, should have been, on medical doctrines, a blind and unreasonable supporter of exploded absurdities, a conservative to the backbone. His hatred of Cardinal Mazarin was equalled only by his detestation of those whom he designated superciliously as the circulateurs, and the champions of other anatomical and physiological truths. And he might have sat for M. Diafoirus, M. Bourgon, and M. Fleuron in Molière's plays. His wit and his powers of sarcasm were unparalleled. They drew around him a large circle of admirers, and the grands seigneurs of the day, who honoured him by an invitation to dinner, were wont to slip a louis d'or under his plate, by way both of acknowledging his wit and of encouraging him to further exploits. A well-known critic, Vignol-Marvy, says of Guy Paton that he was satirical from head to foot. His hat, his collar, his cloak, his doublet, his hose, his boots. In fact, his whole costume was a defiance to fashion and a kind of protest against vanity. He had the appearance of a Cicero and the wit of Rabelais. Paton's correspondence was published after his death, and as it had never been intended to go beyond the persons to whom the several letters were addressed, it is an invaluable treasure of plain-spoken and sincere remarks on the events and characters of the day. It combines spite and wit, jokes and anecdotes, amusing remarks and too often coarse descriptions, the whole being copiously interlarded with Latin quotations. This collection of letters, the best though very imperfect edition of which was published by M. Réveillé, Paris, in 3 octavo volumes, Paris, 1846, is, with the exception of a few unimportant essays and speeches, all that remains to us of the Rabelaisian doctor who succeeded to Riolon in the medical lectureship at the Collège de France. End of section 20. Section 21 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7, The University of Paris, the Jesuits in the Collège of France, Philosophy and Erudition, Part 3. There is no doubt that if Lamotte Leveillé, Gabriel Naudet, and Guy Paton had thought proper to utter publicly their metaphysical and religious opinions, they would have been put to death. Giordano Bruno and Lucilio Vanini were sent to the stake for holding views not a whit bolder than those which we find in the dialogues of Touberon and in the Masquerat. Campanella remained for the space of 27 years in the dungeons of the Inquisition, and we all know what was the fate of the astronomer Galileo. Not only was penal legislation applied to cases of every kind, it was also enforced with a degree of brutality which reminds us of the worst times of the Middle Ages. One fact amongst a whole list of others must be detailed here, because it serves to illustrate both the character of Richelieu's administration and also the ignorance and superstition of the times. We mean the melancholy history of Urbain Grandier. A canon of the church of Sainte-Croix at Loudun, in Poitou. This clergyman had the misfortune of being accused of having published a political pamphlet against Richelieu. Now this was one of the offences which the cardinal never forgave. Under the title La Cordonnière de Loudun, a lampoon had been circulated during the time of the new prime minister's quarrels with the Queen Dowager Marie de Medici. It was hardly supposed then that Richelieu would ever reach the extraordinary power he subsequently enjoyed, and everyone believed that the temporary interest excited by the Cordonnière had entirely disappeared. Urbain Grandier, however, had contrived, in addition to this offence, to excite against himself influential and bitter enemies. His superior talents inspired with jealousy the clergy of Loudun. His powers of sarcasm imprudently exercised against those who had incurred his displeasure were never forgotten by his victims. In short, he had to pay the penalty of unexampled popularity. He was remarkably good-looking, hence serious charges which affected his moral character, and although ultimately found innocent, yet he remained under a shadow of suspicion. At that time Laubardemont, one of Richelieu's agents, arrived in Loudun for the purpose of seeing that the fortifications erected by the Huguenots were duly and completely destroyed. Received with great pomp by the inhabitants of the town, and sumptuously entertained by the municipal authorities, Laubardemont frequently heard the name of Urbain Grandier mentioned, and discovered on inquiry that he was the reputed author of the once famous pamphlet La Cordonnière de Loudun. He saw at once in that circumstance an excellent opportunity of ingratiating himself with the cardinal, and Richelieu was immediately informed that Urbain Grandier a lax clergyman, generally supposed to be a great favourite with the ladies, held likewise very unsound opinions about the Cardinal Ministre. Just then a report spread abroad that extraordinary things were occurring within the walls of the Ursuline convent, which till that time had not attracted public notice. Strange noises were heard at night. Shrieks and sobs interrupted the usual quiet of the place. Apparitions were seen, and finally it was solemnly and seriously asserted that the nuns, through the means of Urbain Grandier, had become possessed of the devil. Richelieu, hearing of this, saw what advantage it gave to him to get rid of the obnoxious pamphlet writer, and he ordered a searching investigation to be made of the case connected with the Ursuline nuns. A long and wearisome trial took place, most unjustly conducted, and with the evidently deliberate purpose of sentencing to death the unfortunate Grandier. The most futile charges were made, and the most absurd depositions taken as conclusive. The enemies of the accused were glad to remove him out of the way. Finally, he was declared guilty of magic and sorcery on the 18th of August, 1634, and was sentenced to be burned alive. Laubardemont has earned an unenviable notoriety by his blind devotedness to Richelieu, and by the scandalous animosity he displayed in the course of Urbain Grandier's trial. That Jean Martin de Laubardemont, says the genealogist Dozier, is the unjust judge whom the late Cardinal Richelieu appointed to try the unfortunate Urbain Grandier and condemn him to be burnt alive under the horrible pretext that he was a sorcerer and that he had corrupted the nuns of Loudun, but really because he looked upon him as the author of a satirical pamphlet on the cardinal's birth. Efforts had been made by various persons in the beginning of the year 1634 to have the case tried again, but Laubardemont and Richelieu would not tolerate this course, and on the 31st of May in the same year an order appeared expressly prohibiting the Parliament and all the other courts in the kingdom from further interference in the case, and the defendants from appealing under penalty of a fine of 500 livres. Laubardemont, it is well known, kept Richelieu au courant of the various incidents in the trial, and the day after the execution he wrote to the cardinal a letter which has been handed down to us, and which the reader will find printed in the Biographie universelle. After the most absurd and fulsome eulogies addressed to Richelieu on his religious zeal, and more especially his success in the conversion of the Huguenots, Laubardemont goes on to say, "Knowing the greatness of your Eminence, so far as I can venture to do so in my low estate, I have taken as my aim the restoration to the Church of all the heretics in this kingdom. After the sight of the manifest miracles which you have accomplished, they will need only the command of the sovereign to return to the bosom of their mother, whose arms are always open to receive them. But what, my lord, I venture perhaps too far, and beyond the terms of my commission. Be pleased to forgive my zeal and the ardent desire I have for your glory. You give us every day fresh cause to admire your virtue, and I cannot help putting up my personal prayers to heaven for the success of your administration. If it is agreeable to you, my lord, that I should speak of the present case, I shall tell your Eminence that we have lived here in great order and quiet, and with such union that it seemed as if we were all animated by the same spirit. In all these matters we have been of one opinion, and even when the sentence had to be given, it passed unanimously. Each of these 14 gentlemen stated his reasons with so much cogency that nothing was said on that occasion which would not have been worth your hearing. Nay, the Lieutenant General of Chinon has proved to us by this action that he possesses qualities far above the ordinary strength of his youth. He is, I assure you, my lord, a most worthy subject, and fully deserves to be nominated to some high office which may bring him near the king and your Eminence." This letter, of which we have only quoted the latter half, is particularly interesting as an example both of Laubardemont*s servility and of the style in which Richelieu was addressed by his agents, the Laffemasses, the Séguiers, etc., etc., insolent and bullying toward their master's victims, fawning in their conduct toward the master himself. Grandier suffered his punishment with the most unflinching courage, and his death now remains on record as a monument not only of Richelieu's spite, but also of the superstition which, in a comparatively enlightened age, still prevailed amongst the intellectual classes of society. It seems perfectly clear that the nuns of Loudun were the victims of a kind of hysteria similar to that which seized upon the Convulsionnaires, who, 100 years later, brought such discredit upon the cause of Jansenism. Some authors have asserted that the whole of this melancholy episode was a mere comedy, based upon the grossest lies, and the object of which was to satisfy the animosity of Cardinal Richelieu. We cannot accept this explanation. The minister no doubt took advantage of an incident which chance placed in his way, but that was all. Grandier's death is not the only event of the kind which the 17th century has on record. Before him, a priest of the name of Gaufridi had met with the same fate, and no political motive in his case could be brought forth as a justification or an explication. After the catastrophe we have just been relating, similar scenes of hysteria occurred at Chinon. 2 priests, Santerre and Gilloire, were suspected of witchcraft, and they narrowly escaped being sent to the stake. One fact is placed beyond demonstration, namely, that Urbain Grandier's chief persecutors died in the most tragic manner shortly after the condemnation of their victim. A Capuchin friar named Lactance, who had with his own hand set fire to the funeral pyre, was seized with an attack of demopathy within the month, and died on the 18th of September. A surgeon of the name of Montnouri had likewise been very instrumental in Grandier's tortures. One evening, as he was returning from seeing a patient, he was suddenly struck by a kind of hallucination, which made him believe that the ghost of the unfortunate victim stood before him. It was with some difficulty that his friends took him home, and a few days afterwards he expressed himself fully persuaded that the apparition was haunting him wherever he went. As for Laubardemont, we cannot do better than translate the following letter by Guy Patin. On the 9th of this month, at 9 o'clock in the evening, a carriage was attacked by thieves. The noise accompanying the assault made the bourgeois come out of their houses, excited as much by curiosity as by charity. Shots were exchanged. One of the thieves was knocked down, and a servant belonging to their party arrested. The others took to flight. The wounded man died the next day without saying a word, without complaining, and without declaring who he was. He has at last been identified. It is known that he was the son of a maître des requêtes named Laubardemont, who condemned to death in 1634 the poor curé of Loudun, Urbain Grandier, and had him burned alive, under the pretext that he had caused the devil to enter into the bodies of the Loudun nuns. Those poor women were taught to dance in order that fools might be persuaded that they were really possessed. Is this not a punishment from heaven sent into the family of that wicked judge as a kind of expiation for the cruel and merciless death of a poor priest, whose blood calls for vengeance from above? Laubardemont himself, although promoted by Richelieu to important offices, was so universally despised that after his patron's death he sank into obscurity and died forgotten in 1653. It was high time that a vigorous attempt should be made both to clear away the last vestiges of medieval philosophy, and also to raise a powerful barrier against the encroachments of scepticism. To have accomplished this desirable result was the glory of René Descartes, 1596 to 1650. and it is not too much to say that he is by far the most illustrious man of the Richelieu era. Instead of living amongst books like La Motte Leveillé and Gabriel Naudet, he communed with his own thoughts, and preferred solitude to the distracting vicissitudes of an active life. Not indeed that he had always secluded himself from the society of his fellow creatures, or refused to play his part in the stirring scenes of the early 17th century, for we find him completing his imperfect education by travels in foreign climes, and serving as a soldier, first in Germany under Maurice of Nassau and the Duke of Bavaria, and then at the siege of La Rochelle. But when he had once directed his attention to the obscure question of metaphysics, he saw the absolute necessity of avoiding the conflicts of public opinion, and of not allowing himself to be biassed by the numerous systems which outbid one another for popularity. Both in philosophy and in literature, Descartes was essentially a reformer. As a mere writer, he deserves to be noticed because he composed in French and not in Latin. His principal work, the Discours de la Méthode, Leyden, 1637. He felt conscious both of the importance of the task he had undertaken and of the influence it was destined to exercise. He addressed himself not to the comparatively small circle of scholars, but to the larger audience of readers, whose only pretensions were that they possessed the gift of common sense, the quality, he remarks, which is the most fairly divided and the most naturally equal amongst all men. He adds further on, "If I write in French, which is the language of my native country, rather than in Latin, which is that of my teachers, it is because I hope that those persons who make use solely of their natural reason will appreciate better my opinions than those who pin their faith to ancient books." End of section 21. Section 22 of Richelieu by George Joseph Gustave Masson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The University of Paris, the Jesuits and the College of France, Philosophy and Erudition, Part 4. The reform introduced by Descartes in the sphere of philosophy cannot be overrated. It is contained in a short work, the Discours de la Méthode, of which it may truly be said that never were there such important and cardinal truths comprised within such little space. The simplicity of the Discours is wonderful. It consists of 6 parts or divisions, the interconnection of which is explained in a preface of 15 lines. The 3 first parts, after having shown the necessity of a new method in the teaching of philosophy, state the rules of that method. Never to receive a thing for certain, unless I have evidently found it to be so. Such is the fundamental precept of Cartesianism, nay, of all science henceforward, and of all philosophy. The next 3 parts show the applications of the Cartesian method both to metaphysics, the keystone to which is the immortal axiom, cogito ergo sum, and to all the sciences, the object of which is the study of man and nature. We cannot, of course, attempt here to investigate the system of Descartes, or to give any detailed idea of the controversies it has suggested. Let us just quote a short paragraph describing very fairly, on the whole, the starting point adopted by the great French thinker, and also the principal defects which characterize it. The discourse of method proposes to find a simple and indecomposable point, or absolute element, which gives to the world and thought their order and systematization. The grandeur of this attempt is perhaps unequaled in the annals of philosophy. The 3 main steps in the argument are the veracity of our thought, when that thought is true to itself, the inevitable uprising of thought from its fragmentary aspects in our habitual consciousness to the infinite and perfect existence which God is, and the ultimate reduction of the material universe to extension and local movement. These are the central dogmas of logic, metaphysics, and physics, from which start the subsequent inquiries of Locke, Leibniz, and Newton. They are also the direct antithesis to the skepticism of Montaigne and Pascal, to the materialism of Gassendi and Hobbes, and to the superstitious anthropomorphism which defaced the awaking sciences of nature. Descartes laid down the lines on which modern philosophy and science were to build, but himself, no trained metaphysician, and unsusceptible to the lessons of history, he gives but fragments of a system, which are held together not by their intrinsic consistency, but by the vigour of his personal conviction transcending the weaknesses and collisions of his several arguments. Cartesianism excited in France an amount both of enthusiasm and of antagonism which has seldom fallen to the lot of any system of philosophy. As soon as it appeared, says M. Cousin, it eclipsed all the attempts made up to that time to create a metaphysical doctrine really capable of supplanting scholasticism. The efforts of Vanini, Campanella, Ramus, Montaigne, remarkable as they were, may be regarded as the outpost skirmishes which precede the general action, or as a kind of guerrilla warfare, to be followed by a more serious engagement. All discussions on metaphysical topics date from the publication of the Discours de la Méthode. Between the date of 1637 and the end of the century, there was not one work treating of philosophy which was not either for or against Descartes. It is only fair to add that the state of society during the administration of Cardinal Richelieu was singularly favourable to serious studies and intellectual pursuits. In the previous chapters we have had to dwell upon the foibles of the French aristocracy and the dangers it created to the government. But we must not suppose that all the gentilshommes were of the same calibre as Bouteville and Deschapelles. We might name many who not only protected literary men, but cultivated literature and science on their own account. Thus the Duc de Luynes, son of the favourite of Louis XIII, was one of Descartes' earliest and warmest patrons. He translated the Meditations into French, and made of his chateau at Dampierre the centre of the first Cartesian academy. The magistracy, too, accustomed as it was to scholarship and to the discussion of abstruse topics, took the keenest interest in literary and scientific discussions. We need only mention Peiresc, councillor at the Parliament of Aix, Fermat and Carcavie, who held the same post at Toulouse. It is hardly necessary to add that the clergy, both secular and regular, were deeply concerned in the destinies of Cartesianism. Philosophy and theology are two sciences intimately connected together, and although the bonds which had united them during the Middle Ages were now beginning to get loose, yet novators, such as the author of the Discours de la Méthode, had to keep on terms of peace, or, at the least, of armed neutrality, both with the University of Paris and the Congregation of the Index. The Jesuits, perceiving very well the consequences of the new system, brought all their influence to bear against it. The Oratorians took the other side, and even suffered persecution as disciples of Descartes. It is curious to find the Paris salons transformed into arenas where metaphysical questions were freely discussed, and where, what La Fontaine calls a philosophie engageante et hardie, recruited eager and animated champions. Madame de Sévigné herself did not care much about metaphysics, but she became a Cartesian for the sake of her daughter, Madame de Grignon, whom she wished to keep au courant of all that was going on in the fashionable world. Her letters are full of amusing allusions to some of the most salient points of the Cartesian philosophy. Thus, in one of them she says, "I think, therefore I am, cogito ergo sum. I think of you with tenderness, therefore I love you." Descartes, it is well known, deprives objects of their colour, and places these colours in the soul. Madame de Sévigné accordingly says, "Everything being duly considered, your soul must be green." Like La Fontaine, she laughs at the idea by virtue of which the brute creation are nothing but machines, and would not admit that her favourite dog Marfise had no soul. Madame de Sévigné takes us somewhat beyond the reign of Louis XIII, but from what she says, and from what we know also about the Marchioness de Sable, another précieuse of the same epoch, it is quite clear that the Cartesian mania broke out very shortly after the publication of the Discours de la Méthode. In his witty satire entitled Voyage au monde de Descartes, the Jesuit Daniel introduces Aristotle, saying to the French philosopher that the fashion of discussing metaphysics will not last more amongst French ladies than any other caprice, and that there is nothing more common in fashionable rouelles than to hear parallels drawn between M. d'Ypres, Jansenius, and Molina, Aristotle, and Descartes. We shall not attempt to name all the adversaries who stood up to refute the new philosophy, but we must make an exception in favour of Gassendi, who, besides being the most distinguished philosopher of the time, was also the intellectual father, if we may use such an expression, of Lamotte Leveillé, Naudet, Guy Paton, Molière, etc., etc. Gassendi is quite as much an opponent of scholasticism as Descartes. He shares to the full his views on freedom of thought. But there the agreement ceases. In physics, Gassendi stands up for vacuum and for atoms. In metaphysics, he is a decided sensationalist, even to materialism. Having received a copy of the Discours de la Méthode and of the Meditations, with a request to examine them, he did so, and communicated his objections to Descartes himself, who returned them to him together with a reply where he displayed a lamentable bitterness of temper. Gassendi added a series of instances to his previous critiques, and had them printed in Holland by a friend and fellow philosopher, Sorbière. Descartes answered again in a far worse tone than before. He assumed airs of superiority and of haughtiness utterly unbecoming, especially towards a scholar who was much his senior in point of age, and who, by his character, his modesty, and his sincere piety, deserved to be treated with consideration. He affected to address his letter to his publisher, Claircellier. On several points he maintained a scornful silence. On most others he satisfied himself with giving out affirmations of the most trenchant description, but utterly unsupported by proofs. Hence a period of estrangement between Gassendi and Descartes, who had previously been on terms of friendship with each other. At length Cardinal d'Estrees contrived to bring about a reconciliation. The reader will perceive, in whatever direction he turns his eyes, that French society was endeavouring to establish itself upon an entirely new basis. Richelieu had, whilst adhering to the foreign policy of Henry IV, completely altered the system of government at home. He was a thorough revolutionist, and had applied to the creation of an absolute monarchy the very means which 2 centuries later the friends of Robespierre were destined to use for the purpose of introducing democratic institutions. Reform in the army, reform in the navy, reform in the magistracy, and, as we shall see presently, reform in literature, where there was certainly more need of a renovation than of half measures, which produced no good and seemed to be only a compromise. Medievalism and medieval institutions had done their work, and something new was wanted. Reform was the watch cry, not only in philosophy, but in every branch of human learning, nay, we had almost said of human life. We have already noticed the efforts made by de Bérulle, Saint-Cyran, and others within the bosom of the Gallican Church. The Benedictine scheme has been reserved for this chapter, because although it affected the constitution and discipline of that celebrated community, yet its principal results were connected with the progress of erudition and historical science. The reform of the Benedictine monasteries had begun in 1600 at Saint-Van, in the city of Verdun, which did not at that time belong to France. It had been attended with such success that the French members of the order determined upon following in the same direction, and further, of establishing a distinct community totally independent of that of Lorraine. Such was the origin of the famous Congregation de Saint-Maur, the annals of which are also closely associated with the literature of France during the 17th century. Erected by a brief of Pope Gregory XV, it was confirmed in 1627 by a bull of Urban VIII. The most active agent in the foundation of the French Benedictine Society was Dom Grégoire Tharisse, a monk equally distinguished by his learning and his piety. He had been appointed by Cardinal Richelieu as one of his spiritual advisers, membre de son conseil de conscience, and he justified in every way the confidence with which the Prime Minister honoured him. Under his direction, a powerful impulse was given to theological and patristic studies. Editions of the Fathers were prepared, manuscripts collected together from various quarters, and the library of the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, arranged, completed, and catalogued, soon became one of the finest in the kingdom. Dom Tharisse it was who conceived the plan and drew out the scheme of the Annales Ordinis Sancti Benedicti, a work which was to immortalize the name of Dom Mabillon. Paris, 1703 to 1739, 6 volumes, folio. Most of the important publications undertaken by the French Benedictines were brought out during the reign of Louis XIV, it is true, but we must not forget that the reform of the order and the earliest attempts made by the monks in the paths of literature were due to Richelieu's initiative, and Dom Luc d'Archery, the first librarian of the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, belongs strictly to the epoch we are considering. Notwithstanding all the drawbacks of weak health and a delicate constitution, he did an amount of editorial and critical work which would amaze modern scholars, and he lived long enough to assist Mabillon in preparing the materials of the Annales we have just named. Students belonging to all countries and all religious denominations have joined in bearing witness to the powerful impulse given by the Congregation de Saint-Maur to solid learning. Their acquaintance with the treasures of antiquity and their sincerity often brought them into trouble with other religious orders, who, less enlightened than themselves, preferred traditional absurdities to the interests of truth. Thus it is well known that Mabillon's rejection of apocryphal saints and of legendary stories was the source of a serious controversy, and that he gave mortal offence by proving that many of the remains exhumed in the catacombs at Rome and venerated as relics of departed saints were probably nothing else but heathen rubbish. He also entered into a dispute with the celebrated Abbé de Rancé, who maintained that monks should be engaged merely upon manual labour. Traité des études monastiques, Paris, 1691, quarto. Finally, we have no hesitation in saying that the creation of the French Benedictine community is one of the most useful acts of Richelieu's administration. End of section 22.